Hello and good morning to SuperSport Park for day 3, the penultimate day of this riveting and critical CSA 4-day series match between the Momentum Multiply Titans and the DP World Lions. It's basically a semi-final ahead of the final next week, and we start the third day with the Titans on 35 for 2 in their second innings, still trailing by 31 days. And sitting here with great excitement, good morning to Gert Maloney.
Ken, good morning, and a lot better weather conditions than we had yesterday. It's nice, clear blue skies.
Cody Youssef gets us underway, and very confident, showy leave by Dewald Brevis on the batting front. It's a bit of a scorcher, Gert, isn't it? It's very warm this morning.
It's going to become very, very hot, but I think it's even going to be hotter for the Titan batters out there. I don't think that the Lions will give them anything, starting off 3 slips and a gully already to Brevis.
This is when, if the Titans want to play in that final, they need to take charge of today, the third day. It's a critical day for them. Oh, steep bounce from Cody Youssef.
And also the deficit's still 31. So effectively, the Titans are minus 31 for 2. They still need to work off that deficit. And then what would be the score to post for the Lions to chase and give them enough chance to take those 10 wickets of the Lions? Then that's going to be the critical answer.
I'm really interested to see how the pitch plays today. Well, we've had an early indication that there's still plenty in it for the bowlers. Well, stopped by Youssef, but they'll get a single off the rebound. I think the Titans, to have absolutely any chance, have to get at least 150 ahead. The pitch will then need to deteriorate quite a lot, and they'll need to bowl very well. So I think realistically, just in terms of feeling comfortable, they need to be 250 ahead, probably. They could then consider themselves maybe favourites.
A draw here wouldn't help either of these teams. So we kind of want to go for a decision in the game, because it is such a critical game. It is a spot in the final, and also might even be a home semi-final for one of these teams.
That's a bit edgy, down to fine leg. Oohs and ahs from the Lions. But Josh van Heerden is on strike now. Brevis goes to, no, that was van Heerden getting underway this morning. He goes to 15, the total 37 for 2. Brevis on 10. Given what a run fest is happening down at Newlands, although the Dolphins are 5 down in their first inning, so maybe we'd have to look at the log, but the winners of this game, I think, will probably get the home final, going down to fine leg for 1. Cody Youssef just bowling a little bit straight the last couple of deliveries.
Yeah, I actually thought that it'll be a little bit shorter as well after that one took off, the second delivery of the day. We saw one just climbing steeply onto Brevis. And with those 3 slips, the gully, they only have fine leg down on the fence. Want them to play every single delivery.
Short leg now in place, a bit of a backward short leg. He's about 10 meters from the bat.
That's the area I think that Youssef and all the bowlers should be concentrating on, because that's where we saw that variable bounce as well, where one very unlucky batter yesterday got one just to roll on the ground. Van Buren got that one after he did brilliantly to score his 50. He weathered the storm fantastically, and then he got one just on the bootlaces that kept very low.
Yeah, I mean, if you just keep in that place, as you say, Kat, that was a very solid forward defensive shot by Dewald Brevis, but you just need the ball to misbehave a little in terms of bounce, or do a bit of movement off the surface, and just to find that edge. The slips are waiting, so it's that sort of pitch where if you just bowl in the right areas with sufficient intent, hit the deck fairly hard, things will happen for you. Luto Sapamla is, Kat, bowling first from the West Lane. Then things happened for him in the first innings. A great comeback to cricket for him. He got 4 wickets. He's in to Brevis.
Yeah, it's one of those decks where you kind of just want the pitch to do the work. You can just jam it into the deck, bowl it into the pitch, and it will do something from there. We saw 1 or 2 really nip off the seam as well, especially from Merrick Brett at 1 or 2 that really cut off the seam as well. And it's only 14 overs old, the ball, so the seam is still pretty hard, the ball is still pretty hard, so use it to your advantage as the bowling side and vice versa as the batting team.
Nice and straight by Sapamla that time. There were already the starts of some cracks on day one. So yesterday was mostly overcast, but warm enough. There probably has been a bit of growth on those cracks, but one feels with the heat today, those cracks will really start to open up.
And that's kind of what the Titan bowlers will hope for. And that would be what makes that deficit so all important, because if they can nip another 1 or 2 wickets within that deficit, then it becomes very hard for the Titans to get up to that 200, 250 that they might feel comfortable with. If those cracks open up, anything around about the 200 mark, I think will be defendable. But again, we're in a scenario where none of these 2 teams want a draw. A result must go either way.
I think barring some really bad weather, we're pretty certain of getting a result. And yeah, no doubt, first goal in mind for the Titans is to get on level terms, score the next 28 runs to erase the deficit without losing any more wickets. And the wickets that have fallen yesterday evening for the Titans, Matthew Kleinfeld got an absolute brute of a delivery from Cody Youssef, a bit like the second ball he bowled this morning, but it was straight at him. Took the glove, caught behind for 6, and then Musa Twala was caught in the slips off Delano Potgieter for 1. Good discipline by Brevis, not interested in chasing outside off stump in the early stages of the day.
And the weather forecast for today, it says around about 12:15 is a chance of some thunderstorms, about 43%. At the moment, it doesn't look like anything remotely is going to happen weather-wise. It is clear blue skies. It is a lovely day. Sun is beating down.
Goes Fuller, Sapamla. Brevis drives to mid-on to end the second over of the morning, 38 for 2. There's just that heat this morning, though, that makes you think, with all the moisture around Gauteng at the moment, that it just feels like there's bound to be a thunderstorm later this afternoon or early evening. I can tell you that at Sun City, which is a couple of hours away from here, there's a Sunshine Ladies Tour golf tournament going on. It's the final round of the SuperSport Ladies Challenge. Now, where normally the leaders would go off in the final round around midday, they've already started there. So they're obviously concerned about thunderstorms, lightning around midday. They want to get, or early afternoon, they want to get the tournament done and dusted. It's wasted by Cody Youssef.
Yeah, it always is a concern in Gauteng, because we've had 1 or 2 situations where you whip out 3, 4 different types of phones, 4, 5 apps, and it shows lovely sunshine, and it is absolutely pouring from a distance.
I don't put too much store in weather apps, I must admit. I always just say to myself, there will be weather, and whatever it is, we will deal with it. Look out the window. Mid-on is quite wide, so that would be a dot ball as well.
Yeah, especially in Gauteng, it does change pretty quickly. And Thunderstorms is normally a big issue with us because as soon as there's lightning around within a certain radius, then players are asked to leave the field. And then the general rule is 30 minutes, you gotta wait. And after 28 minutes, if there's one more lightning bolt or one more thunder in the air, then it's another 30 minutes.
Oh, it's a bit uppish. It went behind square though, and not to short leg. Van Heerden shaking the glove. I think it hit the glove and then looped up. Fortunate that it went behind square though, because there is a backward short leg waiting.
I think he just took the hand off, maybe to cushion the blow, maybe a bit softer hands. But we saw yesterday that the Titans actually had that square leg there that was just well left. Drew out of the shot there, did Van Heerden. But the Titans had the same position, but it was almost on a 45, especially for that ball just lifting a little bit more and coming off the inside part of the bat.
I think the previous one might even have been bat handle, actually. And then the next one, that steep bounce outside all stump again. So Cody Yusuf will be encouraged. He's got plenty to work with here.
For the Lions, it means 8 good balls. They need 8 wickets to go bat again. Deficit still 28. This partnership is very important because it's on 27. They've kind of gotten themselves in, and this is one thing that the Lions did very well. Even though there was a fall of a wicket, they were able to build a bit of a partnership after that. There was partnership after partnership after partnership.
Of course, these two, Van Heerden and Brevis, have to get themselves back in again this morning. I'm pretty sure both of them would have had a lengthy net before play. Nicely paddled round by Brevis. That'll be 4 by Van Heerden, rather. That'll be 4.
And what's nice about that shot, didn't try and overhit it. He just made sure that it went down immediately because they do have that man at a 45 for the one that's going to go a bit uppish, and he just placed it to perfection. Lovely shot. Van Heerden is on the way. That's our first boundary for this morning.
Yeah, very nicely controlled stroke to end the over. And just talking about the Dolphins in Cape Town, the top of the log, KZN side going into the final round, things are not looking very good for them because replying to Western Province's massive 592 for 6 declared, the Dolphins are 183 for 5. So steering a follow-on in the place, and that's exactly what Western Province sort of wanted to do. Bat once and try and bowl the Dolphins out twice in the next sort of 2 and a bit days. They do have John Smuts at the crease and Ethan Bosch, who's useful with the bat. The other team that's making a late push for the final, they were in 5th place on the log, is the Warriors from Eastern Province. And well, yesterday a historic day for the highly exciting Tristan Stubbs, 302 not out, as the Warriors posted 517 for 3.
Yeah, Matthew Breetske also batting well in that match. Him and Stubbs got together at 20 for 2. And yeah, they just, the partnership was mammoth. I think it was 470 odd at that
497.
Sure.
Or, no, we haven't got a fall of the 3rd wicket here, so that might not be true. Unfortunately, the scores from Peter Maasvig have been a bit sporadic, and we don't know what the Tuskers have got yet in reply. So, Sleepy Hollow, if someone can wake them up down there, we'd be very grateful. Keep us updated. I'm sure the other teams in contention for the final are anxiously looking at that game. That seeped away and bounced quite sharply by Sapamla, but started too short and too wide.
But that's another thing that we've noticed from this end is that the ball does deviate a lot more as soon as it's outside off stump. Then all of a sudden it's got that erratic movement to it, and it really goes off the seam. As soon as it's a bit straighter, it's almost like it's just going on with the angle and not seaming as much.
You can see there is a patch of green grass outside the off stump at a shortish back of a length. There we go, Sapamla just about hit it with that delivery. Came back at Bevis.
So Pamela looked fantastic in that first innings, picking up his forfer.
Considering it's his first match since the middle of last year, he bowled extremely well. I think the Lions have been conservative in his return to play, making sure that he's 100% ready. Back injury, you never want to take any chances with a quick bowler and their backs. But it's all worked out very nicely for Sapamla and the Lions. Now that one keeps down a bit outside that off stump.
Yeah, and Hussein did mention it yesterday as well, that he did play a warm-up match for Wits, just to get going and see how the back is. And it's normally not while you're playing, it's kind of afterwards. Is it spasming up? Is it stiff? How's it feeling the next morning? So there's a lot of questions. It's not just on the field questions. It's afterwards, the recovery time. How's the muscles feeling after that?
Exactly, because you need Sapamla for 4 days. It's no good him just bowling one spell and then going to be croc. He's got to back up. And that's nicely bowled. Sapamla movement away again to end the over, 42 for 2. And the Titans are still 24 runs behind on first innings.
Now, Sapamla is finding his rhythm. And I think the Lion fielders will be very happy at the moment. They see the ball is seaming around. I think that slip cordon is not just waiting for it. They're kind of expecting to get a ball or two in that cordon. And they're expecting it to fly into the slip cordon.
Slips are always at play at SuperSport Park. Good place to be a slip catcher. The other game on the go is at Paarl, where again we saw the team winning the toss and batting the first do very well. There's the Dragons, nicely punched by Van Heerden through the covers. Don't think it'll make it to the boundary. 2 men give chase, and it's a couple of runs.
It's a big part of the field. That is a mammoth boundary out there. They're using the left side of the strip, and that is a mammoth boundary out there. So doubled up, just getting the legs warm as well.
Malusi Saboto winning the race to the ball. And so the Dragons batting first against the Rocks and Paarl made 484 all out. Oh, that's an excellent delivery from Cody Yusuf. Not that short, and it leapt up at Van Heerden's chest. He did well to get gloves and bat handle out the way there. That would have been a nasty blow, though.
He's going to feel that. It's one of those where even the bowler didn't just have a bit of a stare down, not even a word. And thanks to Werner, he's one of the statisticians that we normally run to if we need something.
And talent scout and commentator.
Yeah,
I think he can do it all, Werner.
He's our gopher. He goes for this and he goes for that. So thank you, Werner. Oh.
Edged past third slip. It went to ground quite quickly, and that'll be slightly fortunate 4 runs for Van Heerden. Takes him to 21.
Yeah, and the match in Pietermaritzburg is still delayed due to bad light and also a damp outfield. So they had a bit of rain there as well. And the partnership between Tristan Stubbs and Breetzke was 7 short of the record between Elgar and Rousseau. That was 473. One
of the biggest partnerships in South African domestic history. I think the overall record for any wicket is 490. But not good news for the Warriors there, because the oval in Pietermaritzburg has struggled with drainage at times. So if there's a wet outfield this morning still, that is worrying. That's pushed just wide of middle for a single. Take the total to 8 for 2.
Yeah, busy with the 18th over. The partnership is coming along nicely. They're on 38. We already had one past that third slip cordon, just finding the edge. Brevers and Van Heerden not finding it easy. But just like yesterday, the first hour is going to be crucial for both teams.
Into the block are Yusuf, beautifully driven between the bowler and mid-off for 4 by Dewald Brevis. Wasn't a bad delivery, but Dewald Brevis really owned that one. He's a very exciting talent indeed. And it brings up the Titans 50 after 77 minutes off 107 balls. And that was the 8th 4.
Oh, fantastic stuff. And these two's partnership moving on to 42. 2 quick wickets for the Titans, and now they're just settling the boat. And we all know how strong Dewald Brevis is down the ground. I don't think Cody Yusuf meant to bowl it that full. He missed his length going for that Yorker. Maybe just want to pull it back to that 5-6 meter mark. Let it seam from there, because that's where that variable bounce have been throughout this match.
Oh, it might be a little high, but he's been given. It jagged back very sharply, and Brevis was shouldering arms, but he's been given out LBW. It came back a long, long way. He's out for 15, LBW to Cody Yusuf.
And that's exactly the length that I just mentioned a ball ago. That is at 5 meters that just jagged back. As we see the replay, Yusuf steaming in, and it just jagged back off the seam, and just kept low. And that's hitting the top of middle all day long.
Yeah, the height wasn't. It was a little bit on the high side, but I think umpire Jelly's got that dead right. It was too close to off stump to leave, wasn't it?
I think he was leaving it for that bounce. He's seen that length just bounce up, and that's exactly those ones where he actually got his hands over as well. And this one was the one that kept low.
Given what we've seen already in the game, it wasn't the greatest judgment, I think, by Dewald Brevis. Perhaps he would have been better off just playing down the line of off stump. If the ball jags away, you know, all good and well. You hope it misses the outside edge. If it jags back in, hopefully you've got it covered. But to not play a shot at all from that line was problematic, and it's cost Dewald Brevis. The Titans slipped to 53 for 3. I didn't mind the previous delivery from Cody Yusuf if he was going for the Yorker, just to mix things up a bit. But then, as you say, he found the perfect length with that next delivery. So the Titans are effectively minus 13 for 3 now. It's a very troubling situation for them. But their hero of the first innings, the captain, Sibonela Makanya, comes to the wicket now. He scored a really excellent 66 in the first innings. And, well, his team really need him to repeat that here today.
Yeah, he scored the 66, and he was very patient. Came over 106 deliveries, 10 fours in that innings. But after that was, I think, the troubling part for the Titans. We had Kleinfeld to score a 45, Dewald Brevis scored a 28, and then a 66 by Makanya. And then from there, it was Corbin Bosch, his 23, Halim's 21, Merrick Brett 15, but they didn't hang around.
I think there were useful contributions down the order by the Titans. At one stage, the Titans were 118 for 6. So for them to get to 227 was a handy effort, making use of their deep batting order. As it's Malusi Saboto bowling to Josh Van Heerden, keeps the first ball out well.
We've got some supporters in as well. You can just hear them encouraging it on our left-hand side, enjoying the cricket.
Yeah, we've got spectators to the left and spectators to the right. No one on the grass banks. That tells you how hot it is, yeah? They are all sheltering in the shade of the grandstand. And the heat is on the Titans here, certainly. 53 for 3. Still trailing by 13 runs. And they've just lost a really big fish in Dewald Brevis. Captain at the crease, though, Makanya. He's not on strike. It's Josh van Heerden on 26. He'll want to convert what has been a good start into something substantial. That's a beauty from Sabolta. Maybe just a fraction short allowed Van Heerden to pull the bat away, but that seemed away nicely.
Lovely, and that's that area that we spoke about, that tinge of green that's there. One person we haven't seen bowl yet is Vian Mulder. He hasn't been into the attack as of yet.
It doesn't really feel like a swing day, I must admit. It's very hot, but there's not a cloud in the sky.
And also, Saborto being preferred over Delano Potgieter. It's also a bit of a surprise. He bowled brilliantly yesterday. He also picked up a wicket. He only went for 8 runs in his 4 overs.
Potgieter also what I would classify as more of a swing bowler. And I think we've seen so far in this match that most of the action is off the pitch. Whether it be low bounce, steep bounce, seam movement. Malusi Sabolta always bowls nice and straight. So he'll bring several different modes of dismissal into play.
Could it be a long wait to see Fortuin maybe into the attack?
Yeah, I think if the seamers keep chipping away, taking wickets, Fortuin might not even bowl. But I think it's a nice to have for the Lions if there's ever a bit of a hold up in terms of wickets. They know they can rely on Fortuin. Oh, again, beautifully bowled. That's a nice length. Drawing Van Heerden forward and just shaping away from him.
It's just a lovely delivery. And he's just making the batter come forward. He's just making him, and especially what happened to Brevis now, they can't leave. So he's kind of just forcing them to play the whole time, and that's what you want, especially with the pace of Saborto.
Bit short that time and nicely put away by Josh van Heerden on the pull through mid-wicket, and that goes away for 4. Takes him to 30. And the total is 57 for 3, end of the 19th over. And the Titans now just 9 runs behind on in their second innings. I did start talking about that match in Paarl, where the Dragons are taking on the Borland Rocks. Dragons 484 all out. Lesego Senekwani, the opener, continued his fine season with 137. Someone else got 93, and he's just about the most informed Dragons batsman this season. Can you guess who it is?
He'd be batted around about 7 if I'm not mistaken.
Cat has got it. It's Miguel Pretorius, who's a bowler who could bat a bit, but he's having an unbelievable season with the bat. 93 more yesterday, which takes his tally this season to 478 runs. He was averaging 42 already before that knock. It's his 4th half century to go with 100 this season. So the amazing transformation of Miguel Pretorius into really a genuine all-rounder continues. And then the Rocks in reply are in trouble, 131 for 5. And so the Dragons perhaps also eyeing enforcing the follow-on there and trying not to have to bat again.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where 2 teams in this hunt have done well, just making sure that they might bat once. And just coming back to that 4 that we saw from Verheerden van Saborta, I just mentioned his pace. That he doesn't have the pace to bowl it short, rather go full, use the swing. Cody Youssef is a lot more skiddier. He does hit the deck a lot harder. He does have that effort ball that we just heard from, because he does have a grunt when he delivers that as well. and he does get an extra bounce. He does hit the deck nice and hard, and very feisty bowler is Cody Youssef.
Yeah, he's the quickest of the Lions seam attack, and we've been chatting about it through the couple of days earlier that it's going to be very interesting if the Lions do make the final. Their selection in terms of their pace bowlers, 2 full on leg stump. Makanya has beaten fine leg with that flick off his toes, and he gets underway with a boundary.
Lovely wrist work by Makanya. He does have a lovely flick off the pads. He can pick it off his pads as well. So boundary there, and the deficit is only 5 now.
So the Lions, if they do make the final, not playing in this game are probably their 2 stalwart bowlers of the season. They were down with the Proteas in New Zealand, Tepa Mareke and Duan Olafia. So presumably they would come back. But then you've also got Luto Sapamla, who's back in the fold, bowling well. Cody Youssef has been the guy who's come up in the absence of those other quick bowlers. And he's done a really, really good job in the last couple of games for the Lions. So I'm sure they'll be tempted to keep him going. He's a man in form. Delano Potgieter has taken good wickets up front with the new ball. He's bowled well and he can bat a bit. Malusi Sabota, so reliable, kind of like the holding bowler role. So it's going to be a tough choice for them. Ooh, again going for the block hole, Cody Youssef, and Kanya only just kept that one out, one feels.
Oh, big shovel to get that one out. And he dug it in fired it in at his toes. He tried that to Devil Brevis as well. Devil Brevis dug it, just missed the length, got a 4 and then a wicket the next delivery. Could this be a replay of that? A dugout and maybe a wicket. That's what Cody Youssef will be hoping for, and all the Lions supporters. Titans will be hoping just to get rid of this deficit.
Oh, well, it was an unconvincing jab outside off stump by Sibonela Makanya. Beaten on the inside edge to end the over. 61 for 3.
And it's almost the same ball that got Brevis as well. If that one jagged back, we would have had the same result that we had. Brevis also died on the keeper, Rickleton. He also took it on the bounce.
Yeah, it came back a little bit. Started wider than the ball that dismissed Brevis. So where Brevis left his and shouldn't have, Makanya probably should have left that one instead of wafting at it.
All the credit to the bowlers at the moment. And yeah, unfortunately, you feel like a bowler like Saboto might be the one that's going to miss out on the final. It's going to be a difficult choice. They're spoiled for choice, but it does make it hard because who's in form? That's the question they'll ask themselves. Who gives us the best chance to win the final if we reach the final?
Yes, Saboto, he's like their banker. He's like their, he bowls the tough overs when the shine is off the ball, when it's not so hard. He controls the run rate, allows the quicker men to rotate and rest. So I don't think they'll like to leave Saboto out. They might, but it won't be an easy decision. And that's pulled imperiously, but straight to mid-wicket.
And then there's another question. One gentleman that's also missing out of the team today is Temba Bavuma. Who do you leave out if Temba comes in again? So it's not just the bowlers coming in. There's a couple of batters that must come into the fold as well.
Well, Zubair Hamza has been the Lions' best batsman this season. So he will presumably be back in the fold if they make the final. The other thing to note is that the Lions might have to drop two seamers because they've gone into this match with 5 seamers and a spinner, left out the extra batsman, which was a surprise given the conditions, and we'll have to see in their second innings whether it works out for them. They might actually be crying out for the extra batsman, and depending on where the final is, they might want to play the extra batsman rather than the 5 seamers. Beauty from Malusi Sabota. Groping was Josh van Heerden. Has that ball just nipped away from him.
He's just prodding at it a little bit. You can see that right hip just coming through, just squaring him up.
You know, it didn't nip a jag. It actually went a long way.
It's pitching on off, and it just misses everything. A lovely ball.
Maybe just outside off, but he's got to play it, hasn't he?
Well left this time round. A little bit wider from Saboto. We noticed it in the first innings as well. He does have a bit of a setup. He does go that fourth stump, and then just ever so slightly just drags it in towards the stump and into that off stump. So it just gives you that sense of, I got to play this one.
And he does nip it both ways. Saboto, very crafty customer. There's no great pace, but you really need to be on the ball as a batsman when you're facing him in these sort of conditions. And that ends the over. 61 for 3. The Titans still trail by 5 runs.
That was the second maiden for Saboto in his 4 overs thus far, only conceding the 2 boundaries. And the one was this morning, where he dropped it short to Van Heerden, where they looked comfortable, but as soon as he's been pitching it up, the shape away has just been troublesome for the batters.
So we've had 8 overs this morning, and Titans have added 26 runs. They've lost a wicket though.
And a big wicket.
Yeah, the big wicket of Brevis, that'll disappoint them. Luto Sapamla changing ends he's now going to replace Cody Yusuf at the Henop River end. He just bowled a couple from the west lane before Saboto took over from him. Confidently played by Makanya. 3 slips waiting, short leg. The only man on the boundary is the fine leg. Mr. in the ring. 2 on the leg side. There's an extra cover and a mid-off, and we'll just see where that man wanders to. He's going to wander to pretty much square on at point. Oh, maybe just a pace or 2 behind the umpire. Nice drive by Makanya, but straight to extra cover.
Always difficult to field on those other wickets, because you saw that one just also pop up. You never know when you get a bad bounce in a foot mark of a game before.
Yeah, Josh Richards had to catch that in front of his face ultimately.
A dentist's dream. And way too wide by Sapamla. He's just getting a little bit carried away with the movement, maybe just wanting the miracle swing.
I think he just hasn't quite settled into a proper rhythm yet this morning. There have been a few deliveries that have been far too wide, and maybe that's why he's changed ends, just trying to find where he's most comfortable.
Where the rhythm was in the first innings.
I think he took most of his wickets from the Henop River end in the first innings. Bit better.
That's that line and length that you can set up a batter, and that little bit of deviation left or right that does force them to play. And Sapamla is getting not the same amount of bounce that Cody Yusuf was getting. I was a bit surprised that they've took him off already. I might have seen another over or 2 from him. He was really fired up. He was getting the ball to nip around.
Definitely looked a threat, Cody Yusuf. Maybe they're going to use him as the strike bowler in short, sharp bursts.
And also looks like the plan is for not to settle against a bowler, to kind of read the line and say read the plan that is there, because if you look at Sapamla, you look at Sabotu, you look at Yusuf, it is 3 different type of bowlers. So you can work around plans and try and unsettle the batter like that, because we mentioned deficit of 5 runs. It doesn't sound much, but another wicket here makes a huge difference.
Absolutely, and the Lions have so many options. You can then throw in 2 other very different bowlers, and Delano Potgieter and Vian Mulder. They've got the spinner Fortain. So I guess there's a balance. You also want your bowlers to settle, not keep chopping and changing them too much. But spoiled for choice, Lions captain Dominic Hendricks, as the 22nd over ends, 61 for 3. Van Heerden on 30 and Makanya has a 4.
It could be also just they predicting it's very humid, very hot out there. We're looking at the trees and there's not really a breeze for the players. So it could be also that they just don't want to strain them too much.
Yeah,
in those short bursts just to retain a bit of energy.
I think management of the bowlers will be an issue today. It's a very hot day here in Centurion. And 3rd day of the match. There's been a quick turnaround since last week's matches ended on Saturday. The final again starts on Wednesday, so it's a busy schedule for these cricketers. It's about targeting the stumps nicely, but Van Heerden very watchful. Nice straight bat to mid-on.
Yeah, Donovan Ferreira is on a pair. He only lasted 4 balls in the first innings. So he's on a bit of a pair, so they might feel that they could get under his skin, just mentioning it to him in passing. It's weird how cricketers never forget little things like that.
Yeah. Any opportunity just to leverage a bit of an advantage against your opponent.
And also, Rivaldi Munsami, we know what's a fantastic batter he can be. But he also found it very hard in the difficult in the first innings.
It's been a bowler's match so far. Which means we really should give credit once again to Lions openers Josh Richards yesterday, who stood tall, batted for most of the day and scoring 107, nearly 6 hours at the crease, faced 201 balls, and really was the solid foundation of that Lions innings, their lead of 66, mostly due to his efforts.
Well, he weathered a storm. They put him in all sorts of pressure, and they bowled him well. He took a couple of hits as well. And then Vian Mulder actually looked comfortable. Of all the batters that we've seen, he just looked like he was playing on a different surface until he got one that kept a little bit low as well. He got a bottom edge on 55.
He did come in the 19th over when it is a bit of a new ball wicket. New ball is very tough. So conditions had eased a bit, but Mulder did bat beautifully, no doubt. Nicely hooked by Van Heerden. Good control to deep square leg for 1.
You just see that they've just moved back that square leg fielder there, especially for the one that might just be dropped in a little bit short and not controlled.
Sabotu likes to bowl the surprise short ball, doesn't he? I guess he's the sort of pace where batsmen will hook. They'll fancy the hook shot, and on a pitch with inconsistent bounce, it could land them in trouble. There's also a fine leg, a few meters in from the boundary. I don't think Makanya really played at that, just swishing as if it was a fly he wanted to get rid of, but nowhere near the ball. End of the over, it's 62 for 3. Time flies when you're having fun. It's almost the end of our commentary stint.
Yeah, joining us will be the DP World Wanderers voice of the voiceless, you can say.
might do another over.
Pendula will be joining us after this over. Pamla from the Herbs River end, as you mentioned, that's kind of where he took all his wickets from the first innings, took a forfer.
Yeah, he's just struggling with his line this morning, Luto Sapamla. No real consistency there.
Just hear the encouragement from the fielders, and still a deficit of 4. They're still 4 behind before they can make the Lions bats again. Lion supporters and the Lion fielders would love one more wicket here just before that deficit is completely erased.
Van Heerden, one of those batsmen who waits for the ball with the bat in the air. Halfway up, he moves it around a little bit. It's funny how the cricketing trends that come in and out of fashion. I can remember in the 80s, waiting for the bowler with your bat in the air. People like Clive Rice used to do it. It sort of fell out of favour a bit, but now quite a few batsmen do. Tickled around the corner by Van Heerden. Finally, he's got work to do, and it's a scrambling save, but he's definitely touching the rope. And the ball at the same time, Malusi Samoto, good effort, but 4 more to Josh Van Heerden. There's also a time when the purists would have looked at that backlift and been very alarmed because the bat kind of points to gully. But
I think it's with the invention. Yeah, it's
doesn't cause as much outrage anymore. The great Hashamamla had a backlift like that, and apparently Donald Bradman also. Old video shows the bat kind of came down from the gully area and then straightened up.
I think it's all about with the invention of a couple of shots. Back in the day, the dull scoop was, the purist went absolutely ballistic with the dull scoop, and this is not cricket. And now we see switch hits, we see reverse sweeps going for mammoth sixes, not just clearing the fence, they're actually getting it into the first tiers.
All manner of shots have been added to the coaching manual. That one keeps low, Van Heerden does well. Bent the knees quickly, dug it out.
And saved him there. Yeah, if you talk about a gentleman like Steve Smith, who's perfected the Yorker through the legs, just whipping it through. The innovations never stop, and with technology the way it is, the way that the video packages can be put together. At 66 for 3, at deficit, they're exactly 0 now. They are on par, they're on level par, at 66 for 3, and technically 0 for 3, as we are joined by the myth, the voice of the voiceless, Pendula Makobane.
I'm pretty sure he's real.
You sure?
Gert Maloney, very sharp this morning. I was packing up and trying to skive off, miss my second commentary duty, but he called me out on it, reminded me that I'm still on duty. It's a great pleasure to have Pendula Magubani with me. He is tangible, he is here, he is ready to roar.
I'm here in the flesh. Shots is there as well from Sponelo Makanya. Is taking on from where he left off in the first innings. Scored a beautiful 66. Those pull shots were beautiful, and that's how he goes against Malusi Siboto here.
It is a strength of his, isn't it? That probably a bit more of a hook shot than a pull, but nevertheless he jumps on the short ball when the opportunity is there, backs himself, and pulled very well in the first innings and started well here too. He's gone to 8, and the Titans are in the lead, albeit with 3 wickets down.
It's like you were saying with Gert, that the only thing that the Lions want now are just more wickets. This is the position that they were in their previous game against the G-Bet Rocks, where they needed to take the wicket so that they can come back and bat again. And luckily now, they are in this situation nice and early in the morning when the ball is still giving them something, as we've seen.
Yeah, I think very different conditions, wasn't it? At the Wanderers, throughout the match, I think we felt it was a pretty good batting wicket. We were wondering whether it would deteriorate. It didn't. We know this pitch has got plenty in it, and we think it's going to deteriorate even more.
You can even see from the variable pace that comes with it, variable bounce as well. It's worsening throughout the course of the days rather. Yesterday, the wickets of Joshua Richards and Mitchell van Buren clearly demonstrated that, even the one of Matthew Kleinveld. Today, we've seen Cody Youssef, even now, from the Henops River end, extracting that same amount of bounce. So it's from both ends, actually.
And we have seen a couple keep low. The previous over, Josh van Heerden had to dig one out. That was zeroing in on his pads. Dewald Brevis has one jagged back very sharply, kept a little low. So, yeah, it's a testing time for batsmen, and especially for the Titans as they look to try and bat themselves into a position where they have a chance of winning the game. 4 for 3 effectively at the moment.
That is some good stuff from Malusi Siboto. The lengths are exceptional, coming back into the right hand as well. But it's a good work here from Sibonelo Makhanya, who seems to be very composed in his work, doesn't seem too rushed. It's very clear in his thought processes.
That's very well put, Pendula. He did. I mean, that's exactly how he batted in the first innings. He just looked in control, not flustered by the ball whizzing around. He just looked very solid indeed.
Of course, he goes for that hook. There's two men out in the deep, and it's placed perfectly right in between them. Cody Youssef, Mitchell van Buren, they were coming together. Beautiful bowling from Malusi Siboto to set that hook shot up. Sibonelo Makhanya was drowning under it, but he survives to end over number 25, 72 for 3.
It was not Makhanya's most convincing hook or pull shot, that's for sure. He got away with it though. Malusi Siboto was down on his haunches, looking away from the batsman. He couldn't believe that didn't go to hand.
And it's Mitchell van Buren at the deep, one of the fastest, most electric fielders you can find around the country, not only just for the Lions. So getting away from that, a big reprieve from Sibonelo Makhanya.
I think it shows, the fact that Van Buren's there shows that it's a very definite plan by the Lions. They want one of their best fielders there, able to make quick ground, able to get to a catch if it presents itself. Just not quite that time.
That one keeping low from Sipamla. He was dangerous in the first innings coming from that Henops River end. That's where he got all of his 4 wickets. We've seen him come from the West Lane end a couple of times this innings, but we can see why he's coming from the Henops River end. Also, it seems as if the slope of the pitch is concaved towards the right-handed batter, easing that movement coming towards him from where we're seated.
There's a hint of that, you're right. You're right, Pendula. And certainly we've seen more deliveries keep low from that end. So Sipamla really just needs to focus on being nice and straight around off stump.
That's the one that he wants. You can see Makhanya playing inside of the line of the ball there. Dealt with it well, but Sipamla will just want to keep it there the whole day. That is the money ball.
Yep, bowlers don't have to do anything too complicated on the surface. Keep it simple.
The worst thing that the batters now is that from one's length, the ball can keep low, and then from that very same length, it can jag back up. That's exactly what happened to Dewald Brevis, dealing with one that went up high, thinking it's going to keep high, it crept low. And look at that. This one lifting up and carrying friendly to Ryan Rickleton. And it's not easy passing out there.
Definitely not. Definitely not. Makhanya had success in the first inning, so he'll have an idea of what works.
taking lessons from some of the batting from the DP World Lions. Vian Mulder came in with an aggressive style, taking the bad bowlers out of their rhythm. Joshua Richards applied himself, waiting for the bad balls. So it shows that if you really do apply yourself, regardless of your style of cricket, because we know that Sibonelo Makhanya is both busy and an aggressive batter, the pitch does give you something. Look at that! Look at that from Makhanya. Beautiful on drive. Textbook, and it makes all its way to the boundary. That is an exceptional cricket shot.
Yeah, he deserved 4 for that. That was a lovely shot, lovely on drive. I always think it's a sign of a batter in form when they can drive well through mid-on. Kept his balance beautifully, and that's a great shot. One of the things that makes cricket, I think, such a wonderful game is that there are different ways to succeed on the same surface. And as you were saying, Pendulo, we saw the Josh Richards approach, really gritty, just hanging in there, scrapping. And we saw the Vian Mulder approach and the Makhanya approach, and they both worked.
Very much working. That one seems to have hit the padding of Sibonelo Makhanya with the leave. Again, not picking up Ken, just keeping low. Deceitful bowling, because Makhanya definitely left that on length.
Yeah, it was very wide as well, so I don't think he had any. It would have to hit quite a big crack, I think, to pose a threat to him. It was some half-hearted appeals by the Lions.
But also it's just to plant that seed in the mind of Sibonelo Makhanya that it does come back. And Supamla has been getting it to come back very well to the right-handers too. Oh! Take cover, Makhanya. Ending over number 26. Very exciting one from Luto Supamla, 77 for 3.
Yeah, a bit more of an effort ball from Supamla to end the over. Hit the deck hard, got some good bounce. Better over by Luto Supamla. Settling into some rhythm now. His figures are good. 6 overs, 3 maidens, none for 10. But he's starting to get into his work, bowling a bit better now.
He's going to need to, because Malusi Siboto is barely giving anything away from the opposite end. He's actually Malusi Siboto seems to be creating so much threats from the surface. Very much working towards his favor, because you're looking at a mid-120s bowler and you're thinking, I'm going to be able to get away with it. All of a sudden, landing it in the good areas is making it work for him.
Yeah, he's nibbling it around. He's definitely a threat on this sort of pitch.
And what I like the most is the personification of doing what works for you. You keep it outside the off stump. Sometimes he plays around with that short ball, because we know he has a nasty one that just comes out of the blue, does Malusi Siboto. But he's consistently hitting the line outside the off stump, aiming for those stumps when he has the opportunity. And every single time, asking a question to the batters, relentless in his work. Just look at that, because I'm sure, Ken, if we had those fancy graphics that we see in international cricket, and if we had pitch maps, you would see that the handkerchief that Malusi Siboto is, his imaginary handkerchief, is full of red dots, just hitting it throughout the course of the match.
There may be people who look at Malusi Siboto and go, oh, he's just a slow, medium trundler. What's the big deal? But you don't get to play 95 Division 1 matches and take 255 wickets at an average of 28 without having a lot of skill and a lot of game savvy. And that's Malusi Siboto. He was a banker for the Knights, he was a banker for the Titans, and now very much a banker for the Lions.
Exactly what I was about to say. Not only is he stingy with the runs, he always wants to play. He is always available. Hardly find Malusi Siboto not in the lineup. Oh, sketchy delivery, just moving towards the right-hander. Much shorter from Siboto, not picking up. So it seems like there's demons even from the West Lane end.
Yeah, there was a couple of seasons ago, Malusi Siboto almost carried the Lions' attack single-handedly. They had a lot of injuries, a lot of national call-ups, and I think he bowled nearly half the overs in this season. Deservedly was named Player of the Season for his efforts.
Oh, what a wonderful delivery. This one just nipping away from the right-hander. They've been coming in constantly, playing for the ball that will come back in. It nips away. That is some good stuff.
Yeah, and I think Funny Eden had a little, the hands just followed that a little bit, and then he pulled away at the last minute. Did he pull away in time? Oof. No, he did not. He's actually been saved by too much movement for Malusi Sabata there. The hands definitely had a little go at it.
This one coming back in. Oh, this is some testing and probing stuff from Malusi Siboto. A fast bowler's delight to watch as he brings the end of over number 27. The score is 77 for 3.
It's one of the hardest things to do, you know, as a batter, and especially in this day and age of T20. They want to feel bat on ball. Your muscles are kind of trained to want to hit the ball. But in these conditions, you've got to try and, I guess, play inside the line, cover the ball coming back at the stumps. And if the ball is just leaving you, try not to follow it. Try and, but the hands, they have a mind of their own, don't they? They just want to fiddle with the delivery.
Oh, it becomes even worse, Ken, when that ball looks like it's coming towards you, looks like it needs to be played, and then after it pitches, your hand's already there. All of a sudden it moves away from you. That is testament to the skill of the bowlers. Speaking about skillful bowlers, here comes Luso Sipamla. Skillful batting from Smonelo Makanya. Like the fact that he's looking to take it on. Not really a half volley from Sipamla that time.
Good fielding by Josh Richards to cut that off in the covers. We mentioned Mitchell van Buren being a very good fielder. He's at point now, just having a word with Josh Richards. Josh Richards also one of the Lions' best fielders. Very good, very quick across the ground.
Normally finding Joshua Richards at gully. If not at gully, you're going to find him under the helmet at short leg, anywhere in the covers. Ooh. Sketchy shots that from Sponelo Makanya. Looks like he didn't know what he wanted to do with it.
I think it jagged back at him. He saw the length, and there was a bit of width, and thought, here we go, cut shot. And it jagged back, and I think it bounced a bit as well. Really cramped him up.
Definitely stuck in no man's land for that one from Swanelo Makanya. Lucky that he was able to hit it to the ground, because that slip cordon is waiting. And
or the chop on could have been in play there.
100%. We've already seen Rian Mulder chop one back on from this exact end when he was facing Junior Dala, another express pace bowler. So very prone to that happening if you're playing a cross-batted shot to a length that you haven't read. They're showing that if the line is off as well, you can find yourself in a bit of trouble. Dominic...
Sorry, just 2 slips for Sapamno. We've had 3 slips most of the morning. There is a third catcher who, you can call him a gully, or you can call him a 5th slip if you like.
Ooh. Testing the atmosphere is Luso Sipamla. It's the first one for the over. He has one more that he can use. And speaking of that slip cordon, all of them have taken catches in this match. Dominic Hendricks, Vian Mould, that second slip, Wandile Makwetu, who took the last catch yesterday, he's also grabbed one.
It was a goodie that Makwetu took yesterday. Vian Mulder, of course, a very good slipper. He's got great hands. Dominic Hendricks, always very reliable behind the wicket as well.
Then your point, you have Mitchell van Buren. Cody Yusuf dives at mid-off. He could not stop that class from Sponelo Makanya. Beautiful shot, leaving you moaning here, Ken.
Lovely, lovely shot, Makanya. I do enjoy watching him bat. He's such a busy cricketer. He's a lovely stroke player, and those are the sort of shots that got him an SA20 contract. He played for the Joburg Super Kings, of course, based at the Wanderers. Got a few opportunities, did pretty well, I thought, in difficult conditions and in a struggling batting lineup.
Came in right in the middle of that order and just created some sense of stability for the team.
He'll be a key performer for the Titans in the T20 Challenge, which starts in a couple of weeks' time. And we're going to have a drinks break now at the SuperSport Park with the Titans 81 for 3. They lead by 15 runs. And just to run through what has happened so far this morning, the Titans resumed on 35 for 2. They were still trailing by 31 runs in their second innings, and the Lions made a big breakthrough in the fifth over of the day, when Devalt Brevis was trapped LBW by Cody Youssef for 15, trying to leave the ball, but it jagged back very sharply and trapped him LBW. Since then, Josh van Heerden has gone to 30 not out. He's trying to repeat the heroics of Josh Richards, who made 100 in the Lions innings. And Sibonela Makanya, my apologies, Van Heerden's actually on 36. And Sibonela Makanya has made a good start to his innings. He's on 18 not out.
Definitely a situation here for the Titans where they need to bat out this whole day. That's their plan. Bat for as long as you can, accumulate those runs, and this partnership is going to be very important for the fourth wicket. There's also other fixtures happening in this kind across the country. Number 2 and number 3 are playing here a de facto semi-final, like you have been saying, alongside Gert. Whoever wins here most likely will bag that home final come next week Wednesday. That is unless, of course, if the Hollywood Bets Dolphins secure a win wherever they are playing. Currently against the Western Province, they are not in good standing at all, Ken. They've lost 8 wickets for 202 runs.
And a ninth, I think, has just gone down. So, yeah, I'm almost tempted to say that if the Dolphins beat Western Province in their current position, 202 for 9 in reply to 592 for 6, then maybe we should just give them the trophy. never mind the final, because it would be an absolute miracle on the penultimate day if they go on to win that match.
Trailing by 392 runs. That is a massive deficit. Still having to bat again with only 5 sessions remaining for the match. Definitely, it's going to be a situation where the Western Province are looking to take those wickets before they get a chance to bat again. And
Buren Hendricks, the experienced left-arm seamer who's having an excellent season. He's done most of the damage, 13 overs, 6 maidens, 4 for 22. A couple of wickets each for Nandre Berger and Kyle Simmons. So all going according to plan for Western Province as they look to sneak into the final.
And it's weird. They definitely, the way things are going, the Warriors are currently at number 5 down. They are playing Pietermaritzburg. That game has not started for day 3 due to that bad light and the wet outfield. You spoke about the not so world-class drainage system down in Pietermaritzburg, just keeping the game stalled. And it's going to be very bad news for the Warriors, who had such a magnificent start to the game and are looking for that final spot. And Mother Nature is not on their side.
Cricket's not on their side when it comes to the 4-day competition. You know, the last 2 seasons, they've done really well in the league phase. They've been top of the log or second. They've really looked like they can win the competition. And in both times, they've been pipped in the final round, weather playing a role, and they've lost by 1 point or a couple of points here and there. And just their rotten luck in this 4-day competition might be continuing. It's really quite extraordinary.
What a sad turn of events. But we come back here at SuperSports Park with Delano Potgieter. Sliding it down the leg side. He's bowled pretty well. Normally goes for runs, does Delano Potgieter, simply because of his attacking nature. really puts it up there, looks for those edges, more often than not does get those wickets. But here, he's controlling it and he's getting the wickets.
I think it's his first time in this match bowling from the West Lane end, so it'll be interesting to see how he goes. First ball not so good, but straight. He's bowled a few down leg.
That's where he normally operates. That's his area. Sometimes he'll drop it just a touch more fuller to induce the drive by force. Has those two slips, he has a gully. That's why there's a man standing at deep cover, looking to protect that area. Of course, both Joshua van Heerden and Sibonelo Makhanya will be looking to keep the score ticking. Ooh.
27 years old now, Delano Potgieter, so pretty much in his prime, and a very, very handy cricketer. He's probably not had the amount of opportunity maybe his talent deserves. As Pendulo said, he's a very handy bowler. He can swing it around, and he can bat. He's a very useful batsman as well, with average of 39 coming into this game in his Division 1 career.
Averaging 22 with the ball as well. 22.7 to be exact. Look, if you're averaging as an all-rounder, if your batting average is anywhere close to 40 and is anywhere under 30, you have a good shot of being a good all-rounder.
They always used to say to get the measure of an all-rounder, subtract their bowling average from their batting average. And so Potgieter's got a difference of around 17, which is exceptional.
Absolutely great stuff from Potgieter.
And that's in Division 1, cricket only we're talking about, so it's the highest level of domestic cricket. We're not adding in those stats from semi-pro, which sometimes buffer up the figures.
And on top of that, he's travelled. Northwest, I believe, is where he's been. Lions is where he was. Went to Northwest. He's back here. Of course, Northwest and Lions were once affiliated, but that affiliation is no more. Ooh, and Delano Potgieter is looking to cash into that. Small movement away. Good stuff to end the over. He's bowled 5, only gone for 9 runs and taken 1 wicket. 29 have been completed. It's 82 for 3.
Originally from the Eastern Cape, Delano Potgieter, born in Port Elizabeth, but came up to Gauteng and attended Hoërskool Marais Viljoen, made the Gauteng school side in 2014, and then also a student at the University of Johannesburg in his day.
Very much a Joburg boy, just in terms of his cricket. Another man who came from the Eastern Cape and now is in Johannesburg is Lutho Sipamla. Pops it over the top, does Joshua van Heerden. Was under control of that one. It goes down to the third man boundary. Good shots from that Momentum Titans player. The lead grows up to 20 runs.
Yeah, Grey High School product Lutho Sipamla. He was a bit excited there because there was some extra bounce and the cut was uppish for a little while, but well placed by Van Heerden. He's gone to 41. Been a very, very useful innings by this young opener, coming off 100 in his previous game in Pietermaritzburg, a bit of an easier wicket to bat on than this one.
What the Momentum Multiply Titans will be happy about is that in that match at the Tuskers, both Van Heerden and Kleinveld scored those hundreds. And coming into this particular match, Van Heerden really didn't star in the first innings. Rather, it was Matthew Kleinveld who scored his 45, very decent knock. And here, Kleinveld didn't perform, but Joshua van Heerden is stepping up to the cause. So it's boding for good news and good depth for the Titans in terms of their batting, that you can rely on your openers to do something for you.
Always good when one of your openers can hang around and help get the shine off the new ball.
He's been leaving well too, choosing his strokes well. But what I love the most in terms of just the attitude, if you're feeling it, is that the Lions have not kept quiet at all ever since the game started. This whole day it's just been chatter, clapping, let's go boys. But also that's testament to how well they've been bowling too.
And the Lions desperate for some silverware. They had a poor one-day cup for a side of their quality, and so in contention in the 4 days, and they're very keen to see it home.
Very keen indeed, and it's going to be an extra boost due to the fact that they now have Lutosi Pamla back. We've been talking throughout the course of the season that it's just been lacking that firepower in their bowling lineup, especially with Adwan Olifia and Tsepo Moreki, who've been involved in the South African A setup and now involved in the actual South African setup. So having them come back and Sipamla here, it's good news.
You say lack of firepower, but I mean, I know there might not be a huge amount of pace in the attack, but they've done the job. They do have the most bowling bonus points of any team in the competition.
That is true. It is true if we're looking at it from that perspective, but also that means that the work that has been done by the remaining bowlers, their hunger, their desire to play and show that they too are here is something that Alan Donald, Russell Domingo will be happy about. Even Joe Burgers will be happy about. Cody Yusuf has really stepped up into a role. Magnificent throughout this match, throughout this campaign.
Yeah, he hasn't played all the matches. This is his 5th game of the season, so started off not being in the first 11. He might have bowled himself into it now.
There's a big chance that he definitely has, because averaging 16 for the season is quite ridiculous for Cody Yusuf. Doing a very good job. It's a batting average of 16. It's averaging 28 with the ball. It's averaging just below 3 runs. Would have been happy with an average of 16 if it was with the ball.
Anyone would. Yeah.
But he's been doing such a handy job coming in, protecting the runs, enforcing the batting, enforcing the bowling rather.
And he has brought a bit of fire to the attack, because I do think without him there is a bit of a sameness to the Lions' attack. It is important to have that one guy with a bit of extra pace.
Delano Porcheta, he continues with his job. Ryan Rickleton in Johannesburg, he was standing up to Delano Porcheta just to disallow the batters from stepping out of the crease, because they were very comfortable in doing that. But this just shows the differences in this surface. Much more moisture, more carry, more zip for the bowlers.
I think when caught behind is quite a likely dismissal. You want your keeper back to make sure he can get those chances.
Good stop from Malusi Siboto, diving to his left. Age is definitely nothing but a number. That's why we love Malusi Siboto. Throws himself out, shows heart with the bat, guts with the ball.
He must be as fit as a butcher's dog. I mean, he bowls over after over after over. And as you say, still pretty nimble in the field. Very good piece of fielding there.
Can't help but just think of Sunit Fulyun Low for the women's Lions team, 40 years old. And she is as fit as a 16-year-old. One of the fittest women players in the country.
Yeah, she's been a very good acquisition for the DP World Lions ladies team. Batting at the top of the order. Powerful striker. She brings great experience. As you say, very good in the field as well. Bowls a bit. I think she might even be a bit under-bowled, to be honest.
She was, still is, the youngest South African to ever play international cricket at 16 years old.
Could she become the oldest to play for South Africa? That would be a very neat record.
That would be amazing. She's looking like she might get that if she continues playing the way that she is. However,
I mean, in between, she was messing around with arbitrary stuff like going to the Olympic Games and throwing javelin and things like that.
throwing balls is Delano Porchetta. He appeals loudly to Umpire Harris. Umpire Harris walks away because he's uninterested in the DP World Line's appeal.
It hit the flap, so I think height may be a bit of an issue on the line. Yeah, as I thought, I think it's just shaped away towards the end there and probably missing off stump as well.
Good stuff from Delano Porchetta. Really does attack the stumps, doesn't he? Looks to get those wickets. Ooh, looks really good. It's a great shout from the Lions.
I think it's missing off, to be honest, and I think maybe a bit high. Heck of a delivery, though.
Our producer, Manaka, is brilliant, showing us those replays. Mitchell van Buren at the deep, also fantastic. Prevents a boundary, just 2 runs to end the over. The lead grows to 23 here at Centurion, 89 for the loss of 3. Was really good stuff that from Delano Porchetta as we take a look at it again.
Yeah, I mean, it's angled into the right-hander, pitching maybe just outside all stump. He has to play. And it just shows hints of squaring him up a bit.
Oof.
Beating the outside edge. He's playing towards mid-on. You can see there. Head on the back leg. Yeah, I think it's a good decision by umpire Harris. I think there's a bit of a hard question and missing off stump for me.
That is a tough call, especially when you're looking at how the bowler has been grinding for that opportunity. But Joshua van Heerden still remains. Cody Youssef, he comes into the attack. He's been quite nasty and feisty as Cody Youssef. Taken 2 wickets so far. He replaces Luso Sipamla.
Well, we said he was taken off a bit early, and then we thought maybe he would be back again for short, sharp bursts. He's come back very quickly. Sipamla, bowled only 3 overs in that spell.
Oh, gets the inside edge, nearly shaving the off stump. What a return, keeping low for Makanya, but the captain still keeps his wicket.
Doesn't look too flustered, Simonella Makanya. It was, it kept horribly low. Just past that off stump.
That's no feat from Makanya there, just threw his bat at it.
I like that Dom Hendricks has brought Cody Youssef back into the attack quickly. He's looked very threatening. He's had a bit of a break, but a partnership developing. The Lions want to break through.
He's getting movement into the right-hander, starts that one a little bit straight, ends up on the hips, and Makanya dispatches that easily for 4.
Yeah, the previous one went away from Dom Hendricks. So he's posing a lot of challenges, Cody Youssef. Partnership now worth 40 between Van Heerden and Makanya. Very valuable runs, much needed runs for the home side. They lead now 27.
Still look at who's to come. Donovan Ferreira, Rivaldo Munsami, Corbin Bosch. All 3 of them can definitely bat. Dayan Khalim is also there. So still 4 batters, you can say, who can contribute runs for the Momentum Multiply Titans. But Bonelo Makanya has been looking the best of all of the batters. His 22 runs, 20 of them coming from just boundaries. He's ran only twice. Picking his shots very well. Exhibiting the patience that you need coming in when your team is in danger at 53 for 3. There's a run that is not a boundary for Makanya. Cody Youssef just a little bit too straight here. Whether he's failing to control the ball coming towards the right-hander, but just needs to keep it outside that off stump. He has 3 slips there waiting for that chance.
I think a measure of how well Sibonela Makanya has batted in this match can be seen in his strike rate. At the moment it's 63.89. It was around there in the first innings. Not too many people have scored at that rate in this match. Vian Moda was around there, but even Dewald Brevis was in the 50s.
Oh, takes the top edge. There's an opportunity, but they are seated just a little bit too deep from the boundary beyond 14. It bounces safely. We've seen a couple of those opportunities, the false hook and the false pull, but they're just not getting to the fielders.
Yeah, Rickerton nearly got there as well, so it was very much in between being a skyer to the wicketkeeper and going to the men on the boundary. Lucky escape.
Oof. Whatever prayers the Titans did, every batter will be wanting a copy of that prayer. Because even that is just airborne for a little bit, but it doesn't get to the man at mid-wicket, ending the over. Good stuff from Cody Yusuf here. Very good stuff from Yusuf. It's 96 for 3.
Speaking of a batting prayer, as a kid I had a pendant type thing with a batsman in full flow. I believe it was John Shepherd, the West Indian who was a bit of a county legend in English cricket. I think he may have played a couple of times for the West Indies, and it's the batsman's prayer. I can't remember the exact wording, but I do remember it ends with and Lord, as always I pray, save me from a duck. And I still have the pendant. My wife's not very fond of it, so it kind of gets hidden away in the man cave a bit.
Oh, yeah, they'll be asking to save them from the good bowling being exhibited from the Lions. Constantly making them play, but the runs are just not flowing as much as they want them to.
Save me from a shooter, I think they might want to add to the prayer on this pitch. A couple of the batsmen have been very unfortunate.
Because it does keep low and it's very tough.
And you don't know when it's coming, do you? We probably do a bit of a shooter. We haven't had one for a little while.
Oh, what is being shot is the ball. Extraordinary cricket by Sibonela Makanya. He is not stopping. Another glorious straight drive. The lead grows to 34 as the Titans make it to 100 runs.
Glorious stroke. Where we are seated, we kind of in line with the return crease. If Potgieter was bowling around the wicket, and Sibonela Makanya's bat was just facing us beautifully, straight in line with us as he stroked that through mid-on.
It's a wonderful, wonderful shot. Sibonela Makanya seems like he's been one of those players whom nasty stuff from Delano Potgieter, but the soft hands.
Very well played by Makanya.
Soft hands.
That one took off.
Very dangerous delivery. But, you know, he's been one of those bowlers or players. We know he's an all-rounder. You know, he patches up the order of things. When he's batting, he's going to rotate strike, and when he's bowling, he's going to keep the overs going. But what we are seeing now is what we've been waiting for, that step up of just being sure of his game, looking the part. He looks like an out-and-out batter right now.
I think he might have been helped a little bit by the ball now being 33 overs old. There has been talk in this game that the new ball is particularly difficult to play. But as it gets softer, things do ease a little bit. It's still a testing pitch out there, but maybe just a little bit less of a threat with the older ball.
trying to change it up is Porcheta. He has that short ball. Still has some good zip off the pitch. What a two-paced pitch. You can't say it's slow, you can't say it's quick because the balls vary. You can't say it's low, nor can you say that it kicks up with bounce because it does both. What a tricky situation. And now I can only imagine when the ball is new, like you're saying, with the movement in the air, you're in the high fouls, so the air is thinner, it's more prone to hoop around. But keeping it tidy is Makanya. Takes the single to end over number 33. It's 101 for the loss of 3. It's the end of the over here, and it's the end of the commentary stint for Ken Boland, packing up all of his extraordinary notes and his wealth of knowledge to give room to Ntate Gert Maloney, who will be joining us for the next 45 minutes. Getting a workout as Ken leaves the mic behind. Cody Yusuf has the ball in his hand. He'll be coming down the Henops River and bowling to Sibonelo Makanya. Wandile Makwetu has slotted into the third slip away from Gali. Ball is not coming to that slip chord and going into the hips of Sibonelo Makanya. It's an easy single. Makanya just looks in so much control of his work. Doesn't seem like he's going to be giving you a sniff. It's going to take some exquisite bowling from the DP World Lions as Ntate Gert joins us here on the commentary booth.
Bra Pendulo. Yeah, me and Ken was just wrestling for space there for a second. He got me down for the count, huh?
For a small guy, I take up a lot of space.
Dynamites come in small packages, Ken. So they say.
There's normally the big crates that has to transport them.
Oh!
But yeah, fantastic day. 102. That lead has gone up nicely, but 36. The Titans will be happy with that.
100%. The fact that they haven't lost a wicket is what matters the most. The partnership now grown to 49 runs.
Cody Yusuf putting in all the effort there. You can hear the grunt. And all of a sudden, it just sounds like Van Heerden is getting the timing as well. He got a couple on the toe end of the bat. And that one sounded lovely. Straight to the fielder, though.
Very nice. Even his stride into the ball, just looking so confident in his work now, Joshua Van Heerden. But Cody Yusuf has a tendency of just dropping a few nasty deliveries that are hard to contend with for the batters.
He does have that lifter. A lot of effort in the action. That one played nicely off the hip. Picked up by deep square. Keeping the scoreboard ticking is the Titans.
That is exemplified by this partnership now. Gert, fourth wicket, reaches its 50. Makanya has contributed 30. Van Heerden has contributed 20. Fairly even spread of the work between the two batters.
Yeah, and Makanya has really looked apart. He looked fantastic in the first innings as well, scoring that 66. And looking very comfortable here as well. That he hasn't been troubled that much. I know he got one that cut him in half a little bit earlier.
It's just those ones that keep low every now and again that also pose a threat.
As you mentioned, that lovely stride that he gets into the ball now. What I like from the Lions is still 3 slips in. Still a very attacking field. Still want to pick up those last 7 wickets. And that's going to be key for them is the quicker they knock it over, the less that lead is going to be.
And the thing is, the more they knock them over, the quicker you're getting the new batters to come in before the sun bakes the pitch and it becomes relatively easier to play on.
To be fair, I don't think this is going to be an easy pitch to get in on, or even if you're in, you're still going to have trouble as you get to the end of the 34th over. Cody Yusuf has bowled 11 overs, 1 maiden, 46 runs. There's 7 fours in that, but he's picked up 2 wickets. Out of the 3 wickets that's gone down, partnership is 50, and the Titans are in the lead at the moment by 36. So it is a very important thing. And also the overs left today, 77 overs of scheduled play left today. And just coming back to that point is, it's not going to be an easy pitch to get in and stay in, number one. And number two, the longer the sun bakes down on it, the harder it's going to be for the Lions, because it does have those cracks that was visible on day one already, that Dominic Hendricks alluded to. So they'll be very aware that day 4 is going to be tough to bat on. Delano Potgieter just dropping that one onto the hip of Van Heerden.
In essence, what I'm getting from our conversation then, Gert, is that whatever happens, the biggest currency for the Lions now is getting those quick wickets. There's
Absolutely.
nothing but advantage in making sure that you get a Donovan Ferreira coming in just before lunch, because we know how dangerous he can be. And of course, no need to mention Rivaldo Munsami, who's currently the hottest bat in the country with the leading runs in the 4-day series.
Yeah, he is someone that can really change it around. We saw that game against the Warriors here. That 100 from Munsami was the pinnacle point there.
Such a critical contributor he is to the Titans lineup, especially right in the middle or right at the end, where as the bowling team, you're like, yes, we're done, we've taken 5 wickets, we are so close. And then he comes in and he just starts playing his strokes, because he's a very confident player, he's unafraid to take it on. And then all of a sudden the momentum swings back to the batting team, but we're not there just as yet.
Oh, lovely pull shot, short arm jab over mid-wicket. And at the moment, Makanya, the captain, taking it to the Lions.
You don't bowl short to Sibs Makanya. He is going to light it up, especially when he's in this kind of form. It seems like he's seeing the ball coming to him in slow motion. Great shot. The lead grows to 42.
And he's in this mindset of we need to score runs as well. It's not about survival, it's about winning the game. Both these teams want a result. Oh, finding the outside edge. Delano Potgieter squaring him up with that one, and the ball just squirts away to deep point. Fantastic delivery.
You know, when things are in your favor, even the edges find space. We've seen some top edges happen. This one being squared up. Delano Potgieter is bowling really well. Those straight deliveries seem to be causing problems, because he's moving the ball in, moving the ball away. And then when that straight one comes, we saw Joshua van Heerden almost being given out LBW, and now Sibs Makanya getting a thick outside edge.
Oh, this time round, there's an edge found. Fantastic delivery, Delano Potgieter. He got rid of the set batter, 3 short of his 50. Van Heerden gone, wicket time for the Lions.
That is absolutely brilliant from Delano Potgieter. What a setup. Masterful bowling. After that delivery and set of deliveries, you feel like you keep on have to playing at him. That's what he does. He makes you think that you have to play. And the moment you do, the ball is a magnet to the bat, or the bat is a magnet to the ball. Gets the edge. I'm sure he didn't want to play at that, but everything said you must. Phenomenal bowling from Delano Potgieter.
We saw that one ball just catching the outside edge of Makanya's bat, and almost a replica delivery. That ball just took off the deck, and a magnificent delivery. He had to play at it, and a thick edge through to Rickleton. Great stuff. Delano Potgieter breaks this partnership. Next in bat is Donovan Ferreira. He's on a pair at the moment.
Oh, and this is not a good time for him to come with Delano Potgieter finding his areas. That one just moved away. The previous delivery seemed to have pitched in the same area, straightened with the arm. This one, playing for the straight delivery, moves away just a little bit, but just enough to nab that edge. And Donovan Ferreira, like you say, he's on a pair. He averages 44 for his career. They need him here through the Titans, and we know how good of a player he is.
And he also has a very positive mindset. For the Titans, they would love to see him get going. because that means that lead can rocket up very quickly. And in the mood that Makanya is in, this partnership could be either very, very quick partnership and crucial for the Titans, or another wicket here before lunch could just swing it into the Lions' favor. With only a lead of 43, 4 down already, so effectively 43 for 4.
Very tough situation here. 30 minutes until we go into the lunch interval. Oh, everything is going to taste sweeter, more savory for the Lions. And it's going to get even sweeter and more tastier if they get another one now.
Bit of a waste first delivery there, wide given. We saw the Lions got away with 1 or 2 of those yesterday, but this was very, very wide, as Donovan Ferreira is a pretty tall gentleman. That was a bit of a waste on a first ball, I feel.
Definitely. You want off bowling so well, you are hitting the areas. You're giving set batters problems. Imagine what that same delivery would be to someone who's looking to get runs because he's coming fresh from a 0.
That is the ball. That should be in the first ball that Ferreira faced. Fantastic delivery. Delano Potgieter's finish up the 35th over. 110 for loss of 4 wickets. And he now has picked up 2 wickets as well. And only conceded 23 runs. Fantastic bowling.
Wonderful stuff. And I'm not going to lie to you, Gert. I genuinely enjoy watching Delano Potgieter bowl. He's a hard worker, he's a hustler, and he continuously makes the batters play. And we cannot emphasize enough the importance of making batters play, even when they don't want to, because when you're making them play when they don't want to, you inadvertently make them play when they don't have to. And then that's how you get wickets like what we saw of Joshua van Heerden. Absolutely wonderful bowling from Potgieter.
It's a little bit of human nature. You don't like to be forced into things you don't want to do. And it's kind of what cricket is. As a bowler, you want to force the batter to play in areas that he does not want to play in. As you see Cody Yusuf steaming in once again. He comes into Makanya, and all of a sudden that grunt is a little bit deeper as well.
The psychological effect of a wicket. I was actually, as I was announcing last week at the Wanderers with our sound guy, we sit when we have conversations just to keep the day going. He's new to cricket and he asks me, what's the value of a wicket? We can quantify runs, but what is the value of a wicket?
See, it's one of those $1 million questions. And I think that the best answer would probably be just as much as a run. In the sense of, it depends on what wicket it is, but I mean, if you can get anyone get away, how many times have the tail wagged? Especially the Proteas have got a bit of a history struggling to get the tail out. How many times have that cost us games? So it doesn't matter how you look at it. You need to take wickets. You need to score runs. As the score has moved on to Nelson, 111 for loss of 4. Donovan Ferreira still on his pair. Still on his pair. Oh, lovely ball. Yusuf attacking him immediately. So what was your answer to the value of a wicket?
It's such a dense answer because I broke it down like in as many ways as I possibly can.
Explaining cricket to your wife sort of thing.
In essence, by the way, I don't have a wife, but we move. The first thing is that all of a sudden you're hearing the Lions, how they are up in chatter. Look at how hard Cody Yusuf is running in, grunting, because he knows he's bowling to the new man, because he knows that the momentum is with the Lions, because they just got a wicket. Donovan Ferreira now has a little bit of stress alleviated because he's off the pair. And what creates a pair? Losing a wicket.
Yes. Yes.
You get any sort of wickets, whether the batter's on one delivery faced, it's a big thing. Taking a batter out, having faced 51 deliveries for 36, like Makanya, it's also a big thing. Ooh. even after they've caused you damage. If the Tuskers were to take out Tristan Stubbs on 302, you still celebrate that you've taken the man out on 302, even if it's caused you damage.
One is more of a celebration, the other one is more of a sigh of relief.
You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, because that wicket has been gotten, it's not just the numbers that look good, it's the spirit of the team that's gotten the wicket that looks good, and the momentum of the team batting that now has to restart because they've just gotten a little bit of a blow simply by losing a wicket. It's so priceless, a wicket, because it's the hardest thing, in my belief, to get in cricket.
Oh, fantastic effort at backward point. A huge leap up in the air and very nearly Donovan Ferreira out once again with a streaky 4 over backward point.
Joshua Richards, one of the finest fielders that the Lions has, flies up. He forgot his cape at home, but the ball was just a bit too high for him. Skiddy shots from Donovan Ferreira. Look at that possibility of getting a wicket. Got everyone excited. Good work for the Lions. Good stuff from Cody Yusuf.
That would have been one of the catches of the season. He had some hang time on that. Fantastic effort. Just shows you the pressure that they're on. The lead has now gone up to 51. It is 117 for the loss of 4 wickets after 36 overs. Makanya on 37. Ferreira, very lucky to still be there on 5. Partnership at 8. And there's still 75 overs of scheduled play left today. Yesterday, our commentary team was very aggrieved because they felt that they might not get a 4th day. They might get the most exciting day still tomorrow. Oh.
Super.
Lovely full toss and a juicy full toss for the batter. And someone like Makanya is not going to miss out.
Oh, what a super shot that is. Thank you for the gift, he probably says. Delano Porcheta, don't know what he was trying. Hasn't bowled a lot of Yorkers. Hasn't bowled a lot of variations. He's been hitting his mark spot on. Tried for something different. You don't give those to Makanya.
Oh, that's the one you give to the batter that is set. An absolute jaffa. Wow, that took off.
That is really unfair. How do you even play that, Smonelo Makanya? I genuinely believe he did the best that he could there. Drop your hands, move the gloves away, sway away from it as much as you can. Oh my goodness.
Oh. Looking at that replay, the line of pocket would actually have been better off with a little bit of less bounce. Oh, there's some straying onto the pads, and this is going to be runs for the Titans. They might even turn for a 3rd. Lovely running by these 2 Titan batters, Ferreira and the captain Makanya. 3 runs.
Good pressure. Delano Porcheta, you understand what he was trying to do. Got a super delivery previously, looking to target the stumps with the next one coming back into Makanya. But it's just too good in a form for him to be disrupted by that previous delivery. Leans into it like nothing happened. Beautiful glance. Mitchell van Buren, though, stops the boundary. Ferreira's looking at the non-striker saying, please, not that.
He's begging for that full toss that Makanya got. Oh, that's the spot. That's the area that the Lion bowlers want to be hitting. DP World Lions would love one more here before lunch. Another 20 minutes, 25 minutes to go.
And now, even though the Titans have reached that lead of 50, I don't think they will be happy until they see triple figures reach the lead board.
Oh, this one whipped off the pads. Donovan Ferreira timing it to the fence, not completely out of the middle of the bat, but still muscled it away for 4.
If there's anything we know about Donovan Ferreira is those muscles. He has them for days. It was shown in the SA20, also playing for JSK, just like Makanya. hitting the ball outside of the Wanderers Stadium into the roof of apartment buildings. So even if he doesn't time it properly, it probably has the legs to reach the boundary.
Oh, this up in the air. It should be an easy catch. And that is the end of Donovan Ferreira. That extra bounce just getting the leading edge. And another wicket for Delano Potgieter. And the Lions are roaring wicket time once again.
Oh, Delano Potgieter, what a stroke in that hand of his. Takes wicket number 3. Glorious shot from Donovan Ferreira, the ball before. Had no idea what to do with that extra bounce, which just shows how well Sibonelo Makhanya has been dealing with the demons off the pitch. Had no idea what to do with the Donovan Ferreira. Just picking up on him, takes the top edge. And all that was needed for Mitchell van Buren, who was one of the best fielders around, to just cup it.
Just getting that little bit of extra bounce, getting the leading edge. And Van Buren, probably one of the easiest catches you would guess, and also probably one of the most tense ones, because they all know how if Ferreira can get underway, what it would mean for the Titans as Rivaldo Munsami. And this is the partnership that's going to be crucial for the Titans. He's got an average of 40, fantastic player, and 154 is his best against Mpumalanga. But for now, we're not looking at his 1000s, we're not looking at his 1850s. We are looking at this partnership, Makhanya, Munsami. This is the partnership that you got to feel is going to be crucial for the Titans. And oh, what a difficult time to come in. You just saw the ball from Makhanya that just spat off the surface. You've seen the ball that got Brevis, that kept low from the other end. And now you've seen Donovan Ferreira after a positive stroke, losing his wicket. And now you know that lunch is only about 15 minutes away. What a difficult time to come in.
And on top of that, you know that you are the hottest bat. And everyone has made plans towards dealing with you as Rivaldo Munsami. So you are most likely to get the most aggressive bowling, the most loudest of fielders, just so that they disrupt your rhythm amongst all the other factors that you've added already. So this is definitely not what Rivaldo Munsami nor the Titans wanted, but it says what we have. And Cody Yusuf is looking to inflict more pain.
Coming in at Makhanya. Just fending it off, drop and go, a bit of a slip there. This time round, you can just see the frustration. He knew if he picked that up cleanly. Munsami is a decent runner between the wickets. He's not lightning quick. So it might have been just a chance. But also, let's look at the big picture as well. The winner here will most likely maybe and stand a chance to have a home semi-final and get into that final of the 4-Day Cup starting on Wednesday. So that's the added pressure on as well. Your lead is only 63. You're the last recognized batter to come in with your captain. So all the pressure is on the new batter.
The most tense thing now, also, Gert, is trying to find the balance of your play for the next 15 overs or for the next 15 minutes. What are you doing? Because if you are coming in to just defend and get into a box for you to survive the session, it looks really bad if you lose your wickets and if you're dancing on the crease, given what the surf is going to give you. And you know you're the hottest bat in the country. You want to score runs. You can score runs. You have 200s in this ground this season. But the team doesn't need you to lose your wicket right now. Because if you go on the attack, you open up those chances of losing it. So what do you do as a Rivaldo Munsami?
It's such a psychological game. You know that those 3 slips will just let him know that it would be a horrible time for you to lose your wicket, my friend. They would definitely tell him how bad it would be for the team if he loses a wicket. And even Makhanya as well, letting them know that they're the last recognized batters. And that's what the Lions would be hoping for, is getting one of these still in quick succession. This ball coming in nicely. You see Rickleton just shaking his hand, just died on him a little bit, maybe getting one just on the tips of the fingers.
That's what we're talking about. That variable bounce, especially from the Henops River end, where Cody Yusuf is running from, is running down the slope. And it just has a tendency from that exact area to also kick up. What a dangerous area. Ideally, with that kind of movement, you want to be as close to the stumps as possible as a bowler, because you don't know either what the pitch is going to give you.
You definitely want to make sure that, especially with the new batter, now getting a leg slip as well, you want him playing every delivery, because that will give you the opportunity you're looking for. Oh, Munsame goes for the hook. That's the first one that we've seen that's actually gone for that hook. They don't have anyone on the fence. They only have a fine leg out on the boundary. And you can just hear the ambient sound, just everyone just chatting to those two batters. And it does feel like this huge SuperSport park all of a sudden becomes a lot smaller.
And it really does. There's a huge... I'm looking at it. You have 3 slips. You have a leg slip. That already means there are 4 fielders who are not in the outfield. That means there's so much space in the outfield, but when there's bowling is like this, when the pressure's like this, those spaces disappear. Huge gap in the covers where you can drive. Huge gap in mid-wickets between mid-off and square leg. But you don't feel those spaces there because the pressure is so intense. Bringing the end of over number 38. It's 129 for 5.
And the lead is up to 63. Munsame has joined Makanya, who has really looked the more comfortable. He's looked in form. He had one ball from Delano Potker that really just took off, and he played it brilliantly. He is on 45. He's faced only 56 deliveries, and just like Vian Mulder yesterday, looks like he's batting on a different deck. That's way too short. Makanya didn't even try and duck under that one, kind of just stood there. Delano Potgieter maybe just getting a little bit carried away on that one.
Seems like Delano Potgieter wants to hit Jack off the beanstalk. Goes so high up over Makanya, but it sucks that even if it's called a wide, it's still a bouncer for the over. You have one more bouncer now to use.
He's got 2 men back. Oh, edge found, and between second slip and gully. Oh, that would have been down the throat of third slip. And that is 49 for Makanya, streaky 4.
It's going to hurt most because they have 3 slips for the other end. They have 3 slips. They have the resources. But how Sibonelo Makanya has been going about his business, they remove that attacking edge to just defend themselves a little bit more. Oh, it's a tough giveaway and opportunity cost for the fielding captain as well. Because you want the wicket, but you don't want to concede so many runs too.
Oh, and a fantastic follow-up delivery. And he's just pointing that he definitely needs someone in the slips. He needs an extra slip fielder there. And I'll agree with this call. The way he's been moving it away from the right-handers, it's puzzling why he does not have that extra slip fielder in.
Get the man in. Dominic Hendricks come through, asking if Ryan Rickleton will be able to cover first slip. So he's standing at around 1.5 slip, just to ensure that with the 2 slip fielders, they cover that third slip area, minimizing this gap between gully and the slip cordon.
Oh, again on the money as Delano Potgieter, except for that attempted bouncer, the first ball, we'll call it. Every other ball has been on the money, and oh, how crucial would that have been for both teams, for the Lions picking up one more before lunch, and Titans desperately does not want to lose a wicket here. The lead is up to 68, but they need, Ken alluded to it earlier, they need about 150 to 200 at least.
with the demons that are on this pitch. 150. 150 looks like a score that might be threatening. You have a Junior Dala who's going to bowl Corbin Bosch. They're going to...
That looked uncomfortable.
Oof. Imagine if that was coming from a Junior Dala. That hurts.
I don't care who that comes from. That's going to be sore. That's going to cause you to talk in about 3 decibels higher than you normally would.
I'm already doing that on his behalf right now. Even if you wear 2 boxes, which we know most players do, it's not enough.
No, it's a very sensitive area.
Ooh. Looking from it initially, I thought it hit the back pad, the inner thigh. Yeah, his name means it's bright and light. It's currently dark right now.
It's one of those things that I've often found very weird is when when you got hit like Makanya just got hit is the work of the physio after that. You can see maybe just the magic spray you don't normally want to be applied because that might leave you a bit jumping around more. But have a quick run through. It's 134 for a loss of 5 wickets. This match poised. It is the second innings of the Titans. They are 68 runs ahead. And how crucial was that 66-run lead that the Lions dished up in their first innings. At the moment, Van Heerden 47 and Makanya 49 not out, captain of the Titans. The only players to really trouble the scorers. We also saw a 15 from Devil Brevis, who started off this morning.
And things are not looking too good across the country when we're looking at the Hollywood Bets Dolphins. They've been asked to follow on. They've lost 2 wickets in their chase. It's not looking good for the Hollywood Bets Dolphins, who would have been happy with their exploits last week, scoring 640 runs, taking so many bonus points. It's the 4th highest score in the CSA Division 1 tournament. And now it's being juxtaposed with them being asked to follow on. And slowly their opportunity of making it to that final slips away slowly.
Delano Potgieter. Makanya back on his feet. Oh, and hitting him again. This one sound paddy. That was a bit of a thud. You can see the reaction from Makanya. Again, lovely movement away from the right-hander. That again just jagged off the pitch. Oof. Oh, look at that ball just straightening up.
This is nasty business from Delano Potgieter. It's the areas that he's pitching the ball. It's the angles that he's releasing it and the movement that he's getting to move away from the right-hander. Nearly the same delivery that got Donovan Ferreira.
Oh, this time just dropping it short. And also being hit twice. Makanya would like that, just a double up. And this will bring up his 50 as well. Fantastic batting, absorbing a lot of pressure from this Lions attack. 50 up for Captain Makanya.
Back-to-back 50s for the captain. He came in the first innings. Things were not looking good. He stabilized it in the middle. And here he's doing it again after losing Joshua Van Heerden at the top of the order. He's holding it strong again in the middle. Another 50 runs. And it's not just the fact that he's gotten the 50 runs, Gert, it's the manner in which he's composed his innings that is utterly impressive.
Yeah, and he has absorbed a lot of pressure. We were complimenting him how comfortable he's looked, how well he's played the variable bounce on this deck. He got hit twice before he went to his 50 as well. Cody Youssef coming in to Munsami, who still needs to get off the mark. He's only faced 5 deliveries after the wicket of Donovan Ferreira.
Just 6 more minutes until lunch. How happy it would be if Rivaldo Munsami walks back and doesn't come in.
Yeah, it's going to be for the Titans. That would be key, keeping this partnership together for after lunch. And then for Lions, oh, if they could get a breakthrough now, how phenomenal would that be, and how much pressure would that put on this Titans lineup? Everything in the balance with this partnership. Lead is up to 70 runs.
It's a good stop from Mitchell van Buren. That would have been easily 3 runs for the Titans, given how big the offside field is. And again, Cody Youssef continues with his unpredictability. He's the one bowler you genuinely have no idea what's going to come out of his hand, and in a very good way.
Yeah, he does have, looks like a very crafty guy. He does have the ball that straightens up on the right hand. He has a big in-swinger as well. He has the bumper because he does have that effort ball that he puts in. He really bends his back. As we see the brain trust of the Lions just having a bit of a walkabout. Russell Domingo and childhood hero, the great Alan Donald, walking around. Kind of gives the Lions the feel of a headmaster walking around the field, especially when you're bowling.
Surely.
Oh, this one played up-ish by Munsami, getting off the mark. Might be a double. They might even turn for the third. Van Buren does have a very, very good arm. And great fielding there. Only keeping it down to 2. And Munsami has moved to 4 runs.
Oh, it's very good fielding from Mitchell van Buren. God knows how many runs he's saved for the Lions. You don't take that into consideration, but when you're watching the game live, actually, you're then able to see the value of the fielder. His efforts and continuous work rates is an intimidator, because to any other fielder, they steal the third there.
Again, just into that gap on the offside, through the covers. Another double for Munsami, just keeping that scoreboard ticking. Lead has gone up to 76.
It's good stuff here from Cody Youssef. He's going to be happy seeing that the ball is being driven. However, his length is just a little bit too full right now. You might want to pull it back slightly, especially that you've gotten him driving for 2 deliveries. He's going to get confident, the batter, thinking that the drive is there again. So just pull the length back and make him play on the up, which is a little bit more uncomfortable. Still has 3 slips.
Oh, fantastic fielding by the bowler there. Cody Youssef in his follow-through, dropping down and picking that one up on the bounce.
Very good job. Very lucky not to be hit for a boundary on that one. But he does and cleans up his own job, Cody Youssef, ending over number 40. 142 is on the board.
Makanya is on 51. Munsami is on 6. And very important for the Titans that they keep building this partnership. It's in double figures. It's in 14. But there's so much time left in this match. Still a full day tomorrow. 71 overs left today. And we see a bit of a change. Maybe just before lunch. Maybe just try something different.
Interesting. I personally would have given Borgeta the final over. It's the last over until lunch. He has been an absolute threat as Borgeta. Would have given him the last over. Just ask for him, my brothers. Just 6 more balls and then we go rest for 40 minutes and we come back. But Malusi Siboto is not a bad replacement in this match. He's been exceptional. Just going over 2 runs to the over, searching for his first wicket.
He's the one that will be on the money, that will be straight at the stumps, but I got to feel with you as well. Delano Potgieter has bowled brilliantly. I would have loved to see him have one more crack at the captain before lunch. But they might feel that Siboto might just be that lapse in concentration. He's not as threatening as Potgieter, still bowling well, but not as threatening. Ooh, as we see there, Siboto just getting one to nip into Makanya, who's on a 51. And that one looks like he got a bit of a glove to that. So his runs given to the batter.
And you know, we tend to undermine a change of bowler which brings in less of a threat to a bowler, to a batter who's set. especially if the batter previously had big problems because he was being squared up by Potgeta. And now when you see reprieve, you get a little bit more lax, and that might cause you to just switch off. When you switch off, and that's where you get the opportunity being presented to the bowling team, especially when Malusi Sibot is just being so consistent in his areas. He's more predictable than Yusuf. You know where the ball is going to be, and therefore you just feel like, I can play this. Next thing, you're in trouble.
The intent might just go a little bit as well with that lapse of concentration. 3 balls to go here to lunch.
Not gonna lie, one of my favorite things, just gives me so much pleasure to just watch cricket, is how the fielders all get ready when the batter's running in and how they all set up. You see the slip fielders in particular, how every picture when the bowler is on their gather, they are all waiting eagerly for the ball. It's that thing that we always teach young girls and boys, to always expect the ball to come to you throughout the course of the day.
We just saw there as well that Fortuin just went up to the stumps and just changed the bails around. And he's one of the very superstitious cricketers around. He does believe that the change of stumps or change of bails does change your fortune.
Just change your Fortuin.
And change your Fortuin.
Last ball until lunch. Clearly our jokes need some lunch as well.
It's been a very hot, long day. Oh, Munsami just making sure that he smothers that one. 143 for loss of 5 wickets. The players will leave the field for lunch. Makanya is on 52. Munsami is on 6. Partnership is 15. And the Titans will feel very, very good that they've lost no wickets in this last few overs, but they would feel a bit aggrieved that they've lost Donovan Ferreira so close to lunch. 143 for the loss of 5 wickets. It's going to be a very interesting second session.
It's going to be an interesting and equally important session. This is the session where the ball is going to be at its most dead, unless if somehow the Lions find reverse swing. This is the session where the batters need to capitalize as much as they can. Get the bowlers tired. Get them working hard. It's the hottest session. Get them drained. Don't lose your wickets. There's still so much cricket to happen. So it's going to be important for Munsami and for Makanya to just keep headstrong as they return. The session lost 3 wickets for the Momentum Multiply Titans. Not a good return. They did score over 100 runs, so it's good batting in terms of run rate. That second session, though, is going to be so crucial for the batting team to just keep their head in and make a game out of it.
Yeah, the strike rate is going at 3.5, so a decent clicks, because we mentioned it earlier, and we can't emphasize this enough how important this game is. One of these 2 teams will most likely go into that final starting on Wednesday, so none of them want a draw. They all want a result here. 77 runs is the lead for the Titans. 5 wickets to get for the Lions. We're going to have a bit of lunch, and we'll join you again in about 40 minutes' time. Welcome back to SuperSport Park. It is a fantastic day here in Centurion. It is a great prospect, this next part of this match. The second bite at the cherry for the Lions. They need 5 more wickets. Second session on day 3. It is 143 for the loss of 5 wickets after 41 overs. The lead for the Titans is 77. Captain Makanya is there on 52. Munsami is there on 6. And I'm joined by team captain Ken Borland.
Afternoon, Kat. Afternoon, listeners. Ooh, what a rousing session this is going to be, because one just feels, Sibidela Makanya is well set. He's got his second 50 of the match. Rivaldo Munsami, form player this season. They've got useful bowlers who can bat to come. It just feels if the Titans can somehow cobble together 100 more runs, then they're in the contest. 100 and a bit more, suddenly that lead gets towards 200. Lions will be nervous batting last. We've seen a lot of action off the pitch this morning already. So it's going to be an absolutely fascinating second session today.
But now the question also of time comes in for the Titans. How many overs, how many sessions do you give yourself to bowl out the Lions?
I don't think we'll see a declaration. I don't think it's that kind of wicket. I think, we've seen 25 wickets fall in just short of 2.5 days. So, yeah, I think for Titans, simple, just bat as long as they can.
It is the first ball. You can hear everyone is vocal. Slips just throwing the ball at each other. As Pamla comes in, he's bowling at Makanya, who's on 52. Yeah, like you mentioned, it might not be a declaration, but as close as they possibly can to that 200 would be key.
Still 70 overs left today. So even if they bat for 50 and get 3 and over, that's 290 on the board. That would be a lead of over 200. Maybe if things go very well, they might say stick the Lions in quickly for a few overs before stumps. But even 250 in the 4th innings, the Lions would still be in with a shot.
Yeah, a little bit of misread on the pitch. Those cracks maybe not opening up as much as they expected.
Look, it's done a lot this morning still, so I think it is heading one way. I don't think it's getting better to bat.
So Pamla just full toss and driven, a bit of a misfield there as well. And this ball might just reach the fence. Is it going to hold up? Oh, about a meter short.
Malusi Sabota, we were singing his praises before lunch for his fielding. I guess he got enough of his body onto that ball to slow it down, tumbling to the ground.
Yeah, and Makanya just getting off the mark after lunch with a lovely 3, getting everything working. Still 3 slips. Don't have the gully anymore. They do have a square leg. That is behind square. So Pamla targeting the base of the stumps. Previous one a full toss. This one right in the bottom of the bat of Munsami. So it might be that he's going to try and go a little bit fuller at the new batters.
Maybe they've identified that Rivaldo Munsami is vulnerable to the Yorker.
Feet might not be moving as fluently as he normally does.
Might have had a good lunch, you never know.
Oh, lovely shot, and as we said, might not be moving as much. High elbow, lovely on drive, 4 runs, Munsami.
Magnificent shot, yeah. I think that's going to encourage Luto Sapamla to probably drag the length back a bit. It's that sort of pitch where you want to be hitting the deck a bit more, I think.
Sapamla's kind of floating in after lunch. He might have had a good lunch as well. As a fast bowler, you often just need that little bit of a first over after lunch just to get rid of the little puppy disease where the tummy is full and the eyes get a bit heavy. Oh, there's some squaring him up. You can see completely off balance is Munsami there. I think that might have been what he was searching for the whole over as he comes to an end of the over. The 42nd gone, 150 up for the Titans. They've lost 5 wickets thus far. And yeah, 5 more wickets, like you mentioned, 120 more runs to get to that magical 200.
And if memory serves me correctly, in the first innings, Moonsami got out caught behind against Saboto. And it was a bit similar to that actual shot where he was kind of on the move, going for a big drive. He wasn't well balanced. He sort of stumbled down the pitch a bit, edging a drive. So maybe that's what the Lions are working on with them, with these full deliveries.
Maybe just walking into the shot a little bit more than he should. He's moved to double figures. He's on 10 now. Saboto into Makanya, who's on 55 and of only 68 balls, striking at 80.
It's just a measure of how well he's batted, how comfortable he's looked on a pitch that has really been a grind for most other batsmen, a struggle. He's batted with great confidence and positivity. 2 half centuries in the game. It's really been a fantastic match for the Titans captain.
Oh, lovely shot. Great fielding. Looked like it might have been Makwetu there.
Yep, and Makanya, of course, also contributed with the ball. Got the big wicket of Josh Richards, the Lions Centurion, LBW.
And he does look like he's just playing on a different surface. He's reading it properly. Even the first innings, his 66 was a fantastic constructed 66. Oh, the Titans will love him to kick on, get to that triple figures in this innings.
The only other batsman who I can think of in this match who's looked as comfortable as Vian Mulder. Of course, an international in the middle of a absolutely superb season with the bat in all formats, Vian Mulder.
Yeah, he's the one of the Lions that scored a 55, also quick time, just looked comfortable. Also got 1 or 2 balls that misbehaved, but other than that, just looked the part. Oh, Sabota beating Munsami, the wicket-keeper batsman of the Titans. And whoa, what a delivery that was, just straightening up on the right-hander.
Lovely ball. Just that back of a length.
And that's that length that's caused so many problems, because from that length, it can always just keep low as well. Look at that, an absolute nut.
Not far from off stump either.
Again, a little bit on the move is Munsami. A few balls like that, and Saboto will cause all sorts of trouble and problems on this deck. Delano Potgieter bowled brilliantly before lunch. Oh, another one that squared up Munsami. He's trying to get right in behind it, but it just, the movement off the deck just gets that ball to jack back from off the seam.
Yeah, a fantastic spell just before lunch by Delano Potgieter, getting 2 really key wickets in the set opener. Josh van Heerden for 47. That was a lovely delivery. I guess a bit like the Saboto ball in that over. And then the big wicket of Donovan Ferreira, who can be so dangerous, got him out for 9. So Potgieter 3 wickets in the innings again, doing a great job for the Lions with the ball.
Yeah, and picking up big wickets. It's Ferreira. Oh, this one just kept a little bit low. You can see Zipamla and even Makanya just looking around, seeing if that one snuck through. Mentioning the big wickets that he got, one of them being Donovan Ferreira, after striking a lovely four. Kind of felt that he might kick on, something that the Titans would have loved if he could just bat a little bit longer. We all know how destructive he can be. But this is the partnership that's going to be key. This is the one that the Lions want to break. Lovely delivery. That is where you want to bowl whole day, every day. It is a great ball. And also jagged back into the right-hander, Tad.
Yeah, this is the sort of pitch where you just think even 30 runs can make a big difference. Difference between 170 or 200. 120, you're out the game. 150, you never know, you might be in the game.
Well, we actually saw the Lions innings that the wickets fell with 4 wickets within 1 run. There they were a lead of 65. Oh, lovely shot. Just picking out the man on the on side. That's a mid-on, just picking up the ball. And like I said, they were 65 ahead with 6 down, and then only adding 1 more to that lead. 66 lead and 4 wickets down. So it just shows you, even as small as you mentioned, 30 runs can be the difference between 3 or 4 wickets.
And to accentuate the positive, you stressed it yesterday, Gert, and the more I think about it, the more important it becomes that where the Lions have won this game, or might win this game rather, where they're in a position of strength, is they strung together 3 partnerships for the 4th, 5th and 6th wickets of 95, 83 and 62. And that is what has really given them, if not control, then a strong position in this game. After that, as you said, they lost 5 wickets for 1 run. But just that middle order really coming to the party for the Lions. Van Buren, Mulder, Potgieter, partnering Josh Richards.
Oh, this one flicked on the onside through mid-wicket. That ball will win the race to the fence. A lovely shot, and Makanya is just marching on.
Wow, there's a little flurry of runs that's happened here straight after lunch. I think the Lions will be a little bit disappointed that they've allowed the Titans to score so freely. We've had 2 overs and 5 balls and 12 runs, but it's been boundaries.
That's the line and length you want to be bowling. Especially to Makanya, who looks in fantastic nick. He's not going to miss out on anything half volley-ish. He's going to drive you all day. And it's the end of the 44th over. And now that ball will become a lot softer. The seam will be a little bit more or less present. So there might be a little bit more movement. But there is so much in this deck that you can just hit the deck hard. It is 155 for 5. And the lead is 89.
I think it's important for the Lions bowlers that they don't go searching for wickets. As you said, there's enough of the pitch for them just to keep it simple. Bowl fairly straight, even if it's just outside off stump, that's fine. But you don't want to get too straight. I don't think you need to go searching for glory balls here.
Yes.
It's more about, I think, putting ball after ball in the right areas, and things will happen for you.
And I still feel with this deck is making the batter play is key. That's what you want. Yep. Just make sure that the batter plays every single delivery, and then the one that misbehaves is the one that's going to give you a bit of bonus.
You could see even that was a bit awkward for Rivaldo Munsami, and he's very much a man in form. The leading run scorer in the competition coming into this match. 502 runs at an average of 55. He's got a couple of hundreds this season.
Much better leave. see him just covering his stumps there and just showing to his partner that that ball is definitely just moving away from the right-hander. And I mentioned earlier, Sabota has got that knack of setting you up on that fourth, fifth stump, letting you leave, and then just ever so slightly just working it back to that off stump and just forcing you to play.
Yeah, he can bring the ball back into the right-hander, that's for sure. Dangerous customer, Malusi Saboto.
Oh, Munsame just stand and deliver through the covers 4 runs.
It wasn't perfect timing. It took a bit of effort for him to lash that through the covers, but enough on it to run away for 4.
Oh, not quite out of the middle of the bat, and the timing not there as you mentioned, but the muscle was definitely there. Munsame has moved to 14 of 25 balls.
Interested that on a sweltering day, he's been batting with a jersey throughout his innings.
Oh, there's the one that moves back into the right-hander. There's the one. You mentioned the jersey. We mentioned Fortuin chopping and changing stumps. It's those little superstitions that put cricketers apart from other sportsmen.
At least Fortuin's little peccadillo is not going to put him in danger of heat stroke. Munsame must be very, very hot in that jersey.
Oh, this one short arm jab, fantastic fielding at mid-wicket.
A couple of shots in this over just make me think that maybe Rivaldo Munsame has decided to try and hit Malusi Saboto off his length. Maybe being ultra positive, see if it can pay off. As we said, 30 runs can make a difference in this game, and if you can get a quick 20 or 30, it could just loosen the line, stranglehold a bit.
Nicely behind that one. Looking for a run, Makanya not really interested. And I mentioned time here earlier. That might be something that they're looking at as well. They don't want to force the issue, but they also don't want to miss out on maybe getting the Lions in with a bit of an hour or so to go today. We saw in every single afternoon session that the pitch has, with the new ball, misbehaved a bit. It does have that lavish bounce that it does have, and we do have 1 or 2 that keeps low. So it could be that we keep mentioning it. Both these teams want a result. So there's so many brain trust that's going to go, and so many maths and Excel spreadsheets that's going to come out and say, this is what we need, this is what we've done, just to get everything going. 159 for loss of 5 wickets, 45 overs gone. The lead is 93 and closing up onto that triple figures that you were asking for.
Yeah, well, 100 more runs we wanted added to the lead. If I can get it up to 200, that'll be great. I think, realistically, if the Titans can survive for another 50 overs, they've done very well with 5 wickets down on this pitch. So maybe and only then will they start to think about other options of declarations.
This one is just slashed away to third man fence. Not really under control, but he opened up the face to get it finer from that deepward point. And just got it way finer than he expected.
I think he misjudged the pace there. I think it kind of trampolined off the pitch. He had to adjust, and it looked very awkward indeed. Who was it? Someone played a similar shot. I think it might have been Wandile Makwetu, who slapped Junior Dala straight to extra cover. It was a similar sort of situation as that one.
Oh, what a fantastic delivery. That one jagged back a long way. And it was only the height that saved Makanya there.
Yeah, the true bounce on that occasion saved Makanya. If that had stayed down a bit, he would have been in very serious trouble like Diva Brevis was. Yeah, that came back a long way.
Oh, that really came off the seam. Fantastic delivery, and that's the one they got to be wary of, because like you mentioned, that's the one that got Brevis. You also left it and just, give it to the batter. Great judgment. Again, just getting the bats out of the way. He's leaving well. He's 2 runs short of his first innings score of 66. You can hear the appreciation from the change room.
Yeah, the game on a knife edge, and of course a place in the final at stake. So there's a lot of desire and a lot of excitement here at SuperSport Park for both teams.
Oh, again, just that one jagging back. And Makanya wrapped on the pads inside edge. And everyone just getting into this match. They know that this is going to be the session that's going to swing it one way or another. This is a session that's going to give either the DP World Lions or the Momentum Multiplied Titans the upper hand. Some round just straying down leg side. Magana having a bit of a go at it. There is 2 gentlemen on the fence. They've got fine leg and deep square out. I think especially for that shot, just that pickup shot that he does love to play off his pads.
He got one very fine earlier in his innings, down to fine leg for 4, so probably aiming for similar. He's taken just about every opportunity to score, Sibonela Makanya, in both innings, and he recognised the chance there, didn't quite execute well enough.
Covering that one nicely. Lead is 97, closing in on that triple figures. 163 for the loss of 5 after 46 overs. Makanya is on 64 of only 81 deliveries. And he's a partner in crime is Rivaldo Munsami, I rather say, 14 of 28. And this is the partnership that the Titans will look at.
Worth 35 already, so after those 2 wickets in quite quick succession just before lunch, it's been an important stand just to stabilise the innings again for all the Titans.
Saboto charging into Munsami. Just dropping it down on the leg side. An easy single. Saboto must just be careful not to bowl too short and too straight. He's been getting lovely movement off that 5-meter mark, just keeping it there. Finally, we see someone there on the grass banks. Just running a bit, having a seat. It's a bit of shade now.
Saboto especially doesn't want to get too short to Makanya, who's very good on the pull. And the hook.
Control down to fine leg. 99 is the lead. And I think we'll hear the dressing room as soon as that goes up to 100.
Good height on that bouncer from Malusi Saboto. Makanya hooking above his head, but well controlled. Went straight to ground, down to fine leg.
Oh, Munsami going for one and a top edge, and Rickleton nearly got a glove to it, or he did get a glove to it. Just couldn't control it or just pop it up into the air for a ricochet catch, but a fantastic effort by Rickleton.
Was it off the glove?
Well, he looks at the helmet, and as we see, we'll look at the replay now. He did look back very sharply, which is normally a giveaway.
I wonder what umpire Stephen Harris signaled. I think it was helmet. Yeah, I think it did come off the helmet. So Wickerton has saved 4 buys, or 4 leg buys rather.
Yeah, and the very high-tech concussion test to be admitted now. I mean, normally when you ask a person how many fingers and they say jello, that might be a sign.
I believe the questions can be quite tough, actually. That apparently they do like a couple of very easy questions, like what's your name, where are you, what day is it?
Then 7,500 times 50 or something like that.
Well, it's stuff like what did you have for breakfast this morning? Which there are days when I've got to think quite hard. What did I have for breakfast? I do suffer from memory shedding. Mm-hmm. It's not linked to Eskom in any way, but it's still a thing.
Yeah, I think we all struggle with that. And like you said, sometimes the easy questions. How many beers did you have? It's normally 3. It's the common answer.
In an ideal world.
But yeah, just a quick run through. It is Kleinveld who went early. He went for only a 6. Matthew Kleinveld, who scored 45 in the first innings. Joshua van Heerden, the wicketkeeper, batsman and captain, did a fantastic job. He was there for 102 deliveries. And yeah, I see it's marked here on the screen, but I know Munsami was the wicketkeeper. He played 47. Makanya, the captain, now on 65. And the wickets that was in quick succession, as you mentioned earlier, that was the Devil Brevis, the first to go this morning. And Twala went yesterday, but then after Brevis, we saw Donovan Ferreira also going for only 9. And this partnership is going to put them back on track. 37 already between Sibonelo Makanya, who's not out on 65 of 82, and Rivaldo Munsami is not out 15 of 30. He's the one getting the concussion test and the balance test.
Yeah, he's having to follow the physio's finger, moving around like an irritating fly, and then having to hop on one leg. It's taking a bit of time. Safety first, of course, just making sure that everything's okay. These days, of course, you are allowed a concussion substitute. But I'm sure in an ideal world, the Titans don't want to lose their leading run scorer this season in such a tight match situation. Effectively 99 for 5. And don't forget, a place in the final up for grabs. The way this last round of fixtures has panned out, it does look like Western Province are going to win at Newlands. They've got the Dolphins already a couple of wickets down in the follow-on. So the winner of this game is probably going to host Western Province in the final next week. A draw, losing this game will knock out whoever is the loser in this match, in all probability.
As you mentioned earlier, a semi-final in all essence, as was the game between the Dolphins and the Western Province.
The Warriors would love their game to be a semi-final as well, but it seems like the weather might win the battle there, or rather a wet outfield this morning. Basically, the Warriors have to bowl the Tuskers out twice in a day and a half.
And then, if I'm not mistaken, they would want a draw here as well. No result here would actually give the back door to the Warriors.
Yeah, especially if Western Province win. Yeah.
Yeah, all to play for. That game is in progress. The Warriors scored 517 for the loss of 3 wickets. Tuskers is now 32 for 1. That play has gotten underway. The Rocks is down 9 wickets already. Dragons scoring 484 there. And the Rocks is 229 for 9. Getting in right behind it. And then the match that we're talking about is the Western Province scoring that mammoth 592. for 6 declared. The Dolphins 202 all out in their first innings and already 48 for the loss of 4 wickets.
Oh, goodness. That match might finish today. Oh, my, what a performance by Western Province. All going to plan for them, winning the toss, batting first, piling up a massive score, and letting that formidable bowling attack get to work on the Dolphins. Dolphins will be gutted. They went down to Cape Town, top of the log.
Yeah, and they are now 342 runs still behind already in their second innings. And with the bowling attack of the Western Province, they're not going to let up. Here at SuperSport Park, it is 165 for the loss of 5 wickets. 99 is the lead for the Titans. Sepamla into Makanya.
Rivaldo Munsami is carrying on, as expected, having passed all his lengthy exams.
It'll be very interesting to find out what sort of questions they ask and what the guidelines is, and especially for club players listening up, maybe getting the feedback on exactly what to look for when there's a hit against the head. Spomla just getting the ball to shape into the right-hander, just with the angle coming through. And we can see where Rickleton actually took that ball. It's kind of like it's just died down from that end, from the Hennops River end.
That is where we've had a few shooters from the Hennops River end. So Sepamla will want to be hitting off stump as often as he can, hoping that one keeps low.
Oh, this one just worked off the toes. And it's fantastic fielding. Just cutting it down to the 1. I don't mind this sort of bowling, and the lead has gone up to 100 for the Titans. I actually thought there'll be a bigger ovation from the dressing room, but 100 up for the Titans, effectively 100 for 5. Another 100 will really put them in the driving seat.
Yep, it's an important milestone.
We just heard that the Dolphins are 48 for 4, so 100 all of a sudden looks a long way away.
Yeah, it just means if this low order can cobble together another 100, then the Titans very much in the game, one fancies. Lions having to bat last. It's a very hot day in Centurion today. Those cracks are going to be getting wider.
For the Titans, or for the Lions, when do you think Fortain will come in to the attack? We've not seen him today. Oh, lovely shot, just down the ground, over pitched by Sepamla. And a lovely chase, but I think the ball will win the race. And Munsami, another lovely straight drive, 4 runs.
Yeah, Fortain, it's a good question. I think he could well bowl in this session, actually. Especially if this partnership keeps going. It's 42 already, and it's just busy shifting the momentum again in this match. I imagine the Lions are starting to get a little concerned. And Fortain, yeah, I think he'd be worth a look at, certainly before tea. He did get turn and bounce on the first day already, so I imagine there's something for him to work with on this surface.
And it was just the 1 over that he bowled. And now the question would be, from which end would you bowl it?
Yeah, there's no wind to speak of at all. The trees are very much still. There's a very big leg side boundary to our right as we look from the West Lane end. Sorry, that's a very big offside boundary for 2 right-handers.
It's a very interesting question, because one side is keeping low bit, the other side has got that extra bounce. I feel that he would actually come from the West Lane end. forcing them to hit against the spin to the larger part of the boundary.
Yeah, yeah. And there has been a bit of bounce outside the stump from this end. I don't think it makes a huge difference with Sen, but that's probably a little bit more preferable for him, as you say.
Saboto just moving that third slip a little bit wider, up to about a fourth. This one again, Makanya just working it down. Might be looking for two, but happy with the one. Lead is 105, it's 171 for the loss of 5 wickets, partnership 43. And still 63 overs left in today's play.
Titans will want to bat for as many of those as they can. They bat another 50 overs. It will put them in a decent position, one imagines.
Yeah, another 50 overs means that there'll be about with the changeover and maybe 3 overs lost for the changeover, there'll be a 10 over burst at the Lions if they feel like it, if they bat for another 50.
But we have seen that wickets can fall in clusters here in this match. The Lions, of course, lost 5 wickets for 1 run in the space of 4 overs in their first innings.
That one just keeping a tad low, hitting the bottom part of the bat. Munsami expecting it to bounce, and it didn't at all. And as you mentioned, 5 wickets, 1 run.
Titans also tended to lose wickets in pairs. So things can change quickly. And they have in this match. It's the advantage has gone to and fro. It's made for very compelling viewing.
That one just way too short. Munsami didn't even try and duck under that one, kind of just stood still. Saboto also just turned around, not even giving him a bit of an evil eye.
Munsami switched his bat with disdain. It was like, what is this rubbish being delivered to me here? It was like he was chasing away a fly or a mosquito that was bothering him.
That's well left. That's the bounce that we're talking about. It's going to be very hard if Fortuin can get that sort of bounce if he pitches it on middle and off.
We saw in the first innings that he was operating with 2 slips at times. There was a leg slip at one stage, a short leg. So the Lions certainly see him as an attacking option.
Again, just letting that one go. Feel that he's a bit lucky to get away with 2 of those. Looked like it might have been well above the head. Lucky not to be called wide.
Some real trampoline bounce for Saboto. And I think it could well be Bjorn Fortuin coming on now. He is the Lions' leading wicket taker in the competition this season. 26 wickets in 6 matches, averaging just below 30.
Yeah, he's only bowled the 1 over thus far. He went for 2, and as you mentioned, got a bit of purchase. Got a bit of something out of it.
Well, especially in that first innings. There was some turn and bounce for him. He's bowling from the Henops River end, which maybe is the other end to what we thought he might come on.
That first,
I think it makes a huge difference.
that first innings he did bowl 12 overs, went for 20 runs. He did pick up a wicket as well. And he picked up the wicket of Dayan Khalim, who hung around. He faced 56 balls, a lovely contribution of 21.
It was a lovely piece of bowling by Fortuin. He saw Khalim coming down the pitch and just bowled it wide. Turned further away from the right-hander and he was stumped. He was stumped, wasn't he?
He was caught by
that's right.
Boulder,
He had to throw the bat at it to avoid being stumped because he was well beaten in the flight and ended up steering it to slip.
It is Makanya facing up to Fortuin, who's just making a slight adjustment. Just want that man a little bit squarer. Oh. And I feel that's the pace he should be bowling at. He does have that lovely slider that swings into the right-handers. Makanya very watchful. He's the mainstay thus far. He's on 67 of 88 deliveries. Helped along the way by Munsami, who's on 19 of 41. Oh, this one dropped short, a little bit quicker.
Kind of stood up, didn't it? You could see Makanya was shaping to hit that away off the back foot and suddenly had to stop his shot.
Almost slap it down. Oh, big appeal. Big stride forward.
The arm ball from Fortuin, that's one of his prime weapons. Maybe just starting a little bit straight. And possibly going down the leg side. Yeah, maybe a bit high as well.
Just angling it into the right-hander. There's that ball just carrying on with the angle. And left arm coming around the wicket. That's what I mentioned. If you can get it in that line and then that bounce comes in, it's going to be very difficult to score against him.
Slip in place for that outside edge that could come into play. Short cover.
And also mid-wicket is pretty close as well. So they kind of want to close in. And I love the fact that they're doing it against Makanya as well. Attacking both ends as the end of the over. There's Fortuin's second over. Maiden bowled by him. Only his second over in this innings. 171 for loss of 5 wickets. That is after 50 overs. And still another 61 overs left in today's play. A long way to go. Still day 4 to come. And I mentioned with Pendulo, our other commentators were very worried that they might not see some cricket on day 4, but they might just see the most exciting day of this match.
They could, and we do see now there's like a ring of cloud that's formed as we look down south towards Johannesburg and to the southeast, to the East Rand. A ring of cloud that looks as though it could develop into some sort of thunderous activity. So that might also cut play short a little bit today.
Oh, that was a bit of a nothing shot by Munsami, a bit of a lazy shot.
Just a fiddle, wasn't it? It lacked conviction, that shot. Outside or stump, and you could see he's upset with himself for his lapse in concentration.
And he's one of those bowlers, you don't want that lapse of concentration too, because he's normally pretty much on the mark.
Always probing, Malusi Saboto.
Lovely, and as you mentioned, that ring of clouds is all around us actually. It's not just from the one end, it goes all the way around the stadium. It's almost, you feel like you want to say winter is coming.
It's very hot for winter's coming, Gert.
One of these days, one of these days. It is a very hot day. There is a slight breeze as we look at the trees around SuperSport Park. Oh, what a delivery. That one just kicked off the surface and moved away from Munsami. And that is why that short cover is in place. That's why mid-wicket is so close to the pitch. They're just waiting for him to drive on the up.
Yeah, he jabbed at it. Beaten, Munsami.
Definitely had a bit of a feel to that one. Oh, edge found and it dropped short of that second slip. Again, Munsami just kind of lunging at it, just pushing at the ball.
Oh, at least he played with soft hands, dropping it well short of slip. Well, the slips, yeah, they're quite far up. But not the quickest, obviously.
But he has been getting that little bit of bounce. This time a lot more conviction in Munsami's shot play. And great fielding there in the covers as well. And that's one thing that we've discussed yesterday as well on this deck. You got to play with intent. That's the one thing that you cannot miss out on. You've got to play with intent. Otherwise, it's going to become a very long day at the office. Or a short day at the office in this case.
Good strokes are rewarded here at SuperSport Park. Quick outfield to ground at a high boundary count.
At the end of the over, it is 51 overs gone, 171 for loss of 5 wickets. The lead has gone up to 105, and we're going to have a change in commentary. And ladies, please make an orderly line. It is Pendulo Makubane coming in.
Do you employ that as your, what's it called, an imbongi? Is that the right word, Pendulo? A praise singer?
It seems like it. It seems like it.
Doing a great job.
Maybe I have people somewhere who are sending him brown envelopes.
Bjorn Fortuin will bowl his second over of the day. Oh, good bounce there from Fortuin. Kanya nicely forward though.
And I also just happen to be looking around. There's no queue waiting. So
maybe they're behind the grandstand. Pendula, they'll jump you when you go to your car at the end of the day's play.
Looking to be jumping around are the Lions, though. It hasn't happened for a while now, this partnership, with 43 runs.
Yeah, I'm pleased to see Fortuin bowling, just for a change of pace and asking a few different questions of this Titans pair who've done really well after lunch. Nicely played by Makanya. Comes down the pitch and takes a quick single to the deepish mid-on rather.
It really does seem like a slight shift of momentum after the break, doesn't it? The Lions were firmly on top going into that break. You know, asking questions, Gert and I, what do the Titans do going into the break? Do they attack? Do they become defensive? But right now it seems like they have steady control of what they're actually planning to do.
Yeah, we've had, this is 10 overs now since lunch and 29 runs scored. Not a huge amount, but it's been quite comfortable for the Titans. You fancy the Lions would have wanted to continue that momentum they had just before lunch with a couple of quick wickets. Not to be. Once again, the match ebbs and flows and goes in a different direction. Munsami's bottom edge that cut a bit. Quick single. Makanya had to get the dive out. Fancy he's well home though.
This is what we're seeing the difference with as well. The intensity of the running between Munsami and Makanya. They're looking to score as much as they possibly can.
You've got to, in these sort of conditions. Try and take a big run on offer, but a replay. Makanya got the dive in early. Mitchell van Buren, the fielder. Always a bit of a risk taking him on, but Munsami didn't time the cut that well, so it took a while to get to van Buren.
And Van Buren, as we've been singing his praises in the field, electric, so quick. So Makanya knew the risk, and he took the run. Bold captaincy even through his play. Love to see it.
He's such a busy cricketer, Sibonela Makanya, always looking for an opportunity to score runs, even if it's just a single. He's always open to those possibilities. And it's really paid off for him and his team in this match. 68 not out now to go with his 66 in the first innings. They've been invaluable runs for the home team.
Even above that, it's the pace at which those runs are coming at as well. Striking at 72 runs per 100 balls. showing that he's taking the attack onto the lines, not just waiting for the bad balls. He's creating the bad balls from the Lions' bowling, and he's been respecting the very good ones and playing with very soft hands, avoiding the edge, carrying ends the over there.
Whereas for most batsmen on this pitch, it's been a question of survival and a grind. And I think only Vian Mulder has looked as comfortable as Sibonela Makanya has in this match. Josh Richards, of course, has made the only century of the game, but that was a grind. That was a real innings of tenacity and determination by the Lions opener.
What was very nice to see about Joshua Richards is that he also didn't allow just the Titans to bowl at him and be bogged down into a corner where you end up leaving even deliveries where you should be attacking. He was taking them on. The drives were gorgeous. The cuts were extraordinary.
He certainly grew into his innings, played with more fluency. Once he'd survived a really torrid, the first evening he came into bat, goodness, he got a working over from the new ball in fairly gloomy light. And then had to start again in the tough first half of the second morning. So really impressive by Josh Richards. Great respect for his efforts. Cody Yusuf is returning to the Lions' attack, arguably their most threatening bowler. They need a breakthrough to the Lions. Nicely steered by Moonsamy behind the square. I don't think it's going to reach the boundary. Good fielding by Van Buren sliding in. But 2 more runs to Moonsamy. Takes the partnership to 47 now. He's on 22.
Good risks from Rivaldo Moonsamy. That's what we're going to be seeing a lot of, steering those balls into these spaces. Especially, there's a big gap down onto the leg side where we have a deep square leg in Mitchell van Buren and a deep fine leg. Given how big the boundary is, those are easy twos with the correct amount of timing.
Ooh! Bit of length there from Cody Yusuf, and Moonsamy's eyes lit up. He saw the opportunity to smash that through the covers. Lovely away movement by Cody Yusuf. Just watch this replay.
Even from the hand, Ken just going away and even going against throughout his bowling stint. Yes, he's gone for a little bit of a tapping in this particular innings, but he's gotten reward for his hard work as well in taking those 2 wickets.
I think the Lions will forgive him for conceding a few runs. He's their strike bowler really in this match, and that'll be worked to the deep square leg for a single.
Not completely timed by Rivaldo Moonsamy. That time, ball coming back in, straightening with the pads. Saw how dangerous Delano Potgeta was with those particular deliveries. Cody Yusuf, he's had those ones that jump up from a length, good short balls, at times attempted the Yorkers. So he's been using his whole array of skills here as Yusuf.
Lifter nicely handled by Makanya, and again quickly through for a well-judged single. 69 now to Makanya. 177 for 5, and the lead is Nelson, 111.
That lead showing exactly what these two have been doing ever since the break, just taking those ones. That one was a cheeky single, a very good single as well to be added onto that.
Oh, just dropped short of gully. It was an awkward delivery from Cody Yusuf. He tried to play. He might have been better off just dropping the gloves.
Those are the deliveries we talk about with Cody Yusuf. That extra bounce that he generates because of those risks. He was at home, Moonsamy. Did nothing wrong, not doing too much wrong, but he tried to use those risks, actually. Almost caught him off guard.
I I suppose he did well to get it down just short of the gully fielder, but maybe if he could have left it, it would have been a safer bet. But he survives. End of the over, 177 for 5.
It's good bowling from Cody Yusuf because there's that box right underneath the eye line where the batter normally feels safe in playing the balls. Like, I have it underneath my eye, I can steer it wherever I want, and also you have the luxury of playing the ball late if you're playing it under the eye. The ball was under his eye there. It's just that little, that extra bounce zip that Cody Yusuf is able to get.
Got a bit big on him, and it was just about on off stump, so it's a difficult delivery to play. That's why I said maybe the leave would have been the better option.
Probably thinking about what if it comes back and I air it onto the body now.
Easier said than done. And Bjorn Fortuin has brought in a silly point now. We saw Sibonela Makanya quickly get on the front foot against him in the previous over. So maybe they just want to take his feet away from him a bit here. Stop him from just lunging forward. And straight away, he wasn't as far forward with that delivery as in the previous over.
He might find himself in no man's land, thinking, do I go forward, do I go backwards?
That'll be the plan. I'm pretty sure you'll see an arm ball somewhere in this over.
That is, of course, Bjorn Fortuin's ultimate wicket-taking delivery. Just turns it away, keeps it very straight as well, does Bjorn Fortuin. And then all of a sudden, that one outside the off stump, where you don't know if it's going to beat your outside edge or your inside edge.
Nice footwork by Makanya. Nicely played that. Yeah, it's Fortuin's arm ball, obviously it's a slightly flatter trajectory, and batsmen tend to misread the length, think they can play it off the back foot, and before they know it, they've got themselves into trouble. That's played off the back foot, but nicely by Makanya.
You can see instantly as well, Ken, like you were talking about, bringing in that silly point, looking to make Makanya do something different with his footwork, and already we've seen all the different types of things he's trying to do except to lunge forward.
Down the wicket, stumping chance. Rickleton is whipped off the bails with one hand. Makanya kicks the air in frustration. He's gone. Massive wicket for the Lions. Bjorn Fortuin has delivered.
What amazing captaincy and execution from Bjorn Fortuin. Disrupt your batter's rhythm. Change his footwork. Sibonela Makanya has been barely advancing down the track. This time, he felt like Mitchell van Buren's presence is just too much. Looking to go around him, but the ball does that for him. Ryan Rickleton, the easiest dumping you can get.
It's exactly as you said, Pendulo. The silly point just made Makanya do something different. He really just charged down the pitch there, outthought, out-strategized by the Lions. That was a wonderful piece of cricket by Bjorn Fortuin and his captain Dominic Hendricks.
Makanya's gone for 69 runs. A very good innings, a great innings. Just outthought, as you said, Ken, right at the moment when his team needed him to continue doing the work with the Rivaldo Munsame. It's 6 gone now. Went to multiply Titans on 177.
And you can see, hopefully this replay will run through, you can see straight away Bjorn Fortuin points at his silly point, acknowledging the vital role that field change played in the massive wicket of Sibonela Makanya. Corbin Bosch will now come to the wicket. He's got a very good record with the bat, averages 36.6 in first-class cricket. There are quite a few not-outs in those 45 innings, but he's a very handy player, is Corbin Bosch. If he can get 20 or 30 here and put on another 40, 50 runs with Rivaldo Munsame, that would be very, very handy for the Titans. Their lead is 111. Nelson has struck. Your feet were firmly on the ground, Indula Magubani, as we expect.
I don't know. Maybe I forgot. Maybe it was in the air and just Nelson didn't see me.
Straight away an arm ball from Fontaine. Oh, I think it was deliberate. We know where your loyalties lie, which is fair enough, where your bread is buttered.
Oh, no, it's buttered in both ways. I'm a special kind. Ends over number 54.
So that means when you drop your bread, it always falls on the buttered side.
It always-
buttered side down, doesn't it?
You know, and I'm a man who is grounded, so I don't mind eating and living off the land. So even if the butter's on the ground, it's still gonna be digested.
Extra crunch. Don't mind extra crunch in the peanut butter. Not so sure about in the margarine.
It's gonna be an interesting flory flavor.
So, Cody Yusuf will continue to Rivaldo Moonsamy. A timely strike for the Lions after lunch. Oh, is that another one? He's driven flat-footed, he's edged it, he's walking off the field. Good catch by wicketkeeper Rickleton. Oh, goodness, 2 wickets falling in successive overs. Nelson has struck twice, and suddenly the scales swing back in favour of the Lions.
In just a blink of an eye, everything has changed. Rivaldo Moonsamy losing his wickets in the very same fashion he lost it in the first innings, walking on his drive, out of balance, looking for the one that is full outside the off stump and takes a faint edge through to Ryan Rickleton. He's gone, but this time through the hand of Cody Yusuf. And what an instant change in the game.
It's a poor stroke, really, by Rivaldo Moonsamy. We saw in the previous over that Cody Yusuf is getting nice shape away from the right-hander. You see there on the replay, the feet have not moved a bit, which is why then when the ball goes past him, he has to take a step forward. He's totally off balance, and he's got the edge to a full delivery. Oh, goodness, this game is just delivering twists and turns all the time. Wonderful for the Lions. 177 for 6 now. The Titans, as they are going to have a drinks break.
Oh, the water is going to feel like it has mountains of sugar in it for the DP World Lions. Moonsamy, the dangerous bat, is gone for just 23 runs. They are going to be happy. It's tough times here. 2 wickets very quickly here for the Momentum Multiply Titans as we take a drink in SuperSport Park. Great calls. Those are amazing calls. Bloody hell, those are good.
Welcome back to SuperSport Park, where we're just catching our breath of it. Pendulo and myself. Wow, what a passage of play. 2 quick wickets for the Lions, both set batsmen out. And so we have Corbin Bosch on naught and Dayan Khalim on naught at the crease. The Titans lead by 111 with just 3 wickets in hand. Suddenly, Cody Yusuf has just removed Moonsamy. Here he comes in again. And struck on the pad, Dayan Khalim, maybe just a bit leg side-ish, maybe a bit high. belief coursing through the veins of the Lions again. They are rampant. They are roaring here at SuperSport Park.
1 wicket. You want to come in as a new batter and just hold strong for your team. All of a sudden, there's 2 wickets. What a good bowling performance from Cody Yusuf. Deserves his rewards.
On the shorter side and just slapped by Khalim. Good tumbling fielding by Delano Potgieter at mid-off.
You know, it would have been a different situation for the Titans if they'd lost the wickets of a Corbin Bosch juxtaposed to a Rivaldo Monsami in this current situation. Yes, the Lions would have been happy that, yes, we got another wicket, but right now it's a whole different swing of the scale with losing 2 of your set batters.
Nicely steered. Oh, a bit of confusion in the running there. Probably the right call by Bosch to send Khalim back. He's anxious to get off the mark. So we had a partnership of 49 for the 6th wicket between Makanya and Munsami. And you just felt the Titans were looking comfortable. They were probably confident of getting that lead up towards 200. And then suddenly both set batsmen dismissed, as you said, Pendulo. And now they're struggling to get 150 ahead.
The one thing that's going to give them a little bit of confidence is the fact that both of these 2 batters played pretty decently in the first innings. They both contributed with scores of 20, 15, I think Corbin Bosch had.
23 and 21.
So both players, both being in the 20s. Merrick Bretts contributed with the 15 runs. So the lower order did show some resistance a little bit, contributing over 50 runs amongst each other. So these 2 can still bring something for the momentum multiply Titans.
Nicely driven, but Potkin, oh, there could be a run out. Khalim has gone, he falls and he stumbles, and a direct hit by Cody Yusuf. Oh no, disaster for the Titans. What were they thinking?
Oh,
Corbin Bosch just stood at his end. I mean, Khalim almost made it all the way to his end. And Delano Potgieter was on the ground. He threw the ball to the bowler, Cody Yusuf, who then scored the direct hit. But, oh, goodness, the Titans have now just thrown away another wicket. The curse of Nelson at 3 wickets with the lead on 111.
that is inexplicable. There are no words to explain what has just happened. Dayan Khalim, Corbin Bosch was completely not aware of what was happening in the match. Khalim was at home. That shows that the single was definitely there. He was nearly back in his crease. If he didn't slip, he could have made it back.
It was charm all around. When he realised Bosch wasn't budging, he turned tail and headed back. You'll see it here. Taking the wrong way around, trips over his own feet. Oh, that horrible moment when he was losing his balance and he could tell. Oh, my word. Oh, never mind Panic at the Disco. It's Panic at SuperSport Park.
Oh,
And the Lions have taken a 3rd wicket without a run being added to the scoreboard. 177 for 8 now.
what a collapse. Reminiscent of what happened yesterday with the Lions themselves after they were in the 290s. They lost 5 wickets for just 2 runs. But this is complete disaster, and the effect of what a wicket can do just turns around the pressure. You feel like you have to score, but Corbin Bosch was completely ball watching, not seeing his man, because there definitely was time.
Off the pad, he's at least forward though, is Corbin Bosch. His heart must be pumping after being involved in that run out. He was looking at Khalim, but it just seemed to like a deer caught in the headlights. In that situation, you've got to trust your partner, who's running to the danger end anyway. Bosch should have been on his way immediately.
And it was a poor throw.
Yeah, well, Potgieter was on the ground, having made a diving save. I think there was definitely a single on there. He was deep. He's at deep mid-off on the ground. We saw there was no way he was going to throw straight to the wicketkeeper, which is where Bosch would have been running.
And even on top of that, Cody Yusuf threw a poor throw to the stumps, which he was lucky that it shaved the bails and got the bail off.
I think Rickerton was up to the stumps, so anywhere in that vicinity probably would have been all right, especially since Khalim was in on the ground, having lost his footing.
What a complete disaster. But here,
From being slightly ahead in the game, one felt the Titans are now well behind, leading by 111, just 2 wickets in hand. Rosh giving himself a bit of room. It's nicely played, but quick work by Dom Hendricks in the covers. Lions captain, he's got a bit of a strut now to his step, doesn't he? Some excellent captaincy by him, brought the breakthrough, and they've added another 2 quick wickets to that.
of course, the team is going to have a little bit of a spring. Even the man standing at fine, and that third man is having a little bit of a talk. What an over! What a period of play, Ken. 111 still on the board is the lead.
How this wonderful game changes so quickly.
This was the point. That's
Did,
true.
Maybe Cody Yusuf got a call from, it wasn't actually wicketkeeper Rickerton who's up at the stumps, it was Wandile Makwete who got there first. So good game awareness by him.
Once a wicket keeper, always a wicket keeper.
Yes, keen to get behind the stumps again, Wandile.
But the DP World Lions, they definitely laughing now, roaring at the top of each cliff in the jungle. We've made it home here at SuperSports Park, but they are yet to bat, and we've seen treacherous demons in the wicket.
I think that if they do wrap this innings up quickly, they'll be happy to start their innings in sort of mid-afternoon in the heat. When perhaps the ball won't do as much as it will in the last hour of play or in the morning tomorrow. Still 55 overs left today, so if the Lions wrap this innings up quickly, then you know they could well chase down their target today still.
It was so crucial for the Momentum Multiply Titans to do some damage control in this session. They lost 3 wickets in the first one. At most lose 2 in the second session.
Oh, well bowled by Cody Yusuf. That's too good for Merrick Brett.
And that 4th is lingering around the air now. 4 slip fielders, all just waiting for a Merrick Brett's mistake or a Cody Yusuf genius delivery. And it's a tricky situation now for these batters because they need the runs. It's not a matter of survival now. They need to score as well.
Oh, again, goes past the outside edge. It is the sort of pitch where you just feel that there will be a ball with your name on it at some stage. So, quite right, you do need to take advantage of any scoring opportunities.
My goodness. This is not what I was expecting, the way that the partnership between Makanya and Munsami was developing.
It looked like it was going to be a bit of a grind of a session for the Lions to try and get the breakthrough. And that's nicely steered by Merrick Brett towards the third man boundary, and it crosses the boundary now. So he's off the mark with a boundary.
Finally, they get away from Nelson.
Yes.
They run away from that. Very good work from Merrick Brett at that time. Just getting on top of the bounce of the ball and using the pace that Cody Yusuf is giving him to just steer that expertly into that gap. The Lions are full on attack. Nothing defensive about their field.
Yeah, there's also a backward short leg in place. Good attacking stuff from the Lions.
Cody Yusuf has been good with the short stuff. Even the stuff that comes, that annoying area under your armpit. and around your hip where you're trying to just parry the ball away so that it doesn't hit you and get it behind square. But that is exactly where Josh Richards is standing under the helmet. Cody Yusuf has been dangerous.
He's in line with the stumps, really, I would say. So slightly behind the batsman.
Things are not easy for the Momentum Multiply Titans. Things are not easy at all. Cody Yusuf has taken 3 wickets out of the 8. Dilano Potgieter is yet to return to replace Cody Yusuf. If it's not him, it's Lutso Sipamla, who got 4 wickets in the first innings. So it's just threats all around the area. Remember, we were talking earlier about the supposed thinness of the bowling lineup due to the non-availability of certain players, but how all of the remaining bowlers have just taken up the mantle and stood up for the Lions.
As a unit, the Lions the last 2 weeks have been really good on the bowling front, and as you intimated, they're missing guys like Mareki, Ulifia. That'll be another single. Magala, yeah, he's been injured the whole season.
Sipamla only is making his way back now.
Yeah. Merrick Brett back on strike, thanks to our friend and leading statistician in the UK, Robin Isherwood. Just some biographical details of Merrick Brett. Went to Midstream College, which is, I think, fairly close to the ground here in Centurion. It's nicely cut to the deep point for a single for Brett. He has a highest first-class score of 69, so he does have some ability with the bat. Played for the SA Under-19 team at the 2020 Junior World Cup. Actually made his debut, his first-class debut that year. But in terms of playing for the Titans, this is only his 4th game for the Titans.
And showed his skill. He really showed his skill last evening. Right at the end, moving the ball. The wicket of 14 was beautiful. Pitching it right up there with movement away.
I liked his bowling, Merrick Brett. Yeah, he's a good line and length bowler. That's just going to be a 1 to the deep point. And as you say, just a little bit of movement to ask a few questions. Merrick Brett, he perhaps could be the sort of bowler who can do a Malusi Sabota job for the Titans. He's got a bit more pace than Sabota.
Of course, all of that was exemplified against the Dolphins.
Struck on the pad, he's on the back foot, but I think it's going down leg.
Bjorn Fortuin is the Lions' leading wicket taker, the 2nd highest wicket taker in the tournament so far. So, an extremely attack-minded bowler. Just looking to be drifting down the leg side from Bjorn Fortuin. Much quicker delivery as well. Very close.
Yeah, it's dangerous playing Fortuin off the back foot. It's a lot of LBWs, gets a lot of bold dismissals, does Bjorn Fortuin.
Is your pure definition of what an attacking spin bowler is, Bjorn Fortuin.
He can do both roles. I mean, even when conditions are not that conducive, he can tie up an end well. Oh, that's again Yusuf beating the bat outside the off stump. Corbin Bosch this time. Yeah, Bjorn Fortuin, certainly a quality spinner. At the start of his career, he kind of got a little bit pigeonholed as just being a white ball spinner in the limited over stuff. But in the last few years, he's really shown his skills with the red ball as well. That's a nice drive, thumping hit by Corbin Bosch, but the point sweeper will get around, and they just got one run there. So, Bjorn Fortuin in the Division 1 4-day cricket. Apologies, that's this season's averages. We've already said he's the leading wicket taker for the Lions, but he's taken 142 wickets overall at an average of 30. Again, steered nicely by Merrick Brett behind square on the offside, just a one. And 142 wickets then for Bjorn Fortuin in just 47 matches, averaging 30. And if one considers that he plays half his games at the Wanderers, which is not the most spin conducive venue, what it hasn't been in previous years, it's starting to go that way. That's a very tidy record indeed by Bjorn Fortuin.
It's amazing because normally you associate bowling averages of really good bowlers to be in your lower 20s, but that's more often than not reserved for your fast bowlers. Your spin bowlers do average over 25. It's only your rare exceptions where the all-time greats average below 20, 25.
100% right. Indula, yeah. An average of 30 is considered very respectable for a spin bowler.
I think that's also very important to understand why, because that's due to just the volume of deliveries that spin bowlers have to bowl in the 4-day game. You have to constantly you hold up an entire end for your fast bowlers to rotate, which means that you will go for runs. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're going for runs at an extreme rate. You can go for 100 because you've bowled 40 overs.
So I can tell you that Bjorn Fortuin, in those, what did you say, 47 Division 1 4-day games, he's only conceded 2.87 runs per over. So that's exactly what you were saying, Indula. He's bowled a lot of overs. And that is the end of the 59th over here at SuperSport Park. Titans 186 for 8. They lead by 120.
Happy situations here for the DP World Lions. But Corbin Bosch and Mary Brett just pulling the chains a little bit from the Lions. They're trying to tug in this war. It's not easy though.
Well, it was a bit like the Titans' boat capsized for a few overs there when the lead was 111. They've maybe got it right side up again. Bit of interest from wicketkeeper Rickleton. Brett perhaps missing a sweep there, bit of pad, maybe a bit of bottom edge as well. Bowler wasn't interested.
Love how he's eyeing them down. There's a demeanor about Bjorn Fortuin that says, I just want to get you out and I don't care, I'm the boss here.
He means business, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He definitely exudes that. Lovely man off the field, Bjorn Fortuin. Quiet, a bit reserved. But yeah, you can tell there's a steely determination there. Someone who probably deserves to have played a bit more international cricket. But, behind Keshav Maharaj and Tabraiz Shamsi in the white ball pecking order. Maharaj again in the test team, keeping him out. More flight there, but So one more ball to go in this successful over. Cody Yusuf, Junior Dala has
Now
struck,
we are
and then
muted.
we'll have a commentary change. Gert Maloney will be back with you. And he will accompany Pendulo Magubani up until tea, with the Titans teetering on 195 for 9. They lead by 129.
What a situation. What a session so far. Absolutely destructive from the DP World Lions. Taking wickets willy-nilly. They've taken 4 in this session. They just need 1 more now. Bjorn Fortain, he has the ball in hand and already has a wicket, to no one's surprise really. He's absolutely denying them all forms of scoring runs. He's only gone for 8 in his 7 overs. That is ridiculous. And he has been swept away. What a blast shot there from Corbin Bosch. Wonderful. It's 4 runs as they move to 199, Gert Maloney.
Thank you very much. And yes, coming in with that sweep shot, I kind of feel that I'm going to be the person just sitting down and then standing up again. Only 1 wicket still to get for the Lions.
Get your squats in for the day.
Yeah, why not? It is going to be a very riveting finish, one must add. 133 lead.
And luckily enough, they've moved away from that 111 lead, which cost them 3 wickets. Corbin Bosch is now with Junior Dala, and it's going to be a situation where we might see Corbin Bosch trying to farm the strike.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those situations where the longer they bat, the better for the Titans. But also the new ball does give you that opportunity for wickets. So it's still going to be a very interesting finish. I don't think the Lions will feel that they're out of the woods yet. 199 for 9, all the 9s up. Junior Dala, we know, can hang around a long time.
And that's what he's going to need to do here. He'll be given 2 balls against Bjorn Fortain. They've removed people under the helmet, and as we speak of that, Mitchell van Buren grabs it, and it's 200 runs up for the Momentum Multiply Titans.
Yeah, 200 in the second innings, 227 in the first. They would love to get just past that first inning score of theirs. Another 30 runs here over that 150 mark. It does give you a bit of a psychological heads up. Still 50 overs left in scheduled play today.
And it's so easy, more often than not, to just see a drop in intensity from the bowling team in terms of their field placings and in terms of the just execution of the plans, because you feel like the job is already done. I feel like here, as the Lions, you can just go full on attack to both batters, considering the fact that they're still new. See, now he's just able to cut it well. There is protection, though, right at the deep. That ends over number 62 for the DP World Lions. The Titans on 202 with a lead of 136.
I tend to agree with you. I would love to see them a bit more attacking, especially with Bjorn Fortain. Try and hit them over the top, try and go for 1 or 2. Just see what the intent is, because once you see what the intent is, you can work out a plan. But they've gone a little bit defensive with the spinner and a lot more attacking with the seamers. And Cody Yusuf's tail is up. Oh, man.
He's not going to mind being attacked, Cody Yusuf. He's already gone for 74 runs, but he's reeled that economy rate back because most of the runs he conceded were in his first 12 overs. And right now, he is on a spell of fire. 2 slips, a gully. In comes Yusuf.
He had the tendency to drag it down leg a tad, and he's also searching for that 5-er. He's looking for that 5th wicket, so you want your team to pick up wickets, but you want to be that person to pick up the last one if you're on 4.
The 5-er is such a rarity. It's so few and far in between to get those. He has 5 balls to Bosch. And Bosch is just standing upright. He's looking to getting a little bit more and more comfortable. His shots are are starting to flow here, Corbin Bosch.
And you can actually see that because they've just spread out the field for Corbin Bosch. They do have this 2 slips in the gully there because of the extra bounce that they do extract. But everyone else is kind of hanging about 5 meters from where the circle would be in a white ball game. They've got the 3 men on the boundary, the fine leg, the deep square, and also the deep point.
Goes in straighter here, does Cody Youssef. Can see the ball just nipping back into the right-hander off the seam. The mid-on and mid-off are very deep. They don't mind giving Corbin Bosch the single because their target is Junior Dala, who's now on strike.
Yeah, he's the new batter to the crease. We mentioned before, he can hang around, but it's very difficult on this deck to get in. As a new batter, it does seam around a bit, it does move a bit, it does have that variable bounce. So it's very hard as a new batter coming in to settle yourself.
Ooh, good hands though from Junior Dala. Very good hands. Just guiding it down to that vacant space between point and the slip cordon. I've seen Corbin Bosch use that space very well actually, because I mean, if the ball is going to be there, might as well just try to take it because you need the runs to flow because you want to create a solid target.
Yeah, it's not about survival now. Both the teams want a result. So I think they would be unhappy with the amount of wickets they've lost. I don't think so, I know so. Being 9 down, still about 30 minutes ago before tea. It's not the ideal situation, but this is now where the positive needs to come in. You get a crack at the Lions today already, and maybe put them under pressure, and it could just cause them to falter in that last session and the early morning session. So you almost have a crack at the new ball with a deteriorating pitch, and then also a fresh bowling attack tomorrow morning.
The worst thing is going to be that the flow of the innings is that or the match rather, is that we haven't seen strong top order partnerships starting the match. The first 2 wickets normally fall very quickly, so that's also going to be a positive, but something that the Lions will be hoping to change going into their final innings, because what we are seeing is that once a wicket falls, there comes a point where there is a collapse. There was a collapse for the Lions yesterday, a mini collapse today for the Titans as they see themselves remaining with 1 more wicket on 204, leading by 138.
Yes, and still a lot of play today left. Still 48 overs of scheduled play. Yesterday was overcast, and we didn't think we were going to get a full day's play in, and actually ran right up till about 2 minutes to 6. So very unpredictable. The Lion situation is, we need this wicket. In the next couple of overs before tea, we want to go into the dressing room at tea time, and we're going to bat afterwards.
Literally, it's 31 minutes past 2 o'clock local time here in South Africa. 29 minutes until the tea break. That's what the Titans will be thinking about. 29 minutes for both of us, Supatia, Corbin Bosch and Junior Dala. Please do it for us. But there's a man under the helmet and a man at slip. Bjorn Fortuin is getting tons of bounce and revolutions behind of that ball, getting some turn as well.
It is just very difficult to get in as a new batter. And the Lions doing a fantastic job to almost isolate Junior Dala, bowling at him the whole time. It is going to create a chance or two.
Slight chance or two. You saw that one being popped up into the air. You don't want to take many of those because Bjorn Fortuin is an excellent fielder and he can back up his bowling.
Anything within that 3-meter radius around him, you're in danger.
But you know, I can't help but think of what's going on in Sips Makanya's mind right now. We've seen Corbin Bosch and now Junior Dala just being comfortable on that front foot and not even minding that Mitchell van Buren is there under the helmet.
Yeah, that was actually the change in the shift in momentum, wasn't it? That was, and I also think that he was the one that just kept Musame going as well, because he found it a bit hard going. So he was kind of the level head. And he lost it a tad, and that kind of just shifted the momentum into the Lions' favor.
And you actually speak about him guiding Munsami. It was actually apparent when you watch every time Munsami just makes a mistake or he plays a rash shot, Sips Makanya will walk down the pitch, just give him a little bit of reassurance. And that speaks about these batting partnerships. That is not just about, okay, I'm aggressive and then you are slow, therefore we're a good partnership. No. Sometimes a level head keeps an aggressive head very composed and very balanced, and you are able to extract the best out of each other. The over ends, though. The lead is 139. 1 wicket remains.
Yeah, it's true what you're saying. That's why everyone had such huge respect for the batting coach of the Lions, in the great Hashim Amla. It's that relaxing presence, that calm presence that he always had in the changing room, at the crease, in the field. He was just that calmness personified almost. And then you look at his partner in crime, the bowling side. You have Alan Donald, who was a bit more fiery back in the day.
And that fire seems to have transitioned to the Lions bowlers. There's a difference. You can see it. There's a demeanor about every single one of them where they just don't mind going for runs. Just they want the wickets. They're looking to strike. And I dare say, when you're watching them play in this particular match, it feels like something is going to happen in every over.
One person that I've really noticed the fire coming through is Cody Yusuf, bowling at the moment. He is a very feisty young man. We've known it for a while, but it's just with the backup and with the knowledge that you get with Alan Donald guiding you through your career. I mean, that just really uplifts you and really lights that fire and that passion.
And you even look at Delano Potgeta, the areas that he was bowling were ridiculous. And the peppering of that area, not searching for wickets, just allowing the pitch to assist him, has gotten him the 3 wickets. Dare I say the value coming to Lutho Sipamla, who had even more extensive time to just work on his comeback. We've seen him during the previous matches when he was fit enough to just keep bowling, is that during the innings break, early in the morning, he's running, he's bowling, he's getting his rhythm flowing constantly. We don't know the tons of work he does when he's not on the field. So that presence of having one of the all-time great bowlers in your locker room giving you his knowledge. Ha, my word.
Oh, this one. Again, I love the area that Cody Yusuf is targeting at the moment, especially against Bosch. I don't think he's going to leave a lot. If there's anything round about that off stump or fourth stump line, he's going to have a full drive at it. Just brings those 2 slips into play. They do have a third man for the thick outside edge. They've got deep point out and then also fine leg and a deep square on the fence.
Oh, goes for a huge heave. But the ball just slowing down off the hand of Cody Yusuf. You see it not even reaching Ryan Rickleton. Good variation from Cody Yusuf.
Very well bowled, very well disguised. You can see him going through the shot before the ball even reached him. Great slower ball. Now all that will play mind games on Bosch. He knows he's kind of key to get that over the 150, then over 160, maybe positively going over 175 for the Titans would be the ideal situation.
He's going to need to find a single somewhere. The Lions can allow this to go for 4, so they can have a crack at Junior Dala. But even if Mitchell van Buren was chasing that, he was never going to reach such a well-timed glance. It's 4 runs for Corbin Bosch, ending over 65. It's 210 for 9, leading by 144.
Lovely shot, and he's a very strong man as well. So every time he gets that bottom hand through the line, that muscle just hitting through the line of the ball, it is on this outfield, it will go for 4. You do get value for your shots, although he did go to the biggest part of the fence, which looks about a 75-meter boundary down there, where the other one's a lot shorter, looking at about a 60-meter.
And it looked so effortless as well from Corbin Bosch. A little bit too full, too straight from Cody Youssef as well. But that you did say, it's not going to be leaving much, Corbin Bosch, and so was the case. But here is Junior Dala having to deal with Bjorn Fortuin. And he's been handling him pretty decently.
Yes, he's been coming forward nicely. One or two oohs and ahs when he played back to the spinner. Not ideal, not in a coaching manual to play backwards to the spinner. Oh, run out chance.
That would have been very bad. They've already suffered a run out.
A ridiculous run out, to be honest.
That could have been another one for the Titans. Just walking down Corbin Bosch, giving a word. It was a good-looking shot from Junior Dala. When you go onto the back foot, it does allow you to get extra time to watch the ball, but you have to be so decisive on what you are doing once you saw the ball there. And that's what I liked about what Junior Dala there. He's not just going backwards and then deciding what to do. Exactly what he wanted to do and punched that ball to backward point. Single was going to be tight. Good call not to take it though.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing for them would be reading the delivery, because Bjorn Fortuin has got that slider that swings back into the right-handers. And that arm ball of his, if you misread that and you go backwards, you're going to get castled, or even the LBW comes into play as well. So reading the delivery, I think, is the most important thing for the batters here. As we see Junior Dala just adjusting some of the leg work.
It's actually what Kent alluded to much earlier when we were speaking, that Bjorn Fortuin does get a lot of his wickets LBW caught because of that arm ball, which also has a flatter trajectory, comes in a little bit quicker as well, because it all has to be disguised in some way or the other for it to be effective. He has 4 more deliveries here to Junior Dala.
You can see Fortuin just standing there in the crease, just asking him, are you ready now? Oh, that's the one. That's the one just coming into the right-hander. The hand saving Junior Dala there.
It's good stuff, this. Quick hands from Junior Dala, but you did say here, Gert, that he does have a tendency to keep his wickets, just annoy the bowlers. And bravely playing it late as possible under the eye. Good defensive shot.
You see Fortuin just having a stare down, maybe a word or two, maybe just asking some polite questions, like cricketers normally do.
That's really all what Dala needs to do. Allow the ball to just come into him. If you're not looking to attack the spinner, if there's not like an exorbitant amount of spin and patches everywhere, the threats lessen slightly, just slightly.
Yeah, it's basically the bounce that's the issue, not necessarily the spin. Fortuin does leave it nice and high, and we saw that one just giving it a bit more flight.
Ooh, getting it much flatter this time. The quick single. Why would you take a single? But he takes it nonetheless. Don't think that is the best way to go about this situation. Corbin Bosch, he's the leading run scorer right now on 14, the much calmer of the two. A risky single means Junior Dala will be on strike against Cody Youssef. Oh, that's the end of the over. 211 for 9.
Yeah, that was a bit of poor decision making, I feel. From Bosch, he should have taken the senior role there. He should have taken the strike. And we saw Vian Mulder just walking next to him, maybe just relaying his thoughts as well, as we see a change in bowling, as Youssef's been taken off, and would love to hear that conversation. He's on 4 wickets.
Here comes Dilano Borgeta. He tried his best. He bowled magnificently. What a beautiful spell of bowling from Cody Youssef. But Dilano Borgeta has also just been equally as effective. He's taken 3 wickets for 41 runs. Surprised that there's actually no Vian Mulder being used.
Yeah, he's been used very sparingly. Not at all in this innings.
But to be fair, the 5 bowlers being used have been bowling excellently. Malusi Siboto and Lutosi Pamla yet to get the wickets in this particular innings. It seems like they won't be getting their wickets if Delano Potgieter delivers what he's been tasked to do here. But Siboto has been absolutely brilliant throughout the course of the match, barely giving anything away. Lutosi Pamla was searching for his wickets. This particular innings, none to be found. Delano Potgieter, though, continues finding these edges.
Yeah, Siboto has been that one bowler that I think was underestimated a lot. Very unlucky, couple of edges, couple of inside edges, and also beating the bat, both ends, in and outside the bat. And also he was building pressure. Whoever he bowled with him could really attack because he was building the pressure. We all often talk about batting partnerships, but bowling partnerships is so important because that's what creates those pressure moments.
Oh, the movement coming back in from Delano Potgieter. Here's that variable bounce that the batters have to deal with again.
It's not just the batter that's dealing with it at the moment. The keepers are having a bit of a tough time as well. Munsami yesterday had a few on the knee, and that one also bouncing just in front of Ryan Rickleton.
It's not fun times. And that lead is nearing closer and closer to 150, which will be so good for the momentum multiply Titans. And what is good is that Junior Dala is just handling this situation. Good trust, I suppose, then, from Corbin Bosch, allowing Junior Dala to get his eye in. And everyone in the Sky Blues will be hoping that he gets his eye in.
Junior Dala, no muck with the bat. He can definitely hang around and he can hit a long ball, I think, but they'll be taking small bites. Taking this game now ball for ball, run for run. Want to get up to that small target. 150 will be the first target, then working tens after that, go up to 160, 170. Like I said, anything over 175 from the situation where they were in. They were in a healthy situation, then lost a cluster of wickets, lost their set batters, and now again approaching a 150 lead. It's a seesaw at the moment. Momentum still with the Lions at the moment.
These two have been batting for over 20 minutes now. In the same amount of time, we saw 3 wickets fall for the momentum multiply Titans. Junior Dala holding it strong. 24 deliveries he's been out there, and that's going to be the measure of the value of his innings right now as we come to a close to this particular session of play. How long can I stay out there?
Yeah, that's what you want. You want to keep them out there as long as possible. Delano Potgieter bowling 11 overs, 3 for 41. And the pressure's going to come in or being taken off Corbin Bosch. No one around him, everyone just kind of happy to give him the single. He's got a deep point. He does have a slip in and also a 45, a cover and a mid wicket.
There has never been an over where the slip fielder was absent for the DP World Lions. I wasn't commentating yesterday, so I cannot recall whether or not there was an over where the Titans didn't have a slip fielder.
No, this deck is definitely giving all the bowlers something to bowl at, and bowl with and work with because of that variable bounce. So the slips have kind of always felt that they must expect the ball every single delivery, especially with the seamers. We haven't seen much from the spin yet. Brewer's got a bit of turn for the Titans. Ferreira also 1 or 2 that bounced. 1 or 2 surprised him that he got turned from, but it was more surprising than anything else. I just feel this is a bit of a setup for Dala. He's going to have 2 or 3 in that area, and then the same area is going to be the slider coming back into him. I'm
surprised that he's getting to face so many deliveries right now. And Bjorn Fortuin is not attacking the stumps just as yet. It is smelling of that little bit of a setup, getting Junior Dala used to the ball being away from his body, which will create a gap between him and the bat. And this is the one that he's been looking for.
It's exactly the ball that I was talking about. Junior Dala misreading it, going back to that one, and that was the slider. And how did that miss?
Very close business. Good stuff from Bjorn Fortuin. Just darting a little bit too wide as well.
Looks like the bounce just took it over. Oh, that was so close, so close. Junior Dala survives. Fantastic news for the Titans. Lions will feel that they missed one there.
Lucky stuff to survive, Junior Dala. But he's been handling it well. For the amount of work he's putting in, 29 deliveries for his 5 runs, deserves luck every now and again on his work. The leaders are 146.
And Junior Dala has now faced 29 deliveries, and Corbin Bosch has only faced 32. Just shows you that they're happy to give him the one. And in between, Merrick Brett's also scored a 11. Useful 11, and then Khalim was part of that disastrous run out that we saw. That also with the wicket of Makanya, then Munsami went, and then that run out also just caused a big collapse for the Titans.
When it rains, it pours. It poured just a little bit at that moment in time for the Titans, but it seems like the clouds are fading away for them. Delano Borgeta, he has the ball, looking for 4 wickets for himself too. Oh, achieved that. Looking to go on the attack, Corbin Bosch. Good bait from Delano Borgeta.
Yeah, it's been very difficult to hit through the line. We haven't seen too many lofted shots over cover or even straight past the bowler whatsoever in this match. So that's why the mid-on and mid-offs has been standing so wide. Because of that extra bounce, it does make it very hard to hit through the line. And that he went for the big shots over extra cover. And talk about a bit of loneliness on the field. They only got the 2 slips remotely close to the circle.
That's why it's so easy for them to just get that single. It was a gentle push from Corbin Bosch. And like we've been saying, they don't mind these singles from him to allow themselves to bowl to Junior Dala. There's only 9 more minutes, which could be equivalent of 2 fast-paced overs if Bjorn Fortuin is going to be cutting them apart. Possibility of 2 more overs after this one. They'll be wanting to bowl to Dala all day, every day. Goes a little bit straighter, picks up just a little bit. That's where that Mitchell van Buren position would have come in very handy, because he's been there to take those catches.
But in this innings, we've seen the Lions almost having a silly square, where the Titans actually moved theirs around a little bit, closer to a 45 position that would assist those sort of deliveries a little bit better, because it comes off the hip, and it is flying a little bit uppish. The lead is 148, 2 to go, and the first milestone you feel for the Titans will be there.
Good looking shot from Corbin Bosch, a prancing pull, but straight to Mitchell van Buren. Probably looking for the space between the long on and the deep mid wickets. Would have easily gotten him 2 runs, but Junior Dala needs to deal with 2 deliveries. Lead grows to 149 runs.
This being a new ball wicket, as Dominic Hendrick explained to Ken in after the very first innings, saying this is definitely a new ball wicket. Oh, what a ball!
But look, the old ball is still alive somehow. If you continue hitting your areas, you love to see a balanced game. You love to see a game where both parties, both bowling and batting, you have to work hard in order for you to get your wickets. you cannot say that it's a bowler's wicket because you're looking at the figures of the bowlers. They are going for a little bit of a tapping, to be very fair, except for Bjorn Forten and Malusi Siboto. But because of their persistence, they are able to get those wickets too. Look at those areas from Delano Borgeta. You miss, I hit. But the connection is made from Dala. It ends over number 69. The score is leading by 149. Just a wicket remaining.
1 wicket remaining, and as I said, that 150 will be the first target for the Titans. Get up 150. And they feel they got a match on, especially with the new ball wicket. They can have a crack at them today still. It will be a fantastic effort if these two can actually carry on maybe a half an hour or even an hour after tea. What a great recovery that would be for the Titans. So you can add up another 30 or 40 runs there then with the singles that they are picking up. See a bit of a change in bowling. Uto Sepamla replacing Fortain.
Still wicketless in this match. Or in this particular innings, rather. How dare I say in the match? He's taken 4 in the first innings. And he's been absolutely smashing that area throughout the course of the day.
Yeah, he definitely was a big threat in that very first innings of the Titans. And immediately after that first ball, you can just see a change in the field. They're just moving everyone around to get to a very squarish third man, get the deep points almost to a sweeper and also an extra cover. Everyone moved out and pushed out to give Bosch the 1. And Sepamla, with only 2 slips and no one in the inner ring, still managing 2 dot balls.
Some way, somehow. It's what always amazes me. Such is the game, is that there's so much greenery, but some way, somehow, the bowler always gets the batter to hit the ball to a fielder. That's exceptional skill.
A lot of land for sale at the moment.
You can just take a look at how beautiful the SuperSport Park field is right now. And the ball finds a gap somewhere. Into the block hole from Sipamla, dugouts from Corbin Bosch. The lead is 150.
Very first target for the Titans reached. Now they'll work in small figures. They will go up to 160. They'll work in tens, this partnership. And this partnership is 21 runs. So great work done. Junior Dala contributing 5 of those.
To be very honest, given how the pitch is playing, these runs are a lot for the final wickets. They count so much. Oh, gets the shoulder off the bat. What a nasty delivery from Sipamla. It goes over the slip cordon. It's 4 runs. The lead grows to 154.
Valuable runs for the Titans, and what a delivery. And for Junior Dala, a bit of luck. It's the second time round that he's got something on it and flew over that slip cordon. But I'll tell you what, him being a bowler, he wouldn't mind seeing that bit of extra bounce. He's extracting it from that Hennips River end as well. So this is a fantastic partnership. 25 runs. And as you mentioned, it's been a great save because the Lions lost 5 wickets for 1 run in their very first innings.
Ooh, smashing that area all day is Luso Sipamla. That one's keeping lower than the previous one, but what a nasty ball that to receive. Junior Dala is actually happy that his hands, his gloves were not nipped there. It's always such a threat for a bowler batting, facing the spearhead of the opposition team, where he can kind of injure his hand and can't bowl.
Yeah. Getting those fingers jammed in between the ball and the handle of the bat. Especially when it's the digits. It makes it very hard to grip the ball then.
Ends the over though. 10 remaining until we see that new ball. The question is, are we even going to see those 10 overs come to play? There's 1 over remaining for us to see this particular session off. Delano Potgieter will come to it. The lead is 154.
Yeah, Delano Potgieter would love to make this the last over of the Titans innings. When they come out after tea, they would love to just start batting. And the Titans want to keep them in the field as long as they possibly can. Every single run important.
Delano Potgieter starting off with a nice straight one. Corbin Bosch is running like a madman because he wants that 2, and it's the 2 that he gets.
A lovely response from Junior Dala as well. Set off immediately, and you can hear the calls of 2, and just turned and came back, trusted his partner. Great running.
If that's what they have to do, that is what they should continue doing. There are 2s literally all around the ground. Get a good connection to the pacey delivery and run like your life depends on it. Oh, gets the edge, but it just dips below Ryan Rickleton, pushing that one a little bit hard. 2 pace and 2 nature bounce off the surface denies the Lions their final wicket.
Again, this ball just dropping short. And well short of Rickleton.
And it's such a risk to be taking a couple of steps up as the wicketkeeper, because the one-off shoots up and all over it, it's all in your face, all over your head.
We saw the ball from Sapamla that shot up and got the shoulder of Junior Dala's bat. So it's not a fun time being a keeper when the deck is variable like this one is at the moment. If it keeps low, it's fine, but I've seen so many deliveries just spit off this deck.
That is where you give compliments to your wicketkeeper and where you see the true value of their work. It's a good shot, that from Corbin Bosch. Mitchell van Buren is pretty quick, though, at deep square leg. Keeps it to 1. They evade double Nelson. And it's 2-2-3 as they lead by 157.
With the luck they had on normal Nelson, losing 3 wickets on it, I think that would be, superstitious-wise, very nice. And a 157, like I said, they'll be working in 10s. 2 balls to survive to tea.
Good leave. Corbin Bosch, he's just looking at the other end, happy with his work actually. He's gone up to 21 runs from just 40 deliveries. And he'll be happy with the work that Junior Dala is also putting in. We don't know what the conversations were in the middle, but whatever they are, they've taken this partnership to 28 runs.
And you look at the partnership and you feel that, but Junior Dala has only contributed 9, but he's stuck around for 36 deliveries. So that has been awesome and very well done to them.
To be fair, it's not a cold day or cool day at all. It's actually quite hot. So the Lions bowlers are feeling the heat, just knowing you have 1 more to take with 1 last ball. Well defended from Junior Dala. Great job for this final wicket partnership. Momentum multiply Titans will be extremely happy, but it seems as if we are carrying on. It's not tea just as yet.
Yeah, we might have our watches on the wrong way.
Because it's just 1 wicket to go. They're looking to see if they can grab it within the extra extended time. An extra 30 minutes is what you're allowed. So now Luso Sipamla bowls to Corbin Bosch.
Yeah, that is mostly up to the fielding team asking for that extra time. You can see the intent of the Lions. They do not want to come back and field after tea.
You know, the bowlers just want to have a nice, delicate meal and just sit and relax. They've been working so hard. And they continue working hard as Corbin Bosch exchanges a single. There's a possibility. Oh, there's no possibility actually. The 8 overs in 30 minutes. Doesn't look like one. That new ball might be coming in the new session if they fail to take this wicket in the next 30 minutes.
Now that new ball will be telling if they can just survive these next 8.4 overs. Got to feel that lead will go up to around about the 170 mark.
Nicely, but there's going down the leg. Slight appeal. Not too heavy. And umpire Bongani Jele says no.
I think it was more of an optimistic appeal.
Big positive for Lusosi Pamla is that movement coming in towards Junior Dala. Simple what you want to do with the tail ender. Target those stumps.
Just get that one round about that 4th stump line. Or even on off stump, maybe have it crash into leg stump.
Something along those lines. But Dala looks to be well equipped to deal with them.
Yeah, Dala's doing a fantastic job. He's faced 39 deliveries already, and that's what I said earlier. It's not just the amount of runs that he's going to get, it's the amount of deliveries that he can survive and stick around with Bosch. Because that's what's keeping the scoreboard ticking at the moment, with that partnership of 29 for the last wicket, proving to be a bit of a thorn in the side for the Lions.
Oh, getting a slight inside edge into the pads. Much better area from Lusosi Pamla.
Yeah, that was a much better area. You must just stay patient there. Don't go searching too much. Just stay there, stay patient. With that ball already, you can see that there is still something there. And the ball is already almost 72 overs old. And there's still a bit of movement off the deck. So imagine a new ball with a presented seam. Oh,
Goes a little bit shorter. Would have been happy with a replica of the previous delivery from Sipamla, but he's the professional. Ends over number 72. The lead is 158.
yeah, it's 2-2-4 for 9. One more wicket for the Lions is what is required for them. Sipamla bowling 14 overs, conceding 45 runs and then 9 fours in that spell of his.
Delano Borgeta. He's here with the ball. West lane end. It seems like the chatter from the lines is not as loud anymore as well. Just a little bit more quiet. The body language is not speaking hunger, hunger, hunger. Let's go, let's go. What they don't want to do is fall into that trap of going through the motions and just waiting for something to wake them up.
You can see everyone just coming in. I like this. Getting a little bit more attacking. Do not give him the one. Let's see if we can. We're struggling to get Junior Dala out. Maybe let's get Bosch out.
Oh, nice nip away. Good delivery. I just kind of feel, though, Gert, that they left it a little bit too late to attack Corbin Bosch. They took 3 quick wickets. You don't let that momentum slide because of a reputation or because you are hungry for the next wicket that has just come. You take what is there. I feel like they just let him slide a bit.
No, without a doubt. I'd love to see more attacking to Bosch from the get-go.
Just goes into the attack, does. Delano Borgeta has been phenomenal attacking the stumps. Didn't get to the pace of the ball, did Corbin Bosch there. Do not tell us that now there's a pure two-naturedness off the wicket, because that's going to make the job quite hellish for the batters, as if it hasn't been difficult enough.
We have seen in the latter days that pitch does get too paced.
Goes for a big heave. Might go over the man at mid-off, and it indeed does go over Malusi Siboto. That's it is. Not getting a pure connection at all with that ball.
And that's what this field will just do to him. It might just get him a bit claustrophobic and say, listen, I'm going to push you back once again, and I'm going to go for the shot. Every run that he scores is crucial. Every ball that Junior Dala can survive is crucial. And those ones and twos is exceptional.
Nice opportunity created from Corbin Bosch. No opportunities of Junior Dala except for a wicked edge on top of it, the shoulder of his bat. Delano Borcheda, he's on the hunt for his fourth.
Yeah, Cody Youssef, his other partner, also taking 4 wickets.
And if you just do it there, just stick it there for as long as you possibly can. We saw with what happened with Corbin Bosch, just the consistency. Felt like, yeah, here's something that I can work with, almost giving his wicket away. And that is a good area to Dala. Just keep him defending, keep him fishing for the ball. The one that nips away that Borcheta has might come into the picture. There it is. But just not carrying again to Ryan Rickleton. Survival for Junior Dala. Over number 73 completed. The lead is 159 runs.
Yeah, closing in on that very first target. Like I said, they'll be working in tens. After getting to 150, they'll say, all right, let's go to 160. After that, 170, taking small bites. And every run scored for the Titans is crucial. The Lions have to bat last on this deck, which has not proven to be easy to bat on. So compliments to Josh Richards, scored his 100. Vian Mulder scored a 55. And Makanya looked like he's playing on a different surface as well. He scored his 69 in quick time, striking at nearly 75.
Getting movement back in is Lusa Pamla. Look at that. It's Junior Dala who's confident enough to make the call and ask for a single. Just watching that the Lions have actually won 1 game in Division 1 here at Centurion, having played here 8 times. Just 1 victory. Man, will they want a second one. Goes for the hook shot, does Junior Dala. There's a man standing behind square.
Yeah, and what a victory it will be. It will secure them a place in the final. So what a time to pick up your second victory at SuperSport Park. And what a comeback it will be for the Titans if they manage to jag. I think that will be the 3rd game from where they are behind the 8 ball a little bit. Dragging it back. 160 the lead now.
Comeback Kings. Ooh. Good stuff from Lusa Sipamla here. Really good stuff. And other good stuff that's happening around the country is that Western Province have completely annihilated the Hollywood Bets Dolphins. Completely destroyed them. They've been bowled out for 131 runs. Oof, that is nasty.
And those were the top of the log going into that match. Coming down to Cape Town.
the equation really does become tricky now. The Hollywood Bets Dolphins, even if a draw, even if they drew, they still had an opportunity to make it into that final. Now it dwindles.
Now there's a lot of math that goes into.
And I'm sitting here trying to think, do I have the capabilities to calculate it in my head right now to give you the numbers? I don't think so. But what we can say is that one of these teams has to win. Gets the edge straight into Joshua Richards' hands at Gully, and it is done. They asked for 30 more minutes. It took them 13. Luto Sipamla gets his wickets for the innings. He has been searching for it as Junior Dala's survival chant comes to an end.
After 46 deliveries, the 47th, taking his outside edge, taking the wicket, and a lovely catch low down. We've seen the balls dying on the slip cordon so many times. 226 all out, 227 in the first innings, and 160 is the lead. And when we come back after tea, it would be the Lions that's going to go for the win. We're going to have a result in this match. Either way, the Warriors would hope for a bit of rain maybe tomorrow, because a draw here would give them a bit of a chance through the back door. But it's going to be a fascinating last session.
What a change in fortune. And it all started from that run out. All that run out changed everything. And here we are now. The Lions have been consistent in their bowling. It's been 3 consecutive innings now where they've dismissed a team in the 220s. And they now need 161 runs with just under 40 overs remaining for the day's play. They take tea. Oof, I don't know what's going to happen. Neither do you, and that's why you need to keep watching on Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel as we bring you what is ought to be a climatic end of this de facto semi-final between the Gauteng rivals, Lions and the Titans.
bat has been knocked out of Josh Richards' hands. I think he hit it high up on the bat, and it's given him that horrible sort of lamey feeling up the arms.
Yeah, it's on the splice there, and you almost feel like an electrician there, but a 220 going through the hands.
The epitome of a heavy ball there from Corbin Bosch. Ends the over well, good over, made an over. And Junior Dala, fresh off a wonderful first innings performance. It was the first time he's taken 5 wickets in an innings in Division 1 cricket.
Wow.
Career best figures for him of 6 for 58 in 17 and a half overs. And he'll want to pick up from there. And also he has the confidence of, well, he and Corbin Bosch doing a very good game, doing a very good job with the bat.
Yeah, hard to believe that Junior Dala hasn't taken a fiver before.
He has at semi-pro level, but not for the Titans in 4-day cricket. Before yesterday.
Fantastic work. Taking half a dozen of wickets. Bowling with 3 slips, a gully. And you got to feel that the Titans are going to go all-out attack. They know they're not going to restrict the Lions.
Bit of a wild start by Dala. Great take by Rivaldo Munsami.
And keepers will have their work cut out for them as well, because the ball is nipping around, is dying on you as well. And that slip cordon must be very careful not to stand back too far, and also not to get too close because of that variable bounce.
Yeah, it's a tough. Some tough decisions need to be made behind the wickets. I just want to give a shout out to Ryan Rickleton, who I think has shown what an accomplished wicketkeeper he is. Very tidy in those testing conditions.
Yeah, very harsh buys were given against him with the short ball from Yusuf that went flying over his head.
You mentioned not bothering with restricting the lines, but I think there is an element of, for the Titans, they don't want the Lions to get away to a quick start. They don't want to give them easy runs. No freebies. It's the only way the Titans are going to win this game is by creating a lot of pressure that leads to wickets. It's a good ball by Dala.
I just feel that the length is going to be the key. You don't want them driving at anything. And we've seen this pitch playing up a little bit. We've seen it keeping low over back of a length. So at the moment, I would just love to see them hitting that 5-6 meter mark, that back of a length, and just at the batter. Not allowing them to leave the ball either, just at them the whole time, in their face. That for the Titans would be key. And the Lions to absorb this first hour of pressure.
Oh, edged. It's gone past third slip. It bounced before him. And away for 4. Heart in the mouth moment for Dominic Hendricks, but he's underway. And the Lions have their first runs of the second innings.
Yeah, and first then again comes behind the wicket. Fantastic delivery by Dala. Titans feel they need just a little bit of luck. So does the Lions. Just that little bit of luck might just swing it in your favor.
Definitely on a pitch like this where deliveries can misbehave. We've seen a couple of shooters. So, yeah, luck will play a part, certainly. Steep bounce from Dala. Hendricks is a short man. He did well there.
And the key wickets for the Titans will be the man on the non-striker, Joshua Richards, scored 107 in the first innings. And then also no contributions from Hendricks. He only scored 6. Makwetu 5. Ryan Rickleton at 13. That's a key wicket. But then also the man in form at the moment is Vian Mulder. And then from Bieren after that, we've got one of those bootlace ones. It was back of a length. He was trying to play it on the up and just kept low.
Nicely turned by Dominic Hendricks behind square 4. They're coming back for the second one. It's easy to now with a misfield by Corbin Bosch. Dominic Hendricks coming off 100 last week at the Wanderers against the Rocks. A very gritty innings, similar to Josh Richards' 100 in the first innings of this game.
And we can see immediately they're talking to one another. And this would be also one of those targets. Those small targets normally are tricky because you tend to go in with, we can get this easy. And you kind of go in without a plan. And once you go in with no plan, that's when things fall apart.
So what do you think the Lions' plan will be?
Small bites. Small bites of the cherries, survive. Whatever happens in the first hour is fine. Let's just make sure the wickets column does not get affected. That would be the Lions' perspective. And then just exactly the opposite for the Titans. That wickets column needs to get affected as soon as possible. The new ball needs to do the work because it was a lot easier to hang around for the batters when the ball got a bit softer.
Corbin Bosch into Josh Richards. Playing and missing outside off stump. Richards, we noticed in the first innings, was batting on off stump and then kind of tries to get outside off stump. We'll keep an eye out for that. Yeah, certainly the Lions won't be too concerned how many runs they get in this first hour. They'll just want to get through it unscathed. See the new ball off.
And even if they are one down or maybe two down with the new ball, and ball then 16, 17 overs old.
Oh! Jagged the length back, but the same result, whistling past the outside edge of Josh Richards' bat. Nice bounce too from Corbin Bosch.
And you know that slip cordon is very vocal at the moment. Ferreira will be very keen to tell Josh Richards. Remember, this is not the first innings now. Pitch has changed completely. You're now house.
It has, but it hasn't. I mean, it's still the same characteristics on the first day. There's bounce there. There's movement. Here we go.
Fantastic bowling. It's just the patience that's going to get tested now. That's all that's going to happen. The patience will get tested. Who, again, like we saw in the Lions innings, that very first innings, who's going to falter first, the bat or the ball? Now it goes back to that same question. Titans bowling, 3 brilliant deliveries by Bosch. Do you need to try something different? You're beating him on the outside edge. The ball is still new. The bounce is still there. Keep doing the same thing.
Backward short leg in place now. Richards gets bat on ball. Quick single. Makanya, he's a good fielder. But Dominic Hendricks is very quick between the wickets. He gets home easily.
He might not be a tall gentleman, but he does move across the park very quickly. Does Hendricks.
Certainly for the bowling side, it is perhaps a little bit easier because we've seen in this match that if you get one wicket, a couple can follow quickly. Just today we saw the Titans lose 3 wickets for 0 runs. The Lions lost 5 wickets for 2 runs at the end of their first innings. So that's in the bowler's advantage. And if they stay patient, get 1 wicket, it can often lead to 1 or 2 more. It's going to be hard work for the batsman, that's for sure. Around the wicket to Hendricks. Wrapped on the pad,
get low.
He came it out! Oh, was it too high? It certainly looked straight enough. It came back at the left-hander.
Looked like that one just died a little bit on this deck. Umpire's call.
Maybe a fraction outside all stump as well. Dominic Hendricks, you can see they're just looking where he ended up. Ooh. I think height is an issue as well. Hendricks is a short man. A little bit on the hop to that. Jagged back at him from around the wicket.
I think the fact that he played backwards and that ball kept a bit low, might have felt that it's going to hit the bails.
Hit the top, yeah. He's a long way back, certainly. But, it's another one of those 50-50 calls you feel that could have gone either way. Dom Hendricks out. LBW Corbin Bosch for 6. Just the start.
Yep.
The Titans wanted a wicket in the 3rd over.
Yeah, the Titans would love 2 more in this opening burst of Bosch and Dala. They've looked the most threatening throughout. As we see Wandile Mokwetu coming to the wicket.
It was a good delivery from Corbin Bosch around the wicket. Nipping back into the left-hander. Wandile Mokwetu in the unaccustomed position of batting number 3 in the absence of Temba Bavuma. Big job on his shoulders now. He's got to try and see off this new ball.
He was one of the batters in the first innings that didn't do much damage to the scoreboard. He only survived 13 deliveries, hit 1 boundary, scored 5 runs, and he was a victim of Junior Dala. Now facing up to a very fired up Corbin Bosch.
Steps on a gully and a backward short leg in place. Oh, Mokwetu hanging the bat out a bit there.
Oh, that was
A bit of nerves, isn't it? It's very wide, but the bat was just drawn to the ball.
That's that movement just away from the right-hander. Just like a moth to a flame, just drawing it towards him. End of the 3rd over, and a very successful over for Bosch. 2 overs, 1 run, 1 wicket, and a maiden. And he'll be all sorts of fired up. And the same will be said from Junior Dala, who does not need a lot to fire him up.
He's a great competitor, Junior Dala. And after his wonderful bowling in the first innings, his confidence will be high. Funny thing about bowling, though, is you can have wonderful rhythm and everything aligning, everything perfect in one innings, and then you come back the next day in the second innings, and where's it gone?
Yeah.
It's a decent delivery to start off with.
Yeah, it's one of those things where once you've got your rhythm going, it's kind of very much spellbound. Because sometimes that first spell goes so well with no luck, and you feel, oh, give me another go, I feel rested, and then all of a sudden nothing works. And some days you're just too good for the batter, you can't buy a nick.
Yep, luck again. Certainly plays a part. Nice punch off the back foot by Josh Richards, square of the wicket. And that's going to run away for his first boundary of his innings.
Yeah, he struggled in the first innings. That first, I would say, 15 runs that he scored. And that's a similar shot that got him going in that very first innings as well.
He certainly looks a lot more comfortable in this innings. And that's what spending a long time at the crease will do for you. Getting 100 to his name. Suddenly batting just seems a whole lot easier. He spent 5 hours and 15 minutes at the crease in the first innings. Nice drive, a little bit uppish, but it bounces well short of the point. And we see a deep backward short leg, for want of a better description, maybe a very short fine leg.
But they do have a fine leg on the fence as well.
Yes.
So that's almost like a attacking 45.
It's definitely a catching position. Leg gully. How about that? Let's go for leg gully.
And yeah, Richards does look a lot more comfortable in the start of his innings than he did in the first innings. And also the Titans wouldn't mind him playing a couple of shots. Might just give them that opportunity that they're looking for. They can get both openers back in the hut. Oh, what a big bonus that would be.
Yeah, they'll want to bowl to Rickleton and Mulder with a ball that's still quite new. Darla in again. Ooh, bit of the inside half of the bat. Good fielding by Musa Twala. I fancy is under the helmet there. Scampered after that one to stop the single. Julia Darla's got he's got Rivaldo Moonsamy with the gloves on. He's like the mainland, and then we've got this archipelago of slips stretching out. 3 slips. There's a gap between. Certainly wide enough to be a 5th slip, and then also a leg gully on the other side. Good bouncer from Darla.
Yes. That's what I want to see, a little bit of aggression as well. That was one of the few bounces that the batter didn't just let it pass, and actually had to duck vigorously under it.
Yeah, well directed, and we did see Richards have problems against the short ball early in his first inning, so certainly something the Titans will want to test him on again while the ball is new and hard. 11 for 1 after 4 overs, and the Lions need another 150 runs to win. More than a day still to go in this match, and a place in the 4-day series final up for grabs.
And a possible home final for one of these two teams.
More than likely, yes. Oh, Bosch has hit the pad again. Was there a little inside edge?
Oh, Makwetu had no idea of that one. And I think the inside edge might have just saved him
I
there.
think so. He was kind of half forward, playing around the pad. Oh. But there were 2 noises, certainly.
You could see the way that Bosch just immediately after that appeal turned around. Could be that the umpire have just shown him that it was a bit of bat involved.
Looks like he was hit on the back leg as well. I mean, it was straight in front.
Oh,
Definitely saved by a little scratch. Wandile Makwetu. And he's off the mark. That's nicely steered through the gully for 4.
yeah, that's a way to get off. You saved your inside edge, saved you on the LBW shouts, and then a nice guide just past that point region, just to get everything going. And Makwetu, I think they feel that could be a hole to bowl at. He hasn't had the greatest of 4-day cups, and like you mentioned, batting at number 3 does give you a total different perspective on batting.
Down to fine leg for 1. It sounded a little bit like a thigh pad. Yeah, umpire Harris is tapping his thigh, and there comes the formal signal. Wandile Makwetu, he's been solid this season on his return to Division 1 cricket, averaging 34 with the bat this season, but as you say, that's mostly been coming in at number 6 or number 7. Very different coming in at number 3. New ball flying around, 2 express bowlers coming at you. 3 slips, a gully, backward short leg.
And also fresh bowlers. He might be coming in with that second new ball, but it's tired bowlers.
Yeah. That's confidently turned off the hip. Josh Richards will come back for 2.
I say again, they know they're not going to restrict this Lions batting lineup. They need another 9 wickets. And as you mentioned, more than likely a home semi-final or home final for one of these two teams. Everything to play for. Normally the pressure is on one or the other team to perform. With everything up in the air, both teams will feel the pressure. It's just who's going to absorb it the best.
And it is almost certain that that final will be against Western Province. On the bounce to gully. because Western Province have pulled off a magnificent victory in 3 days against the Dolphins, who were leading the log before they went down to Cape Town. They've been hammered by an innings and 259 runs. Bowled out for today for 202. Bjorn Hendricks took 4 for 22. Western Province enforced the follow-on and then bowled the Dolphins out again in just 37 overs and 4 balls for 131. Kyle Simmons, the left-arm spinner, taking 7 for 39. Nicely slapped by Josh Richards. That's 4 more, second boundary of the over.
Lovely shot, getting right over it, playing it on the up, and a great shot. There was not a lot of venom in that ball from Bosch. Kind of just put it down there, and a lovely stroke by Richards. And yeah, playing on a different deck down in Cape Town was the 2 teams.
Yes. And Western Province collecting a heap of bonus points. They got to over 400 in their 100 overs batting, and then a full house of 4 bowling points as well, 16 for the win. So they're probably looking at over 25 points gained this weekend on the log.
That's a massive gain, especially with that competitive top 5.
So they are probably on about 117, round about their points on the log, which means that a draw for either the Titans or the Lions won't be good enough. Probably, it might be good enough for one of them to make the final, but not to host the final. So a result needed here, and I'm pretty sure we will get a result. There are 32 overs left today. It probably won't happen today, but the result will come, but certainly tomorrow.
Yeah, that first session tomorrow will probably give us a indication of where the final will be and against whom it will be. Like I said, one party already, the Western Province, more than likely. And with that bowling attack, oof, it's going to be difficult.
Hooked away, up in the air. Moonsami's chasing after. Good catch, diving. He's got it. Well done, Rivaldo Moonsami. That's the second excellent skyer he's taken in this match.
Oh, fantastic catch. Getting the gloves underneath that one. I almost felt that he called for it a bit early because we saw Corbin Bosch was coming in as well. He would have had a bit more of a comfortable catch there. But Moonsami taking it on himself, and that is the second wicket down. And Makwetu is going back into the hut. As I said earlier, they kind of just felt that he's going to be the wicket that they're going to be targeting. And now it gives him that opportunity at Rickleton and another wicket at Mulder then with the rather fresh new ball.
Exactly. Too much heat from Junior Dala for Wandile Makwetu. I agree with you. I was a bit surprised that Moonsami was adamant that it was his catch. He seemed to be treading water at one stage. I was worried he wasn't going to get there. Corbin Bosch running in from fine leg, but very well judged by Rivaldo Moonsami. So, 22 for 2. Makwetu gone for 4. Hendricks out for 6. And there'll be a few nerves inside that Lions change room as Ryan Rickleton, the key batsman, really coming to the wicket.
I think this is a fantastic testament of where the 4-day cup this year was, the level that you feel comfortable but you're actually never safe on the log and in the game. And Ryan Rickleton's role is going to be so important with Richard. They need to settle all nerves. They kind of need to get everyone just settled down, saying, guys, this is how we're going to do it. We need to get a bit of a partnership going, because that's what they did well in their very first innings, is once a wicket has fallen, they managed to put partnerships together. Thus far, it has not happened.
The new ball striking again, and Ryan Rickleton will now take on that new ball. He has a fabulous record in Division 1 cricket, averages 54 in this level of cricket, 800 750s. And he really is just a quality batsman. Darla will straight away go around the wicket to the left-hander. 3 slips a gully. We still have that leg gully in place as well, because of the steepling bounce that Darla can drag out of this pitch.
Very similar to the first ball that he got in the first innings as well. That one just climbed a bit more than this one did.
He bowled well to Rickleton in the first innings from around the wicket, tested both edges of the bat. Got him LBW in the end. A close call. On another day it might have gone the batsman's way.
He survived 33 deliveries in that first innings. Scored only 13 runs.
It was a good battle between Darla and Rickleton, 2 Proteas. Oh, that's very wayward from Junior Darla, and he bends down.
And says, "Oh no," most likely.
Tarnation. He did not say.
No, never. Oh, those 3 slips, you can just hear them. They are just encouraging every single ball. Bosch is going to start his third over. He's still warming up, still just going through the motion.
Titans have had exactly the start. They would have wanted 2 wickets in the first 6 overs. Rickleton in against the new ball. Oh, beauty from Junior Darla, climbing past the outside edge.
Fantastic delivery. That is the danger for the Lions. Is not going to be necessarily the swing. It's going to be the bounce and the consistency of the bounce.
Or the inconsistency of that bounce.
And I still feel that Richards is a key. He can hang around a lot. He knocks it around. If they can get both openers back in the hut. Oh, a lot of pressure on the middle order. Because throughout this match, they were the ones that's been a bit vulnerable. It's been 1 or 2 of the top order batters always going through and sticking around, hanging around there the whole time.
I think the Lions middle order did a very good job in the first innings.
No, they did, but
So
that's
it was 51 for 3, and then we had partnerships of 95, 83, and 62 for the next 3 wickets.
But
So
Richards was still the one that was there the whole time.
he
So there was an
ever-present.
anchor the
Correct.
whole time, and that's the thing. In the first innings of the Titans, we saw a bit of a recovery again with the opening batter sticking around with Makanya as well. So that it's one of those things where you want 1 or 2 of these to go through.
Titans were excited about there maybe being a brush of glove there. Moonsemi got a hand to it. No, it's leg bias. Not a chance. 4 leg bias. Takes the total to 26 for 2. Lions need another 135 runs. When they get that required runs figure down to below 100, it will be a landmark for them. Always looks a little bit easier. Less than 100 to get.
But I still feel there's still another half an hour or so to go. They want to see these guys off. Then the next bowlers, like I said, the first hour, the wickets column is going to be the most important thing. They do not want to go into drinks losing 4 wickets. Even 3 now would be crucial for them, because it means it would be one of their star players, a Richard or a Rickleton that's back in the hut. So you definitely don't want to lose that 3rd.
Yeah, 2 wickets in the first 7 overs. You'd have to say Titans are on top at the moment.
And they'll take small bites of this cherry. So 135 to get. They say, okay, let's get it under 130. Then just work on the 10s from there.
Beautiful delivery.
Second time he's
Beautiful.
taken the bat out of the hand.
Yeah, rearing up at Josh Richards, and he's wringing his hand after yet another blow for the gutsy opener.
This is another battle that I would like to see. I know Darla and Rickleton has a bit of a go at them, but I would love to see Bosch and Rickleton.
Two feisty characters.
Oh.
Yes. There's a touch of the ginger about them both as well. So it certainly could be fireworks.
Oh yes.
Good cricket all around there. Good ball from Bosch and Rickleton. Firm defence. Not too much obvious progress on the large bank of thunder clouds that are dominating the southern skyline. They don't look too much closer to us here in Centurion. Good leave by Ryan Rickleton.
Immediately a bit of a stay from Bosch. This is going to be a very exciting battle. Just commenting on those clouds, the only thing that's happened is they've gotten a bit wider. Lovely, interesting shapes here at SuperSport Park in the clouds. And also in the clouds is the hopes and dreams of one of these two teams. The final, starting next week, Wednesday. The 4-day final. Is it going to be Momentum Multiply Titans, DP World Lions? Oh, it's going to be a great finish to this match. Munsami having a bit of a chat there with the umpire.
I wonder what that's all about. Still looking towards umpire Harris, who's having a chuckle. Of course, the cricket fraternity, but especially the umpires, are rocked by the recent passing of Murray Brown. Wonderful umpire, wonderful human being. Certainly left us far too young, and here at SuperSport Park as well. One of the stalwart scorers of Northern Titans cricket. Very sad to hear of the passing of Henny Erasmus.
Yeah, it's two of those gentlemen where you mourn their loss, but you also got to thank them and their families for what they've done for cricket, and for the families for allowing them to be borrowed to us and for the cricket community.
Two great servants of the game, no doubt. And we're having a bit of a surprise change of bowling here. I did see him warming up quite vigorously in the previous over from the Henops lane end. It's Diane Khalim who is coming on to bowl. Captain Sibanela Makanya does seem very enamored of Khalim with the new ball. He can be a useful customer when it's swinging. Let's see if he can get that going now. Bit uppishly, but there's no one close catching on the leg side.
He was very much off target in that first innings. He was bowling a full bag of Smarties.
Yes, figures of 15 overs, 1 for 81. Not his most impressive return.
A lot of those runs coming down the leg side, which was a bit of a concern.
Dug out by Richards. Khalim going very full there.
Junior Dala only getting 3 overs. Bowled a maiden, going for 10 runs.
I just think on this wicket, the biggest threat is, as you said, Kat, the bounce. And the inconsistency of that bounce. Someone who can hit the deck hard, express pace, get them hopping around a bit on the back foot. Odd one keeping low. I just feel that's a more likely avenue getting wickets than a swing bowler. Confidently driven by Josh Richards, but he won't beat Dala at mid-on.
Yeah, that could be kind of what they're looking for with Khalim, maybe getting one or two just to have that trampoline bounce, that tennis ball bounce, and then one or two keeping low. But he's not hitting the deck as hard as Junior Dala is, so he's not going to get that inconsistency like a Junior Dala would.
His method, and we've seen it here, is to bowl full and try and get the ball to swing. You know, that's his modus operandi. He's sticking to it. That's better. That's better. Dragging the length back a bit.
The only thing I can think of that Makanya might be thinking is 3-4 overs. Every bowler not letting the line settle against a specific bowler. That could be one part of it. I can't. It cannot be fitness because we know Junior Dala is one of the fittest players around.
That's for sure.
And it's not like he's moving gingerly.
Attempted pull, bottom edge, good work by Twala. Diving away at mid-wicket, stops the run. Bit of confusion between slip and Rivaldo Moonsamy on the throw. The slip, Dewalt Brevis nearly got in the way of the throw and nearly caused Moonsamy to miss it. That would have been a bit of a waste of a good stop in the field if Moonsamy had missed the throw and it then went for overthrows.
It'll be interesting to see if we're going to have a double change in the field.
Not. Corbin Bosch is going well, looking dangerous. Got to keep him on at least. But too straight from Khalim, and Twala's hearing off again on it. Good fielding again by the young man. The throw is a little bit too strong.
Because the reason why I'm saying that is I see Merrick Brett was patrolling down at fine leg.
And he was kind of warming up a bit as well in the previous over.
Good to see Bosch taking off the cap.
Yeah.
There's a reason why we wondered, because it's not often that your fast bowler would patrol the cover region, because the ball might go in that area and he's got to chase it. You want to give him as less work during overs as you possibly can. Bosch also a very fit young man.
Good catcher too, often finds himself behind the wickets. Was he a little bit nervous about fast bowlers in the slips with the risk of a broken finger?
Yeah, we got in a history of South African slip fielders, a la Graham Smith. A lot of fingers that's gone there.
Batting as well for Graham. Lovely punch off the back foot by Rickleton, but cut off by Merrick Brett.
I would love to see Corbin Bosch getting a little bit more aggressive, especially to Rickleton.
Yeah, every now and then he seems to go through patches where it looks like he's kind of bowling within himself a bit.
It's a kind of feeling that I've gotten in the last over, and even now as well. He was so fired up after the wicket, and then it kind of just blased after there. Just kind of just.
Maybe he's focusing on control. Could be that. His control has certainly improved through the years as he's got older.
Always some wisdom with the age as it goes on. Myself and Hussein spoke yesterday about batting age, and it's normally around about the age of 26, 27, 28 where you see a batter matures and plays best cricket.
Oh, even older sometimes. I would suggest some batsmen reach their peak in their 30s, early 30s.
There's obviously the exceptions to the rule. He did mention Quinton de Kock. You look at A.B. de Villiers maybe.
freaks. These
Yeah.
are the outliers. No doubt about it.
And even a Steve Smith, who's very unconventional but
Well-
effective.
Well, he started off as a leg spinner who could bat a bit, batting number 9 for Australia. So if that's not a late developer, I don't know who is. They had him all wrong.
Yeah.
He slowly made his way up the order and is now one of the most prolific batsmen of all time. That's nicely steered by Rickleton, but can't get it past Merrick Brett.
Two balls to go in this 9th over. In the second innings, you can just hear everyone still encouraging, still feeling that one more wicket here will put them in the pound seats.
Rickleton has faced 10 balls now without getting off the mark. Might be starting to get a little bit angsty about it. Some late movement there. It started off as looking like it could be a nice ball to on drive, and coming off the outside of the bat to cover, or rather to extra cover.
It was
Middle,
nice and
wide.
full, inviting the drive.
Yeah.
After this over, they'll be changing commentary. It's those deep voices that you normally hear in the dark corridors of Wanderers. Maybe too scared to go into those corridors.
And Rickleton will get off the mark with a quick single.
But you must never fear. It is only the voice of Pendulo Makobane who's going to join you, Ken, after that 9th over, 30 for 2, 131 to win.
Wonderful stuff. Thank you, Kat. Ryan Rickleton has his innings underway. Took him a dozen balls to get off the mark. Watch for big inning by him. Richards on 14. And Pendula, what do you think? How are the Lions camp feeling at the moment?
Not so bad. Not so bad. If you look at it historically, the form of Dominic Hendricks hasn't been the greatest in the season, despite his magnificent century at the Wanderers last week. Neither has Makwetu, who's batting in an unfamiliar territory at number 3.
Diane Khalim continues around the wicket. Beautiful delivery. Rickleton beaten on the drive.
Very good ball that from Diane Khalim. Some really good stuff. Getting Rickleton onto the front foot, getting him to play. That's what you want.
Didn't really move away this. It actually just came straight into the arm. Rickleton just missed it.
Leg inside the line of the ball is what saved his wicket, because nearly getting the edge on that one. But he finds the gap this time onto the pads from Diane Khalim. Valuable runs as the target falls below 130, needing 129. So going to what you were saying, Ken, about how it's feeling like in that Lions camp. 2 wickets gone, there's still 8 in the bag, 130 runs, whole day tomorrow. The idea is that from this point onwards now, you just look to preserve the wickets. You've lost 2. Rickleton has been good. Joshua Richards riding the form from his first innings. Rian Mulders in spectacular form. Mitchell van Buren is looking good from the SH20 right up until now. And the rest of the tail, right up until Sipamla actually can hold it strong for the Lions. So can't say they're too disheartened.
Yeah, you'd have to back the Lions from here to get 129 more, 8 wickets in hand. All it really needs is for one batsman to get going, one batter to get a 50, and the Redskins chipping around him, and that should be enough.
The one thing that comes to the advantage is time. There's no looming dark cloud of saying there's pressure. It's really none of it.
Yeah, just bat normally. They'll want to stay positive. They won't want to get into a hole. Don't want to encourage the bowlers to feel that they're on top of proceedings. So look busy at the crease, take the ones, get a loose ball, put it away, the usual things.
Not giving them anything loose. It's a big appeal from Dayan Khalim. Umpire Bongani Jele saying that is outside off stump, and Ryan Rickleton is saying it's too high.
Yeah, so just didn't really look out this one. Yeah, certainly bounces a factor. Might have hit him outside off stump as well.
Just seems like it hits him outside that off stump. Definitely pushing that back foot away from his body is Ryan Rickleton. Good delivery though still from Dayan Khalim.
Very good. Snake back at him. But I think certainly going over the stumps. That's a definite. Off stump. Touch and go.
Does not follow it up with a great delivery, but because there is protection, it's stomped by Merrick Brett. 10 overs done for the DP World Lions. They need 129 runs as the players take a drink.
Brian Rickleton would feel a bit of justice. He was given out LBW in the first innings. So a similar sort of delivery to that, but that one from Junior Dala kept a little low. This one, I think, quite clearly going over the stumps, and whether impact was in line or not is also an issue. But a little bit of stability for the Lions, rocked by 2 early wickets, but they've got to 32 for 2 after 10 overs, and we'll be back with you in a couple of minutes. Maybe outside or
Drinks break taken. 32 for 2. The Lions, if they win, they climb to the top of the long. Titans, if they win, they climb to the top of the long as well. So it is all to play for here. It is a home final over 5 days, and it's a huge advantage to grab a home advantage for a 5-day match. And
especially against a team like Western Province, coming from the coast. These two teams will want to bring them up to the high veld, test them on these, well, certainly it's Centurion, fast, bouncy pitches. Wonders we're not 100% sure what we'll get.
it's been changing up and down, has the Wanderers over the years, just like the bowling lineup here for the Momentum Multiply Titans. Junior Dala changes ends. Here he comes from the West Lane end.
Good to see him back in the attack.
Running up the slope, bowling to Josh Richards, and we were talking just during the interval, KG had joined us momentarily. Where's Junior Dala? How did he just bowl 3? And now we know why.
Yeah, I was surprised when Dala was taken off. To me, he's one of the chief threats on this sort of pitch.
His prowess is undeniable. 6 wickets in the first innings. He's already taken 1 here. Great shots in the air, and an even greater catch at backward point. Joshua Richard gives it away. Junior Dala returns and he strikes.
Got a bit carried away there myself with the excitement of the occasion. Josh Richards is dragging himself off the pitch. It wasn't a great delivery from Junior Dala. Short and wide, deserved to be hit. But he's picked up point. Oh my word.
Absolutely gift from Joshua Richards. He had such a good connection on that one. He had anywhere to play it, everywhere to play it, and he only could find Matthew Kleinfeld. He's gone for 14 from 31 deliveries, and all of a sudden, it's 3 wickets down for the Lions.
32 for 3. That anxiety will be growing again in the Lions change room. But the solid, reliable figure of Vian Mulder is coming down the many steps here at SuperSport Park. Coming to the wicket. Ooh, how big is this partnership now between Mulder and Rickleton?
It's going to be so important. But Joshua Richards, he is absolutely disappointed with himself. The chance was there to be the hero for his team. Now it's starting to go a little bit woo-woo-woo-woo for the Lions.
Nip and tuck time. There are a few things more frustrating than when you hit a bad ball right out the middle, right out the screws. You're thinking 4 and then, oh no, oh damn, I've hit it straight to the fielder.
And precisely straight to the man. Matthew Kleinfeld will hardly get catches easier than that.
Except it was a scorcher. It was hit very hard.
Very hard.
He had to cling on for dear life.
Oh.
But he did well.
Hence the disappointment from Joshua Richards as well, because he knew that he made a solid connection. He knew the ball was there to be hit. Junior Dala will be happy nonetheless. Vian Mulder. Every ball he's been seeing ever since the SH20 has been white, given how he stylistically constructs his innings with brutality. Here is Junior Dala. Oh, squares him up to just start the over, or start his innings. It's good stuff from Dala.
Backward short leg in place for Mulder. This is just what the Titans would have wanted. These 2 key batters in when the new ball is still fresh. We're just in the 11th over. Oh, what the Titans would give to get one of these 2 stars of the Lions batting lineup out early.
They have to resist now. They have to be strong, these 2. have to resist whatever temptations that the Titans throw at them. They have to withstand whatever pressure that's coming from the chatter, because the Titans are loud now. They are talking. And Junior Dala is riding that form. 3 wickets is big. There's still 27 overs scheduled for the day's play. 27 overs. 129 runs to win. And dare I say, those 7 wickets look closer than those 129 runs from how it started.
It's the thing with these small targets, isn't it? I mean, you go 129 more to win with 7 wickets in hand. Come on, that should be easy. But then you look at how the pitch is behaving and how 3 wickets in the first 11 overs. Fast bowlers are fired up. It's an awkward sort of target. It's a tricky one.
And you're also looking at the time left for the day, 1.5 hours. How do you tackle it? How much time do you give yourself tomorrow morning? Ooh, because Dala is bowling Jaffa after Jaffa after Jaffa. One of them was not a Jaffa, which is the one that surprisingly gets the wicket. It's the end of number 11, 32 for 3.
And that cricket for you. And just to pick up on one of the things you said now, Pendula, the Lions can't win the game this afternoon. It's too much of an ask to score another 129 runs in 26 overs, I would imagine. But they can go a long way to losing it if they lose a few more wickets tonight. So that does also make it a bit difficult for the batting side.
Such a tactical mind game from here onwards on how you approach the innings. 2 slips, a gully now for Dayan Khalim, who is on the attack. Still yet to see Merrick Brett. Merrick Brett's best bowling figures in Division 1 cricket does come in this ground and in this season versus the Dolphins, taking 5 wickets for 61. He's shown also in the first innings, taking 3 of those wickets, that he does, 2 rather of those wickets, that he does have ability.
He's looked good, yeah. I like what he brings to the table. He's accurate. He's moved the ball around a bit. Brisk pace, not express.
I know we were talking during the innings break. I wouldn't have minded, honestly, and I still stand on the fact that I wouldn't have minded seeing Junior Dala opening up with Merrick Brett, just 2 different types of bowlers. Coben Bosch was an excellent choice, nonetheless, by the Titans, as seemingly that he got the wicket too. But just shows the good bowling attack lineup as well from the Titans, that you can choose from any of these 4 and then they can deliver the job.
One thing is the Titans do have a bit more pace in their attack than the Lions, especially Dala and Bosch.
They hit the deck so hard. From where we are in the media center, you can hear the ball thud the crease as it goes onto the bat. And it's paid off so far. It really has. Ryan Rickleton has scored a 50 last week, 52 runs. Vian Mulder scored 150 in the first innings, is where that half century came from. Dayan Khalim drops one in front of the pads, whipped away from Ryan Rickleton. It's 3 runs. That deficit falls to 126.
Good chase by the skipper, Sibonela Makanya. Khalim just, every now and then he tends to get a bit too full. And again, someone like Rickleton, he's such a strong driver of the ball. Mulder as well. He's going to leak runs if he does that too often. And the direction was a bit of a problem there as well. Very leg stumpish.
Here, Dayan Khalim has to bank on the fact that Vian Mulder looks to go to the attack when he comes in. Gonna see what type of connection he's able to make. But like you said, can't be full. Can't be way too full to Mulder. That's the length, but those soft hands from Vian are able to evade the slip fielders. It rolls all the way to the third man boundary for 4.
Very nicely played by Vian Mulder. A good delivery from Diane Khalim, but Mulder just looked in total control. Straight to ground, nicely placed.
Boundaries hurt. Yes, we said that likelihood of the Lions chasing the score down this afternoon is highly unlikely, but they can make a far way in not just losing their wickets and losing their chance, but also they can go a fair way in making their morning short tomorrow.
Yeah.
And these boundaries really chop down a small target.
And yeah, you speak about boundaries hurting. I think the edge to third man boundary is probably the one that hurts a bowler the most.
We're talking about the idea of bowling one-day international lines and lengths just to ensure that you're trying to attack. As you see the end of over number 12, it's 39 for 3, still needing 122 to win. And we were talking about that score being so low, looking to bowl like one-day areas. This was just between the innings break when everything was silent. And I thought about the idea of having a third man. No, you're looking to get wickets, but also you just want to defend such a low score if you're looking to get those attacks, and I'm not sure if that is an idea that is worth considering.
It's funny, I'm a big fan of third man. It's one of my pet peeves that third man has disappeared out of the modern game. But the thought certainly crossed my mind as well when early on we saw a couple of edges go behind the wicket on the offside, go for 4. Defending a small target, you can't really afford too many of those.
And they're bowling very well here. Junior Dala, Corbin Bosch and Diane Khalim getting a thick part of the inside half of Ryan Rickleton's bat, evading the man at short leg, 2 runs.
I guess the only difficulty is who do you sacrifice to go and field third man? I sometimes think mid-on, if you take mid-on out and you're bowling offside line, you're kind of encouraging the batsman to play across the line to try and get it there.
Ooh, but he's attacking straight lines. Junior Dala looking to make full use of the man under the helmet in Musatwala. But the connection from the pure pace of the paceman takes the ball for 4.
Yeah, awkwardly played by Ryan Rickleton, but he got enough bat on it. And as you say, with the pace of Dala and the quality of the bat, it raced away to the fence.
It's good batting. This from Ryan Rickleton is not looking pretty at all, but it's all about survival, getting the ball to connect to the bat, getting it into the space as well. Placed it really well for how awkwardly he played it.
The leg side is actually being bolstered now. A man has come across from the covers to go, well, he was at mid-wicket, he's now being moved a little bit squarer and a little bit deeper.
I suppose with the areas that Dala is looking to bowl here, he's looking to make full use of the man who's standing at just be in line with the wickets under the helmet, looking to attack the hip, squeeze Ryan Rickleton. So you want to reinforce that leg side because we're hardly going to see driver balls right now.
Yeah, it's the angle as well. The right arm are coming around the wicket to the left hand, and the natural angle is towards the leg side.
Pushes it way too hard. Too much to ask for Rivaldo Munsami behind the stumps. 3 runs as 4 of them are given. Not happy stuff. They don't count towards the bowler's figures, of course, those 4 byes, but they do count towards the batting score. Therefore, they count towards that deficit.
9 extras already. We've had 5 leg bars, 4 bars. I think 4 of those leg bars were a boundary off the pad down to the boundary. So annoying runs for the Titans to concede.
That is good runs for the Titans to concede, and that is a great shot from Ryan Rickleton to give them those runs. They take it up to 50, and why I say it's good, it's because he's attacking the ball.
Superb job by Ryan Rickleton. That was as emphatic as you get. Junior Dala getting a little full and just walloped through the covers by Ryan Rickleton. Not much foot movement, but man, it was a very, very dominant stroke.
Cracking shots, and it's just in that space where they remove the man to reinforce the leg side. And Junior Dala now bowls the ball outside the off stump. It was a cracking shot from Ryan Rickleton. Ends over number 13. The Lions reach 50, and the deficit is 108 with 7 wickets in hand.
It's a bit of a problem, I think, for the Titans that the run rate achieved by the Lions is already 4.1 to the over, so they're just not really building enough pressure, especially on Ryan Rickleton. He took 12 balls to get off the mark, but in the next 16 deliveries, he scored another 15 runs. So it just helps the Lions. If the scoreboard keeps ticking over that to-win box there, it's 108 now, and at this rate, pretty soon it's going to be less than 100, which will be a nice milestone for the Lions.
Balls are too short, but there's a man standing at short square leg.
Khalim got away with one there. Mulder so strong on the pull.
I wouldn't be surprised to see him just manipulate the bat and hit it over the top if he dares receive another one like that.
Yeah, he could quite easily clear the man. Go aerial beyond Mulder. Hit a lot of sixes not that long ago in the SA20, so it won't be tough for him.
Goes a little bit wider this time. Interesting areas, but it's very important now that even though the pressure is on the Titans, that they don't go searching and searching and searching, because they're going to give those runs away.
Exactly. There's enough in this pitch that I think if you bowl in the right areas for long enough, things will happen.
And how often have we been seeing those balls split up from the length and keep low from the very same length as well? Pitch is literally asking you to hit the same area, and it's going to give you something different, which is not a pleasant for the batters. Just there.
Yeah, that's better by Halim.
Forces Fian Mulder to go do some gardening. Want to get some fruits, which would be a win here, which will guarantee a home final for the Lions. Which wasn't something that was in the cards 3 weeks ago. How the tables literally turned.
Yeah, and imagine how strong a position the Lions would have been in if they'd managed to win that game against the Rocks, which they dominated throughout.
You even take it back to their second game of the season against the Northwest, where just with 90 minutes left of play, Bad Light stopped the game and they needed around 46 runs to win the match. That definitely hurt them. Titans also suffered the same fate on the very same day, though. Against the Dolphins, they looked certain for a victory in that match, and Bad Light stopped play then. And that is a lightning shot from Vian Mulder. Doesn't even run from it. You heard from the crack of the bat and the thudding of the boards. It's 4 runs.
Just sounded so beautiful off the bat, that just sweet, sweet strike by Vian Mulder. So the Lions have only lost 1 game in this 4-day series. The Dolphins were the only unbeaten team going into this final round. Well, that record went up in smoke. They were top of the log as well, but they've been thrashed by an innings and 259 runs by Western Province. Sad end to the campaign for them. Titans also just losing one of their 6 matches before this one. But they had 3 wins compared to the Lions having 2. Lions have had more batting bonus points and more bowling bonus points than the Titans. But just that extra win, putting the Titans 6.5 points ahead of them on the log before this game.
So now all of those have just changed with the way everything has planned out and has played out across the country. Pietermaritzburg's wet outfield has been the casualty of the Dufferbet Warriors, who were 5th on the log, looking to get themselves into that final spot.
Yeah, they need to bowl the Tuskers out twice in 2 days, 1.5 days rather, and it's slow progress. The Tuskers are 158 for 4 at the moment.
Problem is with the Tuskers and their style of cricket is how resilient and resistant they are. They're the type of team that believe in batting time, and that time will give you those runs, which it's true, it does. But they're the team you're going to see scoring at less than 3 runs to the over, batting for 150 overs for their 350, 400 runs. So it's very difficult and a hard toil to get Tusker wickets in their first innings. But in order to qualify, that is what the Warriors need to do.
Yeah, and also the Tuskers, in their current situation, bottom of the log, they finished bottom of the One Day Cup as well. Relegation is really staring them in their face. But if they could just win a 4-day game, that sort of more than 20 points you get on the log, that takes them off the bottom. And one just feels that maybe they need to be a bit more positive with their batting. It's not the easiest pitch at the Oval to get results on, which really doesn't help their cause.
Down in the coast, in general, is a problem, because that was also the bane of the Hollywood Bets Dolphins campaign, basically. They had 4 draws in a row.
A lot of that's weather, and the rain certainly seems to follow them around the country. But not in Cape Town this week. They would have wished for rain.
So they have 4 draws, the most draws in the campaign. And after that win last week, emphatic win, massive win versus the Northwest University Dragons, they would have been counting their stars to qualify for that final. They really would have. Nuts, just all gone, just like that.
Yeah, I suppose unless this game ends in a draw, which we have to say is unlikely, with just 103 more runs to win, or 7 wickets for the Titans.
Pops up into the air. That could have been wicket number 4 for the Titans, but it's over the top of the man at Gully, and it's 4 runs for a shot that was totally out of Mulder's control.
Yeah, I think he was taken aback a bit by the steep bounce. He was not in control of that shot at all, but luckily for him, managed to get it just over the gully.
So dangerous.
Marco Jansen might have caught that. He'd been standing in the gully.
100%. Actually, such a world-class gully fielder. He can dive low, go high, left, right. What a find. Full this time. Much more in control is Vian Mulder. Threads the needle, and it goes for 4 runs.
Makes me think of another very tall gully fielder who would have graced this field many times, Willie Morris, the ex-Northern's left-arm spinner, useful low-order batsman, and father of Chris Morris, the Proteas all-rounder, who not as tall as his dad, but also a very good fielder behind the wicket. Chris Morris. Willie Morris was a brilliant gully fielder. He used to snaffle everything that came his way.
Ooh. Really is a family tradition here at the Titans, then, I suppose. You have the Morrises and you have the Morkles.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I know Albie Morkel's got a son who's probably about maybe 9, 10 years old now. Interesting to see what sort of cricketing talent he has. Albie Morkel is incredibly talented. As an all-rounder, one of the best strikers of a cricket ball you'll see, and had a lovely natural away swing as a bowler. His brother Morne Morkel, another one of the very tall cricketers, one of the scariest bowlers going around. He would have liked this pitch. He would have been a handful.
It was a handful in any deck. Just his mere presence is enough to intimidate you as Morne Morkel. Corbin Bosch has the ball. He's hoping his demeanor, very strong build, hits the deck hard, will be something for Ryan Rickleton to be in concern with.
Yeah, good move. Diane Kaleem hasn't really looked threatening, which the Titans need wickets.
Especially with that extra bounce that the surface gives. Corbin Bosch, with his muscular build and his very strong upright action, will look to take a little bit more out of the surface. Bowled really well in his first session, or in his first spell, taking those 13 runs and that single wicket. Economy rate is impressive. It's going at nearly half of what the run rate for the team is. And his bowling beauties to Ryan Rickleton.
Yeah, Kaleem 4 overs for 15 runs. It's all a bit meh. We haven't seen Merrick Brett yet either.
The situation that the match is in, it's either you must be going for next to no runs, or you must be just chopping those wickets out and out and out. Decent first innings figures, first spell. You were put into bowl first. No wicket for 15 runs in 4 overs. That's a good delivery just in general from Corbin Bosch, though. Ryan Rickleton didn't look too comfortable.
Just 94 required now to win for the Lions. Chipping away at the target. This partnership is now worth 35. And it seems they haven't really exerted themselves to get there. They've put away the bad ball well. Otherwise, it's just been ones and twos, just working the ball around. Two very classy cricketers showing their experience.
And they're scoring these runs quite quickly. It's already 35 on the board. And 22 overs left after this one, or 21 overs after this one. And all of a sudden, them batting at close to 4.5 runs and over, needing 4.5 runs with the amount of overs remaining for the day. The possibility of closing the day today, or closing the match today, seems to be in the horizon.
Might be back on the table. Yeah, that's true. They've got into this position just so calmly as well. There's been nothing frenetic about it. As you say, that run rate, over 4 runs to the over, but it doesn't look like they've been pushing hard to get it. It's just very easy at the moment.
And that says a lot about the bowling then, I suppose. That it's lacked the sharpness that it requires. It's lacked the consistent discipline that it requires to put the pressure into the Lions batters. They've been able to steal these runs at a frequent basis. And they've been doing it very freely. Ending over number 16, 67 for 3. There's 22 overs remaining with 94 runs on the board needed.
As young Merrick Brett has just handed his cap to umpire Stephen Harris, so he'll be coming on to bowl from the West Lane end.
Decent enough first innings, taking those 2 wickets.
Yeah, he bowled nicely. He's accurate, good discipline. Does a little bit with the ball as well.
scoring at less than 2 runs to the over in that first innings, is Merrick Brett. And here he is now in his 6th game. That average is pretty respectable. It's actually pretty good at 23.8. Economy rate is very respectable. Those are very handy startup feature numbers.
So an impressive start to his Titans career.
Fast medium pacer Merrick Brett has 2 slips a gully. And he has movement coming in towards the left-hander. Very good leave that from Ryan Rickleton, just walking across his stumps, making sure that they are all covered, and he felt safe enough to let it go. Has a man who's covering deep point. There's a man who's standing at deep fine leg, who are the only 2 outfield fielders. Mid-wicket is stationed. Gentle push from Ryan Rickleton. Challenges Makanya, and he gets his 1.
Beautifully placed between the 2 fielders in front of square on the offside. And as he hit it, he was setting off for the 1. He knew he'd got it in the gap. Good cricket by Rickleton, takes it to 19.
It's problematically looking effortless. Really is looking effortless here for the DP World Lions. Yes, they've lost those 3 wickets. You can say that it's the 3 wickets of players looking to get back into a consistent run of form. Losing Mulder has been on good run of form. Rickleton has been good run of form. Van Buren is in good run of form. Even before they reach to that 50 targets, now that would be a big problem. Fortain has a couple of hundreds in his first-class career. Memorable one against the Warriors last season in a match of Western Province, rather, in a match-winning performance.
He got 8 wickets in the match, I think, as well. It was a pretty unique achievement in terms of all-round success in Division 1 cricket in South Africa.
100 in the first.
I think the only other person to score was over 150 runs in the match and take 8 wickets was someone called Gerald Hartigan for Border back in like 1910 or something. So remarkable by Bjorn Fortuin.
When we say we have the encyclopedia of cricket next to us here, we are not kidding.
I wrote about it, so I do vaguely remember the research and the details. Hope that was all correct.
As someone who enjoys reading about cricket of days gone past, that is a name I've never heard of before.
Yeah, he's not a very well-known figure in South African cricket.
Actually, I saw a list a couple of weeks ago showing us ranked former first-class players, and a name that I did learn about is a particular name called Vincent van der Bijl.
What a bowler he was. He was absolutely incredible record in South African cricket. We were actually communicating with who I've mentioned earlier today, our friend and statistician in the UK, Robin Isherwood. We were just chatting about how much, the sad passing of Mike Proctor, how much Vince van der Bijl and Mike Proctor would have enjoyed bowling on this SuperSport part pitch. But we'll leave that to the imagination, as I'm going to be leaving you, Pendula, and we'll welcome back Kat Maloney.
The encyclopedia leaves us with his almanac. He'll be back, Ken Boland, tomorrow. He won't be back tomorrow, Ken Boland.
I'll be here, but I won't be on air. And in case anyone cares, it's a 2022 cricket annual. We're still waiting for the 2023 edition for last season, if anyone cares.
Gers Maloney joins us now. Last hour of the day's play, 92 runs to win, possibility of it being an extended by 30 minutes as well, depending on how it goes.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting session. As you mentioned it, the walking, talking encyclopedia leaves us.
Then you walk in wearing the shades, looking like daddy cool.
Yeah, well, someone has to. I mean,
One person must be the fashionista. KG behind us is also a fashionista with his spectacles. Trying to fashion a wicket is Corbin Bosch, drifting it down the leg side. It dunts the pads of Vian Mulder. The partnership grows to 39. They trail by 90.
yeah, just trying to get our monitor up and running so we can see the replays. The remote going as well. Fascinating game. We don't want to miss anything. It's all powered up again. Yeah, thought Eskom pulled a stinker on us. Oh, moving across a lot was Mulder there. Going right across onto fifth stump about. And they've been going very nicely in this partnership of 39.
It's what Ken and I were speaking about. It just looks so easy. They don't look like they have problems. The balls are, some deliveries are doing things. But look at how well Vian Mulder managed that. Walked across, judged the line early, the length early, just let it go with no problem.
Yeah, he'd also looked the most comfortable of all the batters in the Lions' first innings. At 55 was a beautifully constructed 55. Oh, just look at that. Lovely shot through the covers. Oh, and a misfield on the fence, and that's another boundary to Vian Mulder. He's not going to die wandering. I think he's got an appointment tomorrow.
100%. He bats like he has an appointment every day, does Vian Mulder. He's always looking to crunch that ball. Junior Dala diving, but he can't stop it. It's into the covers. What a glorious shot.
And Junior Dala very quick across the park. Someone, if he can't get to it, I don't think there's a lot of fielders that would get to it.
And I saw you were starting to hesitate in your commentary, like, is he going to get there? Is he not going to get there? Just doesn't get there.
He went for that. Bit of a late appeal there from Bosch. Kind of knew there was nothing on it. And yeah, just that hesitation is, once you've seen who the fielder is, you kind of think that even that 10% chance for him would be a chance. So you kind of get the end of the over. 16 overs gone, 75 for 3. Batting at 4.2, the highest strike rate we've had throughout the whole match. Only 86 runs to win and secure a place in the final.
Not just a place in the final, it's going to be a place at their home. The DP World Wanderers might host it. If the Titans from this position onwards are able to manufacture 7 wickets and still defend their 86 runs, we'll be back here. 5-day final of this 4-day contest. Merrick Brett, can he instigate something?
Oh, going nice and full and driven down the ground. Rickleton smashing it straight past Merrick Brett.
The only thing he can instigate is Ryan Rickleton's class, his finesse, just getting to the pitch of the ball. The gap is so narrow between the bowler, considering the fact that he's coming around the wicket, and the mid-off, but he squeezes it nonetheless.
Bit of the ruthless class there. You could hear the sound of the bat. Midoff had no chance to come across and even try and cut that off. That was a blistering shot.
And the fact that it's Sibonelo Makhanya as well, who loves diving around, didn't work there.
This time round, straight to the bowler. Again, Rickleton looks very positive, and with the SA20 that he's had, it was almost a rare failure in the first innings. Struggled in his 13 runs, and then from there, he's just looked phenomenal.
Even his 52 versus the G-Bet Pal Rocks, he gave it away. Went down the track, didn't reach the pitch of the ball, skied it on to mid-off, and off he was gone.
Oh, this time into the deck again, and the sound of the bat just sounded a bit more clunky than the others. You can see him immediately looking down to the toe. It's so easy for a handle or maybe a toe to crack once you hit it with a ferociousness that he wanted to go after that ball. I think Brett can be very lucky that he middled that ball, because I think that he would have taken something off.
Look, from the way it did, from where we are seated, it looked like it was coming out. We have perfect vision of what Ryan Rickleton is doing.
This time through the covers. Junior Dala will cut this off, but it will be a double for Ryan Rickleton, making this over really count. 6 coming from it already. The runs to win has gone down to 80 runs. And this partnership has shot up to 49.
Absolutely crazy. Look at the strike rates of both batters. Vian Mulder striking it at 72, 21 from 29. Ryan Rickleton, he's also striking it pretty well. 65 is a highly respectable first-class strike rate. 25 from 39 runs. They're just leaking runs right now for the Titans, and they can't seem to patch the holes. That one is not the way to do it, because if it's not enticing enough, they have no incentive of playing the balls.
We actually had a conversation just behind you guys here. While listening to the commentary, myself and KG and 1 or 2 others have spoken about it. We felt that the 4-day bowling is not going to cut it. It's almost deaf bowling in a T20. You've got an all-out attack. You're not going to restrict this Lions to the score. So you need 7 wickets. So go all-out attack. It's already, the run rate has got out of hand a tad. Another one just spanked through the covers. I think they might just settle for the one. Junior Dala's got a rocket arm. You don't want to take that on as soon as he's picked it up. And it's a 50 partnership that's come up. Fantastic batting between these two. 50 partnership of just 52 deliveries, 21 to Mulder and 23 to Rickleton, with 6 extras in that partnership.
That's quite ridiculous, isn't it? 52 balls. We are talking about the demons in the track. We are talking about how difficult it is, the variable bounce, the 2-pace pitch of the track. We're like, oh my word. And here you get Ryan Rickleton and Vian Mulder who's saying, well, if you're not going to bowl one-day lines, we are going to bat one-day cricket. And so they have.
It's such a contrast in these 2 innings. The first 3 batters we saw, oh, there's a little bit of something in the deck, and from there it is just completely evened out. These 2 has just made it look like there's nothing wrong with Bosch charging in, him trying to hit the deck hard. When he was bowling from the other end, it actually, there was a little bit of bounce that went his way, a little bit of more aggression. And from that Hennips River end, he's just not getting anything.
It's looking a little bit flat, and maybe that's why Junior Dala also decided to change ends, because he got all of his 6 wickets from the Hennips River end in the first innings, and we saw his wickets this innings, one of them coming from the West Lane end.
Oh, almost a little bit of miscommunication. Now they take the single as a result of the misfield. Oh, that would not please. Hopefully that will light some fire in Bosch.
3 runs. No, fast bowlers, they hate those happening to them. And the last thing you want as a batter is to face an angry fast bowler.
Yeah. Especially someone who's got a bit of pace, does bowl the heavy ball that can get the ball right up to your throat and nose area.
It's going to need a lot of those and a lot of special ones that may take something. It's funny how if one of these batters lose their wickets, it's going to be
Oh, this one just worked around the corner. This time round, lovely fielding, making up for that little bit of blunder. That was going to the boundary very quickly.
very well timed from Vian Mulder to a little bit straight from Corbin Bosch. Makanya with the work. It's good fielding. And you know, like we were saying, like I was saying in that point, if you take one of these guys out, it's going to neutralize the game again, and then we are going to get exposed to the nature of the surface again, that it's still not easy. It's just that these two gentlemen have been able to outbat the bowling.
And for the Titans, this is what you want. You don't want either of these two to hang around. Even if you lose one wicket, one of them still hangs around with Van Buren, Potgieter, Fortuin. You kind of want both these two guys back in the hut, because then you feel you've got a hole to bowl at. Because Van Buren also batted beautifully and showed how he can bat within himself as well. So he did great work. He scored his 50 of over 117 balls as well.
And you know, that was the big blow for the Titans in their innings, is that the moment they lost Bonelo Makanya, the very next over, not a couple of balls in even, they lost Rivaldo Munsami, who was also well set. So losing those two batters in such quick succession really derailed their innings.
And we spoke about it on air, that myself and Ken, that the biggest thing that we felt went wrong there was the wicket of Makanya. And it was because he was almost a calming effect for Munsami. Every time he was struggling, we'll walk down the crease to him. This one just worked around the corner off the hip, no run. So he would just walk down the track to him and just have a bit of a chat, just calm him down, say, don't worry, the track is difficult, have a bit of a chat, have that captain's influence on him. So you hear the applause. So we're going to have a bit of a drinks break here at SuperSport Park.
It's going to be time now for the Titans to just regroup, have their conversation, hydrate themselves a little bit. 17 overs left for the day's play. There's an optional 30 more minutes if the Lions believe that they can chase it down, and I don't believe they want to come back tomorrow for 5 overs of cricket. And especially when these two are batting, they have that run rate healthily above 4 runs to the over. We come back after drinks here at Centurion. It is 77 runs to win.
77 runs to win for the Lions, 7 wickets for the Titans. We're just going to have something to drink, and we'll be back in about 2 or 3 minutes.
We go make a coffee.
Welcome back. See the very first ball after drinks. Everyone has changed ends. Even now Khalim is coming from the west lane end. Bowling thus far, busy with his fifth over. He's gone for 15 runs. And of all the bowlers, he's actually not looked that threatening. Bosch has been bowling his heart out. Junior Dala has picked up a wicket. He's replacing Merrick Brett. It might just be time for quick changes. Do not let a batter settle. Vian Mulder just spanking that one through the onside. 4 runs once again. Didn't come up as much as it would have with any other bowler. And Vian Mulder again. Just 4 runs. Fantastic shot. Khalim does not have the venom to bowl it short, especially to a set batter like Vian Mulder. And at the moment, the Lions are trying to finish this game today. 17 overs left of scheduled play. About 40 minutes, and then they can ask for the 30 minutes extra if they feel they can finish it up. Only 73 runs needed for a home final against the Western Province. The Titans with their backs against the wall at the moment. 4.3 is the strike rate. They need something to happen. They need something to give. As we have the man back, it's not inside, it's on top. The coffee maker, Mr. Pendulo.
You know, I was listening to that run rate of 4.3, that strike rate of 4.3. That is the strike rate that the bowling team will be wanting for themselves, getting a wicket every 4 deliveries. Oof, because that's the only thing that can save them from this predicament that they find themselves in.
Oh, lovely running. Lovely running. They would keep the scoreboard ticking. Another 72 runs to win. Total is 89 for loss of 3 wickets in search of that 161. 2 balls left in the 21st over, and the problem that the Titans have is that ball's also getting a little bit older. Seam is getting a little bit softer. It's going to be a little bit less to extract the hard ball on this deteriorating pitch. And I think the Lions know that those cracks might just opening up a bit, and in the morning it's going to be hard work, so they want to get as close to that target as possible.
This is where you also wouldn't mind experimenting with a Donovan Ferreira.
Even a Diewald Brevis.
You might say that a Bjorn Fontaine was not as effective as he normally is. He did take a couple of wickets, but here it's giving the batters the same thing over and over again, and they're looking extremely comfortable for their 57-run partnership. So it feels as if you want the momentum multiply Titans to just change it up a little bit and give Rickleton and Mulder something to work on that's different from this. Feels like what's the word? A procession. It feels like a procession.
Oh, just falling short. Gully there, trying to cut that one away into that vacant third man area. 21 overs gone. Khalim going for 5 in that over. And yeah, it does feel like a bit of procession. That's why I feel maybe give a guy like Brevis a go to the right-hander from around the wicket. Turning it into his pads, maybe forcing him to play against a spin. Having one ball grip and turn. Have 1 or 2 boundary riders for that top edge if he cuts it. They need to think a little bit outside the box at the moment, because it's true what you're saying is they're getting the same thing, and there's no lateral movement. There's no more swing or anything. So everything has got to happen on the deck.
That's what they're trying something different here. Spanelo Makanya comes in. He did take a couple of wickets in the first game. He comes in now as we are fighting and having a little bit of a war with technology. But he did take a couple of wickets, that Sibs Makanya. Hopefully he'll be throwing in a couple of off cutters here and there, just to extract something from this deck.
He will definitely mix it up. He will try and mix it up as much as he possibly can. It's pointless bowling the same ball over and over at this point in stage. That's what I said earlier. I don't think the normal 4-day bowling will suffice. It's got to be attacking. It's got to be at the batters. I like the fact that it's short spells. They're trying different bowlers and different ends. You kind of got to do that. Defending 72, still 3 wickets in hand. Here's the Lions.
36 minutes left until the close of day's play, or rather scheduled day's play. Sibonelo Makhanya is just dropping it a little bit short here to Wiaan Mulder. There is that man standing at deep square leg. We know that Wiaan Mulder doesn't mind pulling out that pull shot, doesn't mind going big as well. The lack of pace from Sibonelo Makhanya might be just a little bit of an instigator to force a mistake out of Mulder and hopefully get a wicket somewhere.
The one thing that I just find the difficult part about that is the fact that he's bowling that sort of ball to the short boundary and not to the long boundary. So even a top edge from Wiaan Mulder with the hand speed that he does possess might even go for a 6. Immediately see him just mixing it up a bit. Back of a length, short ball, going in fuller. He's just trying something different. And that's what they got to do. They got to mix up a mixed bag at the moment. 7 wickets, 71 runs. What's going to come first?
And for a moment, when they were taking those wickets, it felt as if, we are in this, as the Titans would have thought. You would have thought of all of the two-pace nature of the surface. Here, you've just seen a demonstration of that. But for a period of time, it seemed as if that variety in the surface just disappeared. And it felt as if for this whole partnership, the surface has been true.
It has, and these two have made it look so. There was one or two that they really need to get on the toes, especially from Bosch and Dala. But these two just made it look so easy. Partnership of 58. Makhanya just creating some oohs and ahs, just creating some excitement for the Titans. Is this the inspired bowling change? The captain just coming on and saying, I'll try and do it myself.
Do it myself. I don't need you guys. Thank you for your 3 wickets still, though. Let me see if I can get more. He did get Joshua Richards in the first innings. That's Sibonelo Makhanya, the keyest wicket in that particular innings, whilst he was on 107 runs.
Oh, lovely shot. Ryan Rickleton just powering that one past the bowler and through middle. That's a lovely shot for 4.
He has a knack of playing those drives through players. It's as if the ball becomes a little bit of a ghost and just seeps through the players' bodies. Goes through Makhanya, goes through mid-off. That's 4 runs. 67 runs to win. 15 overs left.
There's a bit of London Bridge there. Diving over the ball, but it was hit so hard. They didn't really have a chance. And this is now where it comes in. It's another 33 minutes to the end of scheduled play. 15 overs gone. Half an hour on call as well. Does the Lions feel they want to finish it up today? Give them an extra day of rest before that final?
Especially given the fact that it's a 5-day final as well, Gert.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because, I mean, the fitness is going to be tested. The patience is going to be tested. Used to playing 4 days, getting results in 4 days, and all of a sudden your timing has got to be different. The way you manage your bowlers has got to be different. So everything to play for the captains. A lot of homework to do. Kalim into Mulder. Happy to go for the 1.
And you know, Gert, with so many changes happening in the South African setup, Shukri Conrad constantly looking to find the perfect balance for his team, because now we've seen with the SA20 the pool of talents that South Africa has. Going into that final, it's a 5-day final. It's a big match, so not only is your fitness and all the other technical skills of the game tested, but your big match temperament is tested, your mentality over the course of 5 days is tested, and it can be used as a measure of saying, can he stay in it for 5 days and maybe seep him through into the test side?
I'll leave into Rickleton. Rickleton showing that one stayed a little bit low, having a look down to the deck. And it's true what you're saying is what can you do in a high pressure situation? We've known that South Africa has got that horrible nickname.
Let's not say it.
What? And we are looking for those players with the BMT, those big match temperaments. We're looking for the players that can put their hand up in difficult games, in high pressure situations. And that's the difference why some people ask sometimes in the Australian team and New Zealand team, why do they keep going on with this sort of player and that sort of player? If you have a look at the World Cups, in the beginning, not the names were firing, but as it got to the business end of the World Cup, all those big names, the Smiths, the Cumminses, all those guys came into their own. So you need match winners as well. Doesn't matter what formats of game you're playing, if it's going to be someone batting along, taking wickets, but it's about the pressure situations. What are you creating in those pressure situations?
And there's players in both sides here who will be looking to make a strong impression. We already know that Western Province are the team most likely to play in that final. We're waiting the results here to see if the Western Province will be home or away. And should one of these teams make it, if we look at the Momentum Multiply Titans, the players will be wanting to make a statement for that big pressure situation, the red ball game over the course of 5 days. Are your players like a Diervald Brevis, who is on the tip of every cricketer lover's tongues? A player like Rivaldo Munsami, who has the highest score, has the highest number of runs. Can he do it when it matters the most? The likes of Junior Dala, who certainly is playing like a man who's still hungry for more cricket under his belt.
Mentioning those players and the gentleman taking the single there as well, Ryan Rickleton. What can he do in the longer format? He's been on the fringes for such a long time. Probably one of the unlucky players not to have gotten his gap yet in the green and gold. One of the SA20s had, now seeing what he can do in the longer format. Vian Mulder, his partner, who's had an exceptional year of cricket. It's so many names that just want to put up their hand and say, look at me next. Give me that one opportunity.
Dare I say, you even look at a Sponelo Makanya right now. That number 5, 6, 7 area for the South African team, well, not number 5 anymore, given the way David Bedingham is playing, who is playing for the Western Province in that final, who also has a point. He just wants to solidify himself amongst the hopefuls and lovers of South African cricket. We already love him after his 100 in New Zealand anyway.
Yeah, Bedders have kind of shown that he belongs, kind of shown that he can, even in a team not performing as well as they should have, still put his hand up and say, I'm still performing, I'm still here. So get him into a big setup. And also, questions for the Lions is, we spoke about it earlier as well, is all those guys coming back in at Themba Bavuma. Are you going to play him in the final? Who's he going to replace in that final? You've got Willifier coming back as well. So there are so many questions that if the Lions make it, that they need to answer. And then also the same with, if something happens drastically now for the Titans, and they can whip out 7 wickets all of a sudden, there's a couple of guys coming back into their fold as well. So it's going to be exciting times over the next couple of days, team selection-wise.
Then once we get to that final, it's a showcase as well, because I'm thinking the retirement of Quinton de Kock in red ball cricket a couple of years ago, the sudden retirement of Heinrich Klaassen from the game now. So the battle is between Carl Verreynne and Ryan Rickleton. And now for the Titans, knocking on the door is Rivaldo Munsami, who is scoring runs and is keeping well. So now, if any of these two teams make it to the final, it's going to be a showcase of the wicket keepers.
They look very confident. Rickleton does not look too worried. Big appeal. That ball just lifted off the deck, and we haven't seen that in quite a while. A couple of overs that does not happen. It's been happening throughout all 3 days, and finally they got one just to kick off the deck.
Even moving away a little bit from Ryan Rickleton at that time, we've been having our conversation just because the track has become very mundane and very bland, but a spark of life coming in from it.
Also see a bit of a puff of dust just as that ball hits the deck. You can see just, and that might be the reason why the Lions are also batting so quickly. Day 4 might be difficult. Another one just beating the outside edge. Makanya making a bit of a statement, making life very difficult.
Ryan Rickleton and Botham and Mulder have gotten a little bit comfortable in the crease now. They are very confident in their stroke makings, and it's puzzling for Ryan Rickleton what's happening now. All of a sudden, he's not making the connection with the ball. He seems like he's just reaching for it. That's the last thing he wants to do. Just wants to draw himself back and remind himself that the pitch is still alive.
That's much better. Good leave. And very important for the Titans now is to hone in on that bit of insecurity from Rickleton. Put the pressure on him. Have a bit of a chat, maybe getting another slip there just to reinforce it. Listen, there is still life in this deck. Throughout the 3 days, the first day there was a lot of life in that last hour. The second day was a lot of life in that last hour. This has kind of been mundaned a little bit.
But to be fair, it's already done its job. 3 wickets have fallen for the Lions.
Oh, Makanya beating the outside edge for the 3rd time in this over. What a ball.
The captain is having a phenomenal game. Sponelo Makanya is having such a wonderful game. He's got the big wickets of Joshua Richards in the first innings. He's honing in on Ryan Rickleton right now. He's really honing in on Ryan Rickleton.
He's definitely making life very hard for Rickleton at the moment. Pitching it in the right areas, getting the ball to move away from the left-hander. Well left this time around. Very extravagant leave there by Ryan Rickleton. Brings the over to the end. 24 overs gone. 13 overs left of scheduled play. And that is another 23 minutes left. 96 for the loss of 3 wickets. But the important equation is still 67 runs to get. Partnership has moved on to 64. Vian Mulder, 29 of 38. He's rocketed along. And Ryan Rickleton, that last over just got him in a bit of trouble. 32 of 62.
It's kind of forgotten that Vian Mulder is here a bit, because Sponelo Makanya is really taking it on to Ryan Rickleton. That's where the action is. Dan Khalim, he bowls to Vian Mulder, who's just coasting along so easily on 29 from 38. Striking at nearly 80 runs per 100 balls.
Finding it a lot easier than any of the top order of the Titans did. The similar, not any changes from what he did in the first innings of the Lions as well. He just looked more comfortable than any of the other batters. They got hit, they struggled to find the bounce, and he was just smashing it at about 70, 75 as well.
He had to be the cause of his own wickets, chopping it back into the stumps. Otherwise, nothing looked like it was getting him out. He's definitely going to be a man who will be wanting to prove a statement should the Lions make it to that final.
Another one just worked around the corner. It looks like they're going to double up on this one. No fine leg in place, only the deep square. It shows that Khalim must not stray on the pads. It's not where he's supposed to bowl. And it's true what you're saying about Vian Mulder, and we had a discussion yesterday with the legend Sain Mana, and we were talking about Vian Mulder. He's kind of turning into that all-rounder that we all wanted him to be 3 or 4 years ago already. And all of a sudden, with the batting maturity he's starting to show, he's just turning into that all-rounder that we need. At 6-7 spot in the order. He's up for grabs. He does look the part. Looks very comfortable, bat in hand. He's swinging the ball nicely when he's bowling as well.
And it's that point of that thing you and Hussein were talking about yesterday, that he's still so young. 26 years old. He's been around forever. You would think that he's the same age as Aiden Markram, the way he's been around, but no, it's actually 4 years or 3 years younger.
And I actually fell into that trap. I thought he was about 28 years old. And yesterday he was 26 years old in 3 days. So he does feel like he's been around for a lot longer than he has. But he's really coming to his own now. And again, with all the players coming back, Bedder's coming back, and I mean, Bellingham playing for Western Province. I mean, that he's batting at number 4 for the Titans. So that middle order, all of a sudden, is getting some structure. If you look at the Protea setup.
There's also the precociously talented Tristan Stubbs, who's making waves.
Scoring his first triple yesterday, 302 runs not out in a very quick time.
It's only the 5th time in South African domestic cricket. I have the rights to be corrected on this. It's the 5th time that a 300 has been scored. Tony Dazorzi was the last recipient of such, scoring it last season. Magnificent 300 he scored. Down in Western Province.
Oh, big appeal. Looks like it was going down leg. Height might have been a bit of an issue as well. But I think if the ball touches the pad, they'll appeal for it.
It's become those times, hasn't it? Dan Khalim. Height and definitely sliding down the leg side. It's hasn't looked to be much of a threat, unfortunately, as Khalim. His put is not... It's not that he's not working hard. He really is. He's pushing hard. Bowled 15 overs in the first innings. He's in his 7th now. He's just finding it a little bit tough to create opportunities for himself.
Oh, this one just played down. In not a big hurry. It's another over gone. It's 25 gone. There is 12 overs left of scheduled play. It is 98 for 3, closing in on that 3 figures. This partnership has gone to 66, and it's 63 runs to win for the Lions.
After this, I bring in Junior Dala. You just bring in Junior Dala, ask him to give you 3 overs, and then you carry on moving because you need wickets. You need someone to create some sense of discomfort for both Mulder and Rickleton, if not just one of them.
I feel it's got to be both. You don't want any one of those two hanging around until the end. I feel it's got to be both. Just try something different. I said earlier, it's a big boundary that side. Have Brevis coming in from the west lane end, coming around the wicket to the right-hander, bowling it into the pads, maybe just creating a top edge. But I feel it's got to be both these batters. The in batters need to go now for the Titans. And it will just create some little bit of pressure on the Lions lineup.
But this angle that Makanya is using against Rickleton has shown some level of potential. Hasn't looked so comfortable coming around the wicket, facing bowlers around the wicket, Rickleton, in this particular match. As we speak of. Just keeping low, though, that time.
But I would still love to see Makanya maybe just for 1 or 2 balls go over the wicket. Just hitting that spot, staying low, maybe going across Ryan Rickleton. Instead of angling it in, swinging it away. Maybe pitching it on middle and then moving it away, going across him.
What are we looking to achieve by doing that move?
Well, that's basically bringing in your deep point for a top edge. If he's going to cut it, your gully will be in play a little bit more. And it will also bring in the edge more predominantly because he'll be looking to drive straight and the ball's coming across him. And Makanya also has the ability to swing it back into the right hand. He does go the other way as well. So that could be the surprise delivery. Go across, come back in. All of a sudden pitching on middle, hitting middle. The LBW becomes a big issue for the left-hander as well. Oh, lovely delivery. Lovely delivery. And that's the ball that Rickleton is just not good enough to edge. An absolute jaffa.
He's not having a good time with those deliveries, those particular ones moving away from him. That's what Makanya is just trying to exploit more and more and more of. And it's funny, the surface is really paying the bowlers back because in a harder, flatter deck, a bowler like Makanya and Malusi Siboto find it hard to showcase their full range of crafts. But here, on this surface, all you need to do is to place it where it needs to be, and it does the rest for you.
Yeah, he's just at the moment having Rickleton's number. Might want to send him a WhatsApp from where the ball is. He's beating him all ends up. Mulder hasn't faced any of Makanya that I can remember.
That's how much Makanya is having control of this particular battle between he and Rickleton. Can sense a little bit of frustration also now from Ryan, looking to squeeze that through mid-wicket and get himself off the mark. But Makanya is saying no, none of that. 2 maidens he's bowled in his 3 overs. 98 runs as they need 63.
Yeah, Rickleton scoring 1 boundary off Makanya. It was one that was beautifully driven straight past him and mid-off, threading the eye of the needle. And we're going to have your change that you've been begging for. Exactly on cue. MP. Junior Dala coming in.
Had to be. It had to be. You look at scheduled play, 13 minutes left with an additional 30 minutes that they can ask for. You want to bring in your strike bowler. Give him a rest, give him a short burst, give him a rest. And here he is with another short burst, running up the slope where he got his 2nd wicket.
Where do you think the run should be for them to ask for that 30 minutes? Because the last couple of overs, the runs have really dried up. The lead is still, or the runs to win is still 63. Well, last over or 2, we've been in the 90s. So the runs have dried up. As I say that, that is a ball that is dropped short, and Mulder says, it did what? And the 100 comes up for the Lions. The DP World Lions move to 102 for the loss of 3 as of 157 balls, 15 fours, and this partnership moves to 70.
A relatively poor delivery from Junior Dala, given the context of the match that we're watching. On the waist, nothingness against a player who is infamously known for his pull shot. Puts it right in between the fine leg and the deep square leg, precisely in the middle. That's 4 runs. You want it to be a little bit higher on the neck, or you want it on that top of off stump. Anywhere in between on Mulder, it's just 3 runs.
And Mulder in such a rich vein of form, he's not going to miss out. With the hop and a skip going down on his legs again. Another single to Mulder. Batting in the 5s and 7s. It's now under 60 the runs to win.
A little bit straight that from Dala, looking for the wickets, searching for it, and now it's going to be the test of his true skill and experience, as a single and an exchange of runs means that the left-hander now is on strike. You have to deal with the right, you have to deal with the left. But the cool thing is that the two deliveries he's bowled actually to Vian Mulder are excellent if they're going to be bowled to a left-hander.
Yeah, but now he's changed the angle. He's coming around the wicket to the left-hander.
Cricket.
Oh, that one also misbehaved just a tad. That's the area where they want to target, especially with Ryan Rickleton having a little bit of a lapse in concentration, having a bit of a battle with Makanya. He might be thinking of me staying on this end, having Mulder maybe facing Makanya.
Now the problem is Junior Dala is the one who took the wicket of Ryan Rickleton in the first innings. He was coming around the wicket, though it was from the opposite end in the Hunops River. It kept low, caught him LBW.
Oh, this one slashed away. Deep point is in position. They'll come back for two. Brett just picking that one up. Lovely throw and a double up again for the Lions.
Easy runs. Short is so difficult because it's just sticking somehow and it's just there to be hit for either batters.
I think Ken said it best earlier. It's almost like a trampoline bounce. If you try and bowl it short, it's just that little bit fuller, that meter or two fuller, just back of a length that's really taken off. Oh, that's better. And Rickleton going for the big pull. They do have two men back, deep square and fine leg, but that one he was aiming for over mid-wicket.
What I actually liked about that one is that he was trying to go through mid-wickets. You can see how he's practicing rolling his bat, rolling his wrist over this bat, closing the shot to ensure that it stays on the ground. He's not looking to sell his wicket in any way.
Oh, lovely punch just on the offside. Picking up another single. That means 6 in the over. 55 to win for the DP World Lions. Momentum multiply Titans. Not just backs against the wall, now they're forced into a corner as well. They need 7 wickets. 10 overs of scheduled play and about 9 minutes left.
An over from Junior Dala that leaves you wanting more. It leaves you wanting more from him because you know how much skill he possesses and the thought processes he goes through his bowling. He's quick as well. But there was no sequence in those 6 deliveries. There was no link to say, you know, I see where you are going with this.
It's almost like he's completely missed his rhythm in that over. Hopefully he can come back. Hopefully that was a bit of a loosener. And it's difficult to keep the spirits up if you feel that you are kind of in the corner. Oh, big appeal, might have struck him outside the line. Rickleton rubbing his leg, that might have missed the pad as well. It did sound very fleshy.
See, now this is the battle. This is the fight. Spanelo Makanya versus Ryan Rickleton has been one to watch. Big appeal. Walking across his stumps, hitting him way over his pads, with hitting him outside the line of that off stump as well, with Rickleton walking across.
And with the movement that he's been getting from that angle, just straightening up on the left-hander, no chance of being given out.
That is a phenomenal delivery from Makanya. What I love, he's really looking to hit the wicket hard. You can see how much he completes his action. His follow-through arm is right over his head. It's beautiful. Like he's not just floating it in there, which is what you'd expect from a medium pacer, just to keep the overs rolling. No. Because of that hard work that he's forcing through the ball, the pitch is reacting with him.
And we haven't seen that until he started bowling, actually. And he's not a slouch, but he's not express pace by any stretch of the imagination. And also, thanks to the production team, they've been doing a fantastic job over the last couple of days. This one just allowing it to come through. Big movement there. They provided us with slow-mos, with replays. It's been fantastic this time around. A nice, we'll call it an easy-to-see screen here next to us. Thanks to the Titans for that, KG and the team.
We wanted a laptop and they gave us a 50-inch monitor.
Yeah. I think they wanted to hide us as commentators. Makanya finding the edge once again, and this ball is just squirted through that slip cordon. It didn't look like it carried to second slip, and it's 4 runs again, and that deficit of that runs to win, that required target is coming down. It only needs 51 runs. You can see Donovan Ferreira just still lying on the deck and saying, it was so close. I could almost feel the wind on my fingertips.
So close, but well played indeed from Ryan Rickleton, really softening his hands as much as possible, guiding that ball down. Donovan Ferreira is pretty good when he's at the slip cordon. His long levers, big body, even he couldn't stop that. No third man in place, 4 runs.
Yeah, Rickleton finally gets some bat to the ball where Makanya has been beating him outside that outside edge. Now they just get the extra man in. Oh, a late decision to leave that as well. Makanya has been the difference maker, and this is now the what ifs, and if we should have, almost feel that he should have brought himself into the attack a bit earlier. But no one expected this from Makanya, to be fair to him. He is a good bowler. He's not a strike bowler in any sense, but he's been looking almost the most dangerous.
He is the all-round in the team, comes in normally as the 3rd change, and he's one of those bowlers you look to like hold and end. Look for him to bowl those overs in the mid-60s when you're looking to pass them until the new ball is here. He can take wickets, we're not discounting that, but here the surface is working on his favor.
And he's also the only bowler who's gotten real swing and movement off the deck as well. Fantastic over. 28 overs gone. There's still 110 runs, still 51 runs to get for the Lions. And I ask again the question, what figure would you be happy with to say, we want another half an hour, please?
This looks pretty decent. The only way that half an hour might be a thing of the past is if the Titans are managed to get a wicket here. Ryan Rickleton and Vean Mulder will feel confident in getting 50 runs in, 10 overs. The way that they're batting, we know that they are proper white ball batters. They are clean strikers of the balls. So if they need to hit it after they've been so well set, shouldn't be much of a problem.
But also thinking and keeping in mind that they lost 5 wickets for only 2 runs earlier. That is a bit of psychology there as well. That could be in their minds as well. They are 3 down. So still 2 wickets before that becomes a reality again. But they did lose 5 wickets for 2 runs.
That is a fact that they can't run away from. And once you get 2 wickets coming in quick succession, that comes into play and you start thinking about it. Here it is coming again. But there's that change of pace that we're talking about. Donovan Ferreira gets the ball from the West Lane end.
It's going to be an interesting battle between him and Mulder. Looking at the field, they've got a deep square out. They've got Merrick Brett about halfway off the fence and mid-on, and that's about it. No one else back.
Ferreira not happy with that.
Maybe just trying to rush Mulder a little bit. And you got to feel with this field set as it is, it does still have the slip. They've got that 45 in. They got mid-wicket pretty close in. They got a short cover in. It's almost like if you want the runs, hit it. Oh, big wicket. Big wicket. Umpire signaling that it came off the pad and not the bat. A lovely take by Munsami. Oh, is this going to be the inspired change? Makanya has started it off. And yeah, he just hit his pad on the way through. No bat involved there. Munsami taking a fantastic take there.
It's just been a story of near misses for the Momentum Multiply Titans. It's just been that. The edges bouncing short of the fielders. Near misses coming through. This was just another example of such. 51 to win. Rian Mulder looks in complete control of his work. Very much in complete control, and the partnership between him and Rickleton is so beautiful to watch. Now at 78. Constantly communicating amongst each other on what to do.
Easy one down the ground, with Brett being halfway. They're on Nelson. Well, we saw what happened to the Titans when they were on Nelson. That's the end of the over, end of 29 overs. And it looks like we're not going to have that half an hour of play. 50 runs to win for the Lions. 7 wickets to get for the Titans. What will give first? They're on Nelson for 3, 111 for 3. Partnership of 79 between Rickleton and Mulder. 37 for Mulder, 39 to Rickleton. And tomorrow is going to be a very interesting start, I feel. If the Titans want to have any say in this match, it's got to be in that first half an hour, not even hour, half an hour of that innings.
And the problem that they'll have now, another extra obstacle, is that that ball is no longer new. It has gone for a little bit of tap at 111 runs. It's 29 overs old, but we have seen the trend. Early in the morning, wickets tend to fall. And this is what the Titans will be banking on. There was a point where this partnership looked like it was going to take the game over the top for the end of the day, but it hasn't been the case. Joshua Richards lost his wicket nice and early of 14 runs. Dominic Hendricks on 6. Wandile Makwethu lost his on 4. And when Joshua Richards lost his wicket as the third batter, it seemed as if the Titans were in the game. But Ryan Rickleton and Rian Mulder are saying no to this. It's going to be important for them to just restart and be patient in their innings tomorrow morning.
I still feel that both of them need to go back into the dugout if the Titans feel that they have an opportunity to win. Not just one of them, both of them has got to go out early tomorrow morning, and then we might have a bit of a nail biter on our hands going forward. But a quick recap, 111 runs for 3 after 29 overs. DP World Lions, the winner, has a home semi-final. And we saw the log against the Western Province. We'll probably be flying down over the weekend already, because the final is going to be up here. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be the DP World Lions, who's sitting comfortably at the moment, only 50 runs to win, 7 wickets in hand, or the Titans going to pull out some magic tomorrow morning? It's going to be great. Riveting cricket. Please join us again tomorrow on Pitch Vision and also here at SuperSport Park. Have yourself a fantastic Friday. Be safe. Thanks to Ken Borland, who's joined us today. Pindulo Makobane, the legend, thank you very much. It's always a pleasure being with you. Myself, Gert Maloney, signing off. Have yourself a fantastic Friday. Remember, 10 o'clock start tomorrow. It's going to be riveting.